The branded names is what the health minister UT Kadir has mentioned to the media as of now. But the people who were behind this are on the run as of now. Only some of the persons have been taken into custody by the local jurisdiction. The food safety officials have already launched an intensive search into the premises because various other raw materials of chemicals were found for the usage of the production of medicines. And also, where were these medicines, the raw components of the medicines coming from? Who were the suppliers? How did they even supply without this company being registered? How can one particular company, without the copyright, without the permission, without the license, manufacture various other drugs? Didn't the local police know about this issue that a fake racket is being productive in Biddi area? Various other questions are being raised at this point of time, but we will have to wait and watch the health minister who has called a press meet in the next couple of hours will have to say, because he, while talking to the media, while speaking to us, mentioned the fact that more details will be given to the media on the evening of Wednesday. So probably we are awaiting the response from Union, from the state health minister, and we are also looking into the matter in such a perspective if there was an involvement of the local police as well, because it was very much in the vicinity of Biddi jurisdiction that this encounter, this fake production of the fake medicines were happening for over a long period of time. So only at this point of time, fake medicines of up to 5 crores have been confiscated. But how much is the total manufacturing, how much manufacturing has this company done until now is the question which has to be answered, and we are awaiting more response from the health department in the next couple of hours. Karan.
All right, thanks Abhishek. Now from fake food to fake drugs, viewers, today I tell you nothing is actually safe. You don't know what's actually fake and what's real. Unfortunate times there, and unfortunate times again in the tech world, where we move to the US now, where Meta is once again on trial over dangers its platform may pose to children. Now it's once again arguing that it works tirelessly to actually keep them safe. A pivotal trial for the parent company of Instagram and Facebook kicked off in a California federal court in Oakland, with 4 states seeking billions of dollars in damages as well as fundamental changes to how Meta runs its platforms. California, Colorado, Kentucky, New Jersey were among the 29 states that sued the tech giant in 2023 over child safety and privacy. Now, the other 25 will go to trial later. Now, the company here also faces lawsuits in state courts, including one currently underway in Tennessee. Now, the lawsuit here accuses Meta of contributing to the youth mental health crisis by knowingly and deliberately designing features that addict children to its platforms and hides these harms from the public. It also argues that Meta routinely collects data on children under 13 without their parents' consent in violation of federal law. Now, the company obviously has defended its safety record and said it has a strong case. Now remember, we're talking about 29 US states here who are taking Meta to court. The allegations: Meta deliberately uses features like infinite scroll, likes, etc. to addict children. And Meta has intentionally hidden reports which highlight potential harms caused by these. Let's look at some of the reactions coming on the current trial against Meta.
We laid out our case today, which is essentially this: that Meta has designed and deployed a dangerous product with dangerous features that they knew would create excessive use and compulsive use by children, and it would create mental health harms, including things like anxiety and depression, like body image issues, like addictive tendencies, like learning loss. They knew all that. They knew their product was dangerous, and they lied to the public. They lied to Congress. They told the public, they told the world that their product was safe, that it wasn't dangerous. And so their deception, their lies are at the core of our case. And we are excited about how our first day at trial went. We're excited about the opportunity to hold Meta accountable for its conduct, and we look forward to taking this case all the way to the end here and getting the appropriate remedies, both injunctive relief, changes in behavior, changes in business practices going forward, as well as the appropriate financial penalties.
This is an historic trial that will provide the public an opportunity to learn just how Meta's actions broke state consumer protection law and the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, known as COPA. The public is going to hear about how Meta profited from our kids' information and engagement on the platform. Meta knew that its business strategy was harming kids and that sustained engagement on this platform correlated and caused worse mental health.
I'm disgusted. I'm angry. We all should be angry. As parents and as trusted adults, we decide whether a social media platform is appropriate for our kids. But we can only do that well and appropriately when we have truth and facts, not deceptive advertising or lies about safety. A $1 trillion tech company like Meta is risking our kids' mental health and physical safety. Our data and our children's data are being fed into their addictive algorithms to help further increase their profits. And they've lied to us about the safety of their platforms, including how they exploit the vulnerabilities of young children and teens. Nothing is more important than our kids' well-being. And there's no world in which our kids' well-being should be sacrificed or exploited to help reap ever greater profits for big tech.
All right, viewers, that were reactions coming in from some of the US representatives about the Meta trial. Don't go anywhere. We've got more news coming in for you. Coming up on the other side, Republic exposes serious lapses in food quality in major food chains, warehouses, canteens across Mumbai, Bengaluru, Ahmedabad and Mathura. Big focus on food safety.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
इतने पेमेंट ऐप्स पर सेफ कौन सा?
तो स्विच टू भीम, एकदम सेफ और भरोसेमंद। रिवॉर्ड्स भी मिलते रहते हैं। पाओ 20 रुपए का कैशबैक 20 रुपए से ज्यादा की पहली पेमेंट पर। भीम ऐप से करो पे।
इट्स माही वे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Now viewers, people including you pay a premium for branded food. People trust restaurants, food chains and delivery platforms with their family's health. But across the country, inspections are uncovering a dark reality with every passing day. From expired ingredients to spoiled food, pests, infestations and shocking lapses in hygiene, we are covering a lot. Take a look at what was uncovered.
When a consumer pays for food, the expectation is that the food is fresh, the ingredients are safe and the business serving it values public health for its customers. But crackdowns on food outlets all across India has now brought a very disturbing question from the customers. What exactly are we being served? A child dies in Surat due to food poisoning. In Mathura, officials destroyed 500 kilos of fake paneer and 2,000 liters of milk. In Hyderabad, investigators uncovered 36 tons of adulterated ghee masquerading as pure desi ghee.
On 12th of August, FDA in a major state-wide crackdown, many establishments were raided by the FDA and their licenses were suspended thereafter. One of the establishment is the famous Domino's Pizza and 5 outlets of the same were shut by the FDA.
In Mumbai's Malad West, FDA suspended the license of a Blinkit facility after citing food safety violations. 4 days after the FDA suspended the license of the Blinkit facility, Republic found delivery personnel continuing to gather outside the facility.
आप लोग काम करते हैं यहाँ पे? हाँ? वो ऊपर क्या काम चल रहा है?
काम किधर चल रहा है?
हाँ? क्या काम चल रहा है? तो आप कैसे बोल रहे हो कि क्या काम चल रहा है?
वही मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, आप बोल रहे हो ऊपर काम चल रहा है।
मैं तो नहीं बोली ऊपर काम चल रहा है। सिक्योरिटी ने बोला ऊपर काम चल रहा है आपके सामने।
सिक्योरिटी बताएगा क्या है क्या नहीं।
हाँ तो वो बोलो कि आइडिया नहीं है, काम नहीं चल रहा है। तो तुम लोग डिलीवरी बॉय हो क्या?
नहीं, हम लोग डिलीवरी बॉय थे, लेकिन जब से बंद हो गया हम लोग चले गए।
कब से बंद हुआ है ये?
6 या 7 तारीख को बंद हुआ।
तो डिलीवरी बॉय होके यहाँ पे क्या कर रहे हैं?
हम लोग बैठे अपना टाइम पास कर रहे हैं। अभी क्या करेंगे? फोन चार्ज करेंगे, दूसरा
चार्ज के लिए ये जगह मिला है आप?
हाँ।
For years, consumers were told to trust the system. Trust the brands, trust the labels, and trust the packaging. But the ongoing crackdown is exposing a question nobody wants to answer. If inspectors are finding expired food, rotten ingredients, and adulterated products, now how long were consumers being sold them before the raids began?
मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है और सपोर्ट के साथ साथ उसमें पार्टिसिपेशन करना भी ज़रूरत है, क्योंकि मैंने पहले भी बोला था कि ये अगर मुझे एक चीज़ यह डिपार्टमेंट में करनी है तो वो एक पब्लिक मूवमेंट बननी चाहिए। मुझे लगता है कि उस दिशा में हम थोड़ा सा एक पहला कदम उठा रहे हैं, लोग भी इसमें शामिल हो रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये सबके सेहत के लिए ज़रूरत है। आप हो, मैं हूँ, आपके बच्चे हो, रिलेटिव्स हो, सबके लिए। अगर हमें इंडिया को आगे लेके जाना है, स्वस्थ इंडिया और स्ट्रॉन्ग इंडिया बनाना है, सुपर पावर बनाना है, तो स्वस्थ इंडिया के बिना नहीं बनेगा। स्वस्थ इंडिया अगर बनाना है तो हर एक आदमी, हर एक सिटीज़न ऑफ इंडिया ये जो है उसको स्वस्थ रहना पड़ेगा। वो इसीलिए खाना और मेडिसिन, फूड एंड मेडिसिन, ड्रग्स, ये दोनों स्वस्थ होने चाहिए, एफिकेशियस होने चाहिए, सेफ और स्टैंडर्ड होने चाहिए।
In Maharashtra, FDA Commissioner Tukaram Munde has launched a crackdown that is leaving some of the biggest names in the food business scrambling. Not only that, but now he has also taken a stance against Bollywood's long-known tradition of surrogate advertisement.
हम काम कर रहे हैं, उसका इम्पैक्ट होना चाहिए। जो भी ऐसे सरोगेट ऐड या गलत ऐड, मिसलीडिंग ऐड करते हैं, उनके लिए रेगुलेशंस है। फूड सेफ्टी अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया एक्ट 24 के तहत है और एडवर्टाइजिंग के और क्लेम्स के भी रेगुलेशन 2018 से है। तो उसके बाद कोई भी ऐसी गलत ऐड, मिसलीडिंग ऐड, सरोगेसी ऐड नहीं कर सकता है। उसके लिए रेस्ट्रिक्शंस है, प्रोहिबिटेड है, उस पर लीगल कार्रवाई भी हो सकती है।
In one of the Maharashtra's biggest food safety crackdowns, 65 hotels, restaurants and food establishments were inspected. 50 improvement notices were issued and 8 licenses were suspended. One message from the food safety authority is clear: lapses in food quality will not be tolerated.
कार्रवाई इस पर तो काफ़ी जगह पे चल रही है। वो हमारे चाइनीज़ हो या तुम्हारे जो वड़ा पाव हो या अदर हो, उस पर कार्रवाई चल रही है। उसमें पहला तो एक हमने कि पेपर में उसको सर्व करने का बंद कर दिया, तो उसका काफ़ी इम्पैक्ट हो चुका है। दूसरा हमने ऐसा पाया है कि कई जगह पे हमने इंस्पेक्ट किया तो चाइनीज़ में जो कलर वगैरह आता था वो भी एडिटिव्स कम हो गए हैं, क्लीनलीनेस बढ़ा है। हालांकि अभी भी बहुत काम करना उसमें बाकी है और उसमें हमारा काम चल रहा है। लोगों से भी अपील है कि जो अनसैनिटरी कंडीशन है, अगर ऐसे पाते हो तो आप कंप्लेन कीजिए और वहाँ खाइए मत। जो अच्छा प्रोडक्ट दे रहा है, जो फूड बना रहे हैं, उसी के यहाँ जो स्टैंडर्ड के हिसाब से हो रहा है उसी यहाँ पे आप कंज्यूम कीजिएगा।
The crackdown is no longer about individual violations. It is exposing an ecosystem where too many businesses appear willing to gamble with consumer health for higher margins.
All right, viewers, that was a reminder to you to check your food. Don't go anywhere while we come back to you with more news on the NTA Major overall. The NTA overall brings 4-tier paper checking system, removal of 600 experts, and CISF secured premises.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
बेस्ट हरा बोर्ड दिखाना।
सबसे डिपेंडेबल सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
ट्रायल लूंगा।
श्योर।
वाटर रेजिस्टेंट
है, स्ट्रॉन्ग है, हाई डेंसिटी वुड फाइबर स्ट्रक्चर, एडवांस जर्मन एडहेसिव बॉन्डिंग, सॉलिड डिफेंस।
ट्रायल में पास।
सेंचुरी के 40 सालों का भरोसा, हरे बोर्ड का असली बॉस। सेंचुरी HDF प्रीमियम प्लस।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो 3 साल पहले फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। चीफ
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. We have a lot lined up for you, from the FDA taking big action against unhygienic eateries. We see that the consumers are demanding accountability. That's the latest coming in. And we have a lot lined up for you as Satyendra Jain, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, has been arrested in a corruption case. Stay tuned, but we'll get to the headlines first. Let's get started.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Anti-Corruption Bureau arrests former Delhi Minister Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendra Jain in connection to the Delhi Jal Board scam. Jain to be produced before special court today. Massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence. Says 10 years not enough. Seeks maximum sentence for the 2013 rape case. NT overhaul brings 4-tier paper checking, removal of 600 experts in CISF secured premises. Republic exposes serious lapses in food quality in major food chains, warehouses, canteens across Mumbai, Bengaluru, Ahmedabad, Mathura. Big focus on food safety. And Mumbai police begins legal process to conduct in absentia trial against Hafiz Saeed and 5 others involved in the 26/11 Mumbai terror attack. Was a big update coming in right now. Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Delhi Water Minister Satyendra Jain has been arrested by the anti-corruption branch as the main accused in a major corruption case involving alleged large-scale irregularities and manipulation of Delhi Jal Board sewage treatment plant upgradation tenders. Now, this is a big update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. And this is coming as the ACB also arrested 5 others in connection with the case which alleges tender conditions were rigged to favor a particular company, leading to criminal conspiracy and substantial loss to the government exchequer. Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain is set to be produced before a special MP-MLA court today after being arrested by the Delhi Anti-Corruption Branch in the alleged Delhi Jal Board corruption case. The ACB is probing alleged irregularities in the tendering process for sewage treatment projects, with Jain among the 6 people arrested in the case. We're getting many reactions coming in, viewers. Let's play them out for you.
ये जो जल बोर्ड का घोटाला सीवर के एसटीपी प्लांट बनाने में हुआ, ये पैसे की ट्रेल भी मंत्री, ठेकेदार, अधिकारियों में जांच में, अभी प्राइमरी जांच में सामने आई है। इसी कारण से यमुना के मुहाने पर जो एसटीपी प्लांट, सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट लगने थे, वो नहीं लग पाए और यमुना जी मैली की मैली रह गई। और जो कट्टर ईमानदार अपने आप को कहने वाले केजरीवाल और उसके मंत्री सत्येंद्र सिंह आज फिर जांच में कल्प्रिट पाए गए हैं, जिसके कारण से एसीबी ने उनको गिरफ्तार किया है।
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Let's go to Saurav who's joining us live. Saurav, not the first time that Satyendra Jain has been arrested. He has been arrested before as well. This is the second time he has been arrested for a corruption case. If you could tell our viewers what the allegations are. Yes, Saurav.
Yes, Shivangi, the allegations on the former water minister of Delhi, Satyendra Jain, are currently serious as, according to the anti-corruption branch, a tender was awarded to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited, and during that tender, there were several changes which were made by these public servants and the minister himself to provide undue benefit to them. They have changed they have put up restrictions, technical restrictions in the tender, so that Eurotech Environment Private Limited can only get this tender, and there was a mandatory pilot study which the officials have to do before awarding a tender to any private entity, but in this case that study was not conducted by the department. And apart from that, the then Delhi Jal Board CEO Udit Prakash Rai has also taken commissions and bribes from the company in question, Eurotech Environment Private Limited, of rupees 1.52 crores, which was used to buy immovable assets. He took that money directly into his own account, and now the anti-corruption branch has found the whole financial trail in this matter. This case is this scam is a total of 17.7 crore rupees, and 4 tenders were floated in year 2022 to upgradation of the sewage treatment plants in the national capital, and it comes under the Delhi Jal Board. And now communication between the Satyendra Jain public servants and the private entities have also been established. The anti-corruption branch have the electronic evidences, and currently he has been arrested by the anti-corruption branch last night, and he is not alone in this. Apart from Satyendra Jain, there are 5 other people who were also arrested by the anti-corruption branch in the national capital, and these allegations are serious, as anti-corruption branch has all the evidences. They have set up the electronic trail, they have set up the funding trail, the money received into the accounts of the public servants. Every evidence is with the anti-corruption branch, and following those evidence only, former health and water minister of the national capital, Satyendra Jain, was arrested by the anti-corruption branch, and he can be produced before the special MP-MLA court today at any time soon, Shivangi.
Well, that's right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more. This is a developing story we're tracking on Republic TV. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. Some of breaking news coming in a day after the Union Education Ministry sought a detailed report from the NTA on reforming the overall system. The NTA officials said that 600 experts from its examination team have been removed and new experts onboarded as part of a revamp. In a meeting with the NTA officials on August 17, Education Minister had directed all necessary security and related infra facilities should be put in place for the smooth conduct of examinations. Yes, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. I'm going to you, Saurabh. Saurabh, now we know that NTA is doing an entire revamp. You know, they're overhauling the entire system. And it's coming at a time when public trust has fallen so low because of the paper leaks and the entire situation that we saw play out after the paper leaks.
Yes, Shivangi, now the NTA has announced that they are removing the old people here and they are getting more than 600 experts in the NTA agency itself, which makes the paper of the NEET and several other important examinations. And this is the move to again restore the faith of the students on the nodal agency NTA, which is responsible for conducting several examinations in the country. And this comes after there was a hue and cry over the NEET paper leak over the past years, and this year also we have seen that the paper got leaked and 22 lakh people got affected. And this is a part of the major revamp structure of the whole NTA, as it comes at a time also when the CBI is also investigating this whole matter of the paper leak, and several people got arrested in this case. And now the fast track courts have been made, but to restore the faith of the students and the parents in the system again, now the NTA has announced that they are replacing more than 600 experts who sets the paper and conduct the examination in the country. This will definitely restore the faith of the students, and this is also a move so that no such paper leak incident can happen in the near future. Now this is a major breaking which we are fetching, and this is very important, as Education Minister also resigned, which we have seen after the protest erupted over the NEET paper leak, Shivangi.
That's right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Saurabh. Saurabh getting us the biggest updates coming in. And viewers, we're getting some more updates coming in. Jharkhand government has cancelled 44 recruitment examinations conducted by the Jharkhand Public Service Commission and the Jharkhand Staff Selection Commission following complaints of irregularities and ongoing CID-SIT investigations. In response, it will request the High Court to set up a fast-track court for related cases, constitute an internal monitoring cell within both commissions, and form a committee chaired by IAS officer Amitabh Kaushal with other officials and a director from a reputed institution to study examination reforms and submit its report within 2 months. So huge updates coming in, viewers. Jharkhand government has released a list of 44 recruitment examinations that have been cancelled, and there's an entire list here. So these examinations include recruitment for drug inspectors, assistant professors, deputy collectors, dental doctors, assistant engineers, civil judges, additional public prosecutor, and a forest range officer, among others. So this is a huge list. 44 recruitment exams have been cancelled by the Jharkhand government. Okay, let's go straight across to the next sort of breaking updates coming in. Fresh custodial death in Tamil Nadu, viewers. Once again, the same situation is playing out. A temple priest dies after alleged assault in police custody. PMK President Dr. Ramadas has condemned the death of the temple priest in Madurai, alleging that he died after being brutally assaulted inside police station. According to Ramadas, we see that this particular priest was taken into custody for July 19th for questioning over a neighbor's dispute regarding vehicle parking. He alleged that the police assault left the priest with vomiting and fainting and severe headaches. He was later admitted to a private hospital in Madurai where he died. In a video recorded before his death, we see that the priest reportedly blamed the police assault for his condition, calling it deeply shocking. Ramadas said that custodial deaths have been rising. He cited the recent cases of others who allegedly died after assault in the sub-jail. So there are many cases of custodial deaths which have been reported from Tamil Nadu. This is not a fresh case at all, viewers. This is another incident. And I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Yes, let's go to Sharda's joining us. Sharda, you know, when we talk about custodial deaths, this is not the first time, obviously. We have seen that custodial deaths have happened in Tamil Nadu again and again. If you could take our viewers through the latest coming in and the latest update we have on this big breaking news for our viewers.
Well, Shivangi, if you remember when the DMK was ruling in the last 5 years, 2021 to 2025, there was 25 custodial deaths in 5 years. Now, after the Vijay government has taken over, we've seen 6 custodial deaths in less than 3 months. The cases continue in the particular government, and it says that all these custodial deaths do happen after police have beaten up the accused who they have arrested pertaining to this case. This case, particular that today we are talking about, is from Madurai, where a temple priest was arrested over a personal dispute over a parking space, and then after that, the police, after investigation, accusation against them, the family alleges that he was beaten up. Claims that after he came back home one day later, he suffered a headache, vomiting, and following that, he was taken to the hospital where he succumbed to brain hemorrhage. Now, the family is claiming that it was the police who beat him up and that he had injuries on the head when he came back home. So now the magistrate had called for an autopsy with the postmortem to be done before a magistrate as well. Following this is when the particular action will be taken. Meanwhile, one of the custodial deaths, if you remember back from Thoothukudi, the TVK government had asked for a CBCID inquiry, and the case is still underway, and multiple other following custodial deaths in the past few months were recorded. But as of now, the government has not answered to any of these custodial deaths, and the numbers keeps increasing day by day.
That's right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Shad. I'll be coming back to you for more on this story. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. One more big breaking news coming in. It's a case being heard by the Madras High Court over the state government on inquiring if state anthem can be sung first before Vande Mataram and national anthem. The court order stated that the centre has only said it is compulsory to sing national song and national anthem, but has not mentioned that the state anthem should only be sung after that. So, that said, in all government events, a state song can be sung first. Okay, so this is a huge update coming in, viewers. And I want to go across to my colleague Sharda. Madras High Court has now clarified that there is no bar on singing a Tamil anthem first at government functions in Tamil Nadu, stating a recent Union Home Ministry circular does not relegate the state song to a later position. Sharda.
Well, with the Tamil Nadu Assembly session going on, the resolution was passed by the current government saying that the Tamil Thai Varthu should be sung first before the national anthem and the national song Vande Mataram. Now, recently after the Vande Mataram bill was passed in the parliament, the state government had approached the Madras High Court seeking clarity, because every time there was a confusion during a governor event whether it would be the Tamil Thai Varthu or it would be the national song and national anthem. Recently, one of the graduation events had a confusion when Tamil Thai Varthu was not placed, and now the state government had moved the Madras High Court on this issue, where the government has made it very clear that there is no rule that Tamil Thai Varthu should be sung last, and that there is no particular rule as to which number in which the Tamil Thai Varthu should be sung, and it's clarified that it should be the state anthem that should be sung first before the Vande Mataram, the national song, as well as the national anthem. Even during the Independence Day, the state government followed the same model of having the Tamil Thai Varthu first, followed by the entire 6 stanzas of the national song Vande Mataram, and then the national anthem after the flag hoisting was done by the Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay.
That's right, Shraddha. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. I will be coming back to you. In fact, viewers, we're getting a lot of updates coming in. Vijay announces vehicle maintenance and assistance for all MLAs by the government. Big update. A car to be provided to all MLAs to do their constituency duty. Monthly vehicle allowance of 75,000 rupees will be provided to cover expenses, including driver, fuel, vehicle maintenance for the vehicle. A monthly allowance of 25,000 rupees will be provided to hire an assistant to assist in office work. Okay, so this allowance, which has been given to the MLAs. This is what we see right now. So this is coming from Tamil Nadu, where we see that the CM has announced car and allowances for all the MLAs. So back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. So to understand what is the logic behind this, let's go straight across to Shraddha. Yes, Shraddha, why has CM Vijay given such allowances to the MLAs there in Tamil Nadu?
Well, Shivangi, if you remember, with the finance budget going on, the Tamil Nadu state finance budget for the year 2026-27 was recently announced, and one of the MLAs during the budget session pointed out that he does not have a vehicle to go around his constituency, and now Vijay, under the Rule 110, have announced that every single MLA will get a car, a vehicle at the expense of the government, along with 1 lakh money, with 75,000 as maintenance and 25,000 for an assistance every month to take over the constituency work. He explained that every MLA should be accessible to the people and that this government will work for it. The question here now is, will the state government, which is already running in a debt of 10,000 crores, will it have sufficient money to spend on at least 234 vehicles that should be sent to every constituency for every MLA? While the ally parties have agreed for it, the DMK and the AIADMK stayed silent on this particular resolution that was passed by the Chief Minister today in the State Assembly. The question has now raised as to whether the finance budget, which says that there is not enough money, where does the money now come for all the MLAs for this particular transport that is going to be given at the state government expense? If you know that this state government expense is going to be taken from the tax money that the people are paying. So the question now rails whether will the state government be able to afford this?
Well, thank you, Shadna, for getting us all those details. So, viewers, you can clearly see that 75,000 rupees monthly allowance has been given for all the MLAs in Tamil Nadu by CM Vijay. All right, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking on Republic TV. And starting off with the other big story we have been trying to track all this while, trouble continues to mount for the rapist Tarun Tejpal. After he was sentenced to 10 years in jail by the Goa Bench of the Bombay High Court, the Goa government has now moved the top court seeking harsher punishment. The Goa government stated that Tejpal had abused his position of trust and authority. It also added that 10-year sentence is grossly disproportionate. More details in this next report as we tell you all about what's happening in this case.
The Goa government has moved the Supreme Court seeking the enhancement of rapist Tarun Tejpal's 10-year sentence. Following his conviction, Tejpal had approached the Supreme Court seeking suspension of the conviction order and time to challenge the verdict. But the latest move by the Goa government has put Tejpal under even more pressure. The Goa government has termed the sentence grossly disproportionate to the nature and the gravity of the offences. It further stated that the sentence is insufficient to the humiliation faced by the victim. The Goa government also emphasized that the accused had brazenly repeated the sexual assault and that Tejpal's conduct warrants maximum sentence. The government also added that a deterrent sentence is required to discourage the abuse of authority. Republic has also accessed a copy of the Goa government's plea. The document emphasizes on Tejpal's actions where he sexually assaulted the victim against her will despite protests. It further highlights that Tejpal repeated the action the very next day, demonstrating a total lack of remorse. The High Court had directed Tejpal to surrender within 4 weeks. The latest move by the Goa government intends to tighten the screws on the rapist, who has now even more trouble mounting against him.
And viewers, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking. Let's get started. And coming up on Bharat in 1 minute, an encounter took place between police and criminals in Ghaziabad, where two suspects who were habitual offenders were shot in their leg during their retaliatory firing. Police recovered weapons from the two suspects and an investigation on the incident is underway. Protests erupted at a college in Kerala after a student from Arunachal Pradesh committed suicide over the college's minimum credit requirements, year-back system and a high supplementary examination fee. A 3-page suicide note written in English and Hindi was recovered by the cops and an investigation on the incident is underway. A uniformed police constable was beaten in public in Agra after the cop is allegedly involved in the ongoing dispute with his wife. Now, the incident reportedly took place outside the railway station where more than half a dozen people attacked the cop. The attackers were believed to be members of his in-laws family, and the incident has gone viral on social media ever since. And we was a massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence. Says 10 years not enough. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
इतने पेमेंट ऐप्स पर सेफ कौन सा?
तो स्विच टू भीम, एकदम सेफ और भरोसेमंद। रिवॉर्ड्स भी मिलते रहते हैं। पाओ 20 रुपए का कैशबैक 20 रुपए से ज्यादा की पहली पेमेंट पर। भीम ऐप से करो पे।
इट्स माही वे।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। मसाला।
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. We can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
In the recent episode of Tantrums, U.S. President Donald Trump is openly frustrated with South Korea. The U.S. president has scaled down joint military drills with Seoul as a clear pressure tactic.
South Korea has been protected by us for many, many years. And during my first term, they agreed to pay close to $3 billion a year for protection because we don't, they essentially weren't paying. And I asked them to do that at my request. I said, not right. They weren't happy about it, but they agreed. I asked for $10 billion. And they were very unhappy. But we agreed for a short term that it would be $3 billion, and next year it would go up, and the next year it would go up, so they start paying for their protection. When I called recently the president of South Korea, who I think he's very nice actually, but I called him, I said, would you like to give us a little hand? We don't need help with Iran, but if you'd like, give us a hand with Iran. He said, no thanks. And I said, wait a minute, we have 39,000 soldiers over there guarding you from Kim Jong-un, your next door neighbor, and you're not...
Welcome back, viewers. We are live and breaking. Manipur's NRC demand has triggered fresh tension in Imphal, with protesters now confronting authorities over the ongoing census process. The JFD has been demanding that NRC updation be carried out before the census, citing concerns over demographic changes and illegal migration. Meanwhile, Manipur government spokesperson has said that the government itself is pursuing the NRC issue with the centre. Take a look.
Fresh tension erupted in Imphal East as JFD protesters gathered outside the Deputy Commissioner's office, objecting to the census training session conducted inside the DC campus. 4 representatives of the protesters entered the office to meet the Imphal East DC and raise their concerns over the ongoing exercise. But the situation escalated outside the DC office. Protesters prepared to prevent people from entering the DC campus for the training. During the confrontation, several protesters were injured while attempting to enter the DC office premises. Meanwhile, the government's position on the matter has become significant. Manipur government spokesperson Sapam Ranjan Singh says demographic changes and illegal immigration remain key concerns for Manipur, while the JFD is demanding that the NRC process precede the census.
I would like to put on record that the government has been very, very serious about the NRC and the census, and the concern is more of the demographic changes, the demographic imbalance that is in our state, and also the issue of illegal migrants that has been the most concern by the Manipuris.
The Manipur government has maintained that it is pursuing NRC updation with the centre, while a delegation of MLAs is expected to press the union government on the demand. However, protesters fear that moving ahead with the census without first addressing their concerns over citizenship and migration could undermine the exercise. For now, the NRC census dispute has spilled onto the streets, with 5 protesters injured and hospitalized, while tensions continuing outside government offices in Imphal.
As NTA overhauls brings 4-tier paper checking, removal of 600 experts, and CISF secured premises. Stay tuned, we're live in breaking.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
जरा सोच के देखिए, आपके पास कुछ ऐसा है जो आपकी दुनिया बदल सकता है। जानते हैं क्या? आपका अपना सोना। सोना क्या नहीं कर सकता? सोना आपको अपने सपनों का घर दिला सकता है, आपके बच्चों का भविष्य बना सकता है। सोना आपकी हर इच्छा पूरी कर सकता है। तो भारत की सबसे बड़ी गोल्ड लोन NBFC मुथूट फाइनेंस से गोल्ड लोन लीजिए और फिर देखिए सोना क्या नहीं कर सकता। मुथूट फाइनेंस, जहां विश्वास ही परंपरा है। कॉल कीजिए 1-800-313-1212।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो 3 साल पहले फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर के मैसेजेस मेरे पास आ रहे हैं। हेड ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस सिस्टम, सीनियर जुडिशरी, सारों के सारे रिवोल्ट कर रहे हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहे हैं हमें। तो जो कंट्रोल का सिस्टम था एक तरफ से, वो कोलैप्स कर रहा है अंदर से, क्योंकि लोगों को दिख रहा है कि जनता का
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Viewers, top headlines. Anti-Corruption Bureau arrests former Delhi Minister, Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendra Jain in connection with the Delhi job board scam. Satyendra Jain to be produced before the special court today. Massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence. Says 10 years not enough. Seeks maximum sentence for 2013 rape case. NTA overhaul brings 4-tier paper checking, removal of 600 experts, and CISF secured premises. Republic exposes serious lapses in food quality in major food chains. Warehouses, canteens across Mumbai, Bengaluru, Ahmedabad, Mathura. Big focus on food safety. Another custodial death in Tamil Nadu. Temple priest dies after alleged assault in police custody. Yes, Let's move ahead, viewers, to the big update that we're getting for you right now. Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Delhi Foreign Minister Satyendra Jain has been arrested by the anti-corruption branch as the main accused in the major corruption case involving alleged large-scale irregularities and manipulation of Delhi Jal Board sewage treatment plant. And this is a huge update coming in, viewers, because this is Satyendra Jain being arrested in this big corruption case. The ACB has also arrested 5 others in connection with the case, which alleges tender conditions were rigged to favor a particular company, leading to criminal conspiracy and substantial loss to the government exchequer. Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain will be produced before a special MP-MLA court today. So that is going to happen today itself after he was arrested by the Delhi anti-corruption branch in the alleged Delhi Jal Board corruption case. The ACB is probing alleged irregularities in the tendering process for sewage treatment projects, with Jain among 6 people arrested in the case.
देखिए, सत्येंद्र जैन जी पंजाब के को इंचार्ज हैं और चुनाव आने वाले हैं और बीजेपी ने अपना पैटर्न फिर से शुरू कर दिया है। लोग अब इन बातों को समझते हैं और कोई भी नहीं मानता जो सत्येंद्र जैन जी के खिलाफ ये झूठे मुकदमे कर रहे हैं। पहले भी इन्होंने सत्येंद्र जैन जी को झूठे केस में जेल में डाला था और जिस टाइम वो जेल में थे तब का ये घोटाला तथा कथित घोटाला बताया जा रहा है। और उस टाइम बीजेपी ट्वीट करके क्या कह रही थी, आपके देखिए, कह रही है राघव चड्ढा ने राजेंद्र नगर की कुर्सी पर बैठ जल बोर्ड का घोटाले को दिया अंजाम। तो अब किया उन्होंने राघव चड्ढा से कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन, किया उन्होंने राघव चड्ढा को अरेस्ट। हम लोग बीजेपी के फर्जी केसेस से डरने वाले नहीं हैं। बीजेपी तो पहले भी हमारे कितने नेताओं को फर्जी केसेस में जेल डालकर फिर हमें कोर्ट से क्लीन चिट मिली, कोर्ट ने हमें डिस्चार्ज तक दे दिया कि ये केस तो चलाने योग्य भी नहीं है। इस बार भी ऐसा होगा। क्या इनको लगता है कि लोग इनकी बात मानेंगे? ऐसे युवा इनसे नाराज है आज। क्या युवा इनसे इन बातों से जुड़ेगा? चंदा चोरी की इन्होंने लोगों की आस्था के साथ खेला। क्या लोग इन बातों को भूल जाएंगे? ऐसा नहीं होने वाला। मोदी जी को गवर्नेंस पे लड़ाई करनी चाहिए, हेल्थ केयर एजुकेशन पे लड़ाई करनी चाहिए। और अगर सच में एसीबी को और भाजपा को करप्शन पे एक्शन लेना है ना, तो रेखा गुप्ता के यहाँ चले जाएं, उनको और उनकी पूरी कैबिनेट को अरेस्ट कर लें। उन्होंने अभी 18 महीने की सरकार के अंदर करोड़ों का राइस घोटाला किया। उन्होंने अभी 18 महीने के अंदर 700 करोड़ का मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट स्कैम किया। उन्होंने अभी 90 करोड़ का साइकिल घोटाला किया, जहां आपने देखा होगा हमारे विधायक भी 4,000 की साइकिल जो थी वो 7200 की रेखा गुप्ता सरकार ने खरीदी और हमारे विधायकों ने ये दिखाया। तो अगर बीजेपी को ये सच में करप्शन के ऊपर एक्शन लेना है तो इन घोटालों की जांच करें, रेखा गुप्ता को अरेस्ट करें।
देखिए, अगर पूरे उस मामले को ध्यान से देखा जाए तो ये सही दिखाई देता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के समय में दिल्ली की सरकार में सत्ता के संरक्षण में भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल विकसित किया गया, जिसमें राजनेता, अधिकारी, उसके अंदर ठेकेदार और तमाम अन्य लोग थे जिनको उससे लाभ पहुंचा। सत्येंद्र जैन की गिरफ्तारी के बाद ये जो गठजोड़ है वो अब उसका पर्दाफाश हो गया है। और अरविंद केजरीवाल जो ईमानदारी का नारा देकर के सत्ता में आए थे, इस झूठे नैरेटिव को वो हमेशा उन्होंने दिल्ली को इस झूठे नैरेटिव के कारण से बर्बाद किया है। फिर चाहे वो शराब घोटाला हो, शिक्षा का घोटाला हो या अन्य घोटाले हो, और अब ये दिल्ली जल बोर्ड का घोटाला सामने आया है। तो कहीं ना कहीं अरविंद केजरीवाल को दिल्ली जनता को इसका जवाब देना चाहिए कि जिस ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट लेकर के वो राजनीति में आए थे, 10 साल में दिल्ली को उन्होंने क्या दिया। और यदि ये जल बोर्ड का घोटाला ना होता तो आज यमुना का पानी पूरी तरीके से साफ हो गया था, एसटीपी लगे ही नहीं। और जो मनी ट्रेल को यदि देखा जाएगा तो साफ दिखाई देता है।
यमुना को लेकर तो खुद अरविंद केजरीवाल ने भी, आम आदमी पार्टी ने बड़े दावे किए थे, और उसी यमुना से जुड़े हुए टेंडर, सीवेज एसटीपी का टेंडर था, उसमें घोटाले की बात आ रही है। इसीलिए मैंने कहा ये भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल अरविंद केजरीवाल ने दिल्ली में विकसित किया, और उस मॉडल की आड़ में जो कुछ उन्होंने दिल्ली के साथ में किया, एक एक करके घोटालों का सच दिल्ली की जनता के सामने आ रहा है। फिर अब जब एसीबी ने पूरी जांच के बाद में ये कार्रवाई की है
तो आप समझ लीजिए कि चाहे वो राजनेता हो, चाहे अधिकारी हो, या ठेकेदार हो, या कोई भी हो, वो बचेगा नहीं। कानून अपना काम करेगा और कड़ी से कड़ी सजा ऐसे लोगों को मिलेगी।
आम आदमी पार्टी सर इसमें ये कह रही है कि जिस समय ये घोटाले की बात कही जा रही है उस समय सत्येंद्र जैन जेल में थे और ये रेड और गिरफ्तारी सिर्फ इसलिए हो रही है क्योंकि पंजाब में चुनाव आने वाला है।
वो बिल्कुल झूठ बोलते हैं। ये मामला 7 अक्टूबर 2021 से शुरू हुआ। सत्येंद्र जैन 2022 में जेल में थे, तो उससे जेल में जाने से पहले ये सारा का सारा काम वो कर चुके थे। तो इसलिए ये कहना कि पंजाब के चुनाव की वजह से गिरफ्तारी की गई, ये बिल्कुल असत्य है। और अरविंद केजरीवाल ने पहली बार ये नहीं कहा है। जब भी उनका नेता कोई गिरफ्तार होता है या कोई कार्रवाई होती है तो छूटते ही वो ये कहते हैं कि फलानी जगह पर ये उसका ठीकरा वो दूसरे लोगों के सिर फोड़ना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि बिल्कुल गलत है और उनकी बात में कोई दम नहीं है।
All right, let's go across to my colleagues who are joining us right now. We are being joined by Atul and Saurabh joining us live. Yes, let's go first straight across to Atul who's joining us. Atul, this is not the first time that Satyendra Jain has been arrested. This is the second time that Satyendra Jain has been arrested. Yes, Atul.
Well, this particular case was registered by the Anti-Corruption Bureau in 2024, and now this is the first time when they have arrested 6 persons, including Satyendra Jain, who is the former Delhi Jal Board minister, and a former IAS officer Udit. There are certain kinds of allegations that a private firm transferred a sum of rupees 1.52 crore rupees to the amount of this IAS officer, and this money was used in purchasing a property. Apart from this, there are certain kinds of allegations against Mr. Jain that he was favoring two particular firms so that they could get the tenders, and therefore he was allegedly taking bribes. Based on these allegations, the Vigilance Department lodged a complaint with the Anti-Corruption Bureau and they registered an FIR. The investigation was going on and they have arrested 6 persons. There are possibilities that they will be produced before Rouse Avenue Court post lunch, and the Anti-Corruption Bureau will seek custodial remands of them, maybe of 15 days or maybe of 10 days.
That's right. Okay, let's go to my colleague Saurabh to understand what is ACB really saying. ACB, take our viewers through the allegations of corruption. It's quite vast.
Sure, Shivangi, the anti-corruption branch has alleged that this pilot study was not conducted before issuing the tenders to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited in this case. And apart from this, there is another pointer that kickbacks and commissions were taken by the public servants and the other officials in this case from the intermediaries of the Eurotech Environment Private Limited, which are AN Enterprises and the Srijan Ahar Enterprises. These two companies are the intermediaries of the Eurotech Environment Private Limited, who finally got the tender for revamping and upgradation of the 4 STPs situated in the national capital and operated by the Delhi Jal Board. And these two firms which we are talking about, these firms have made a financial transaction in the account of the then Delhi Jal Board CEO Udit Prakash Rai, and now the Delhi Jal Board CEO has also been arrested by the anti-corruption branch in this regard. And apart from this, the communications were also seized. Electronic evidence of the communications between the private entities and the public servants were also seized by the anti-corruption branch.
Absolutely, in which Saurabh. Hold on for a second, Saurabh. And Atul, hold on for a second. I'm being joined by Sarthak from the Rouse Avenue Court, because we understand Satyendra Jain will be produced at a special court for MP MLAs. So let's go straight across to my colleague Sarthak. Sarthak, when will that happen?
Well, Shivangi, Satyendra Jain, along with 5 other accused who have been taken into custody by ACB, by Anti-Corruption Branch of Delhi Police, will be produced in Rouse Avenue Court, in the special MP MLA court today. It is likely that they will be produced before the judge post lunch, where we are outside Rouse Avenue Court right now. As you can see, that's the gate behind. He is expected to be entering from gate number 4 or gate number 5, which is right behind me. There is heavy barricading of security over there, and he is likely to be produced in the court post lunch, where anti-corruption branch of Delhi Police is likely to, ask for at least 10 days of police custody, where he can be questioned about the entire money laundering, where he can be questioned about the 1.52 crores rupees of money laundering that was done in favor of a specific company which goes by the name Eurotech Environment Private Limited. ACB is likely to allege that these funds were used. To favor this particular company. Some intermediary companies was also used to transfer funds to accounts linked to former Delhi Jal Board Chief Executive Officer who goes by the name Udit Prakash Rai and his relatives. These accounts were linked to them, and the entire tender policy was changed during the time when Satyendra Jain was the Delhi Water Minister here in New Delhi, and he's likely to be produced along with 5 other accused, which goes by the name Ankit Srivastav, Nagendra Yadav, Rajkumar Kura, Pankaj Verma, Udit Prakash Rai and Satyendra Jain himself. They will be produced in the court post-lunch in the Rouse Avenue court, and the Delhi police is likely to take him into custody or demand his custody for at least 10 days. It could go up to 15 days as well, which is the maximum time for a person can stay under police custody, and therefore we are tracking this case. He is likely to be produced post-lunch, which is an important thing, and police can take him into custody for at least 10 days. Shivangi.
That's right. Okay, so let's go back to all our colleagues. We have Atul, Saurabh, and we have Sarthak. I want to go back to Atul. Atul is at the ACB office. Atul, we will also talk a little bit more about the allegations, because these allegations of corruption are not the first allegations that Satyendra Jain and the Aam Aadmi Party is facing. We have seen Aam Aadmi Party leaders face allegations. Some of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have also served jail time multiple times, including Satyendra Jain.
Well, I would like to say one thing, that the Anti-Corruption Bureau, during this course of investigation of more than 1 year, they have collected electronic evidence, because when I was speaking to one of my sources, he particularly told me that they have come across an electronic evidence which established that a sum of rupees 1.52 crore rupees was given to the former IAS officer, and he purchased a property with that money. So that was the proceeds of crime. No doubt there was the reason he was placed under arrest. As far as Mr. Jain is concerned, he was holding the charge of minister, and he was flouting rules. He was favoring 2 particular firms so that they could get the tenders, and therefore he was allegedly taking money from them. As of now, the Anti-Corruption Bureau is recording their statement, and they are maybe preparing the remand sheet so that they could be it could be given to the district judge, and then it will be sent to the special MP MLA court. There are possibilities that they will seek a remand of around 15 days of all these 6 accused.
That's right. Well, thank you for getting us all those details. Well, thank you, all my colleagues. We have Atul, we have Saurabh from ACB office, and we also have Sarthak, who is at the Rouse Avenue court, where Satyendra Jain will be produced later on. We're getting some more breaking news coming in, viewers. A major fake drug racket was busted in a district near Bengaluru. This is the Ramanagara district, and this is by the ED. In fact, the enforcement wing of Karnataka's Food Safety and Drug Administration officials raided an unlicensed premises where counterfeit medicines were being repacked and relabeled with the names and logos of multinational pharmaceutical companies. Medicines worth over rupees 5 crore were seized. The operation raised serious concerns about counterfeit drugs potentially entering the supply chain, including possible hospital ICU use in some reports. Investigations into the source of the drugs distribution network and those involved are ongoing. So once again, we see, viewers, back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. There's a fake medicine racket which has been busted. A huge update. This is a massive update. A raid by the enforcement wing of the Food Safety and Drug Administration has unearthed a major counterfeit medicine racket operating southwest of Bengaluru. All right, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. Republic Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami highlights India's food safety crisis, and the Maharashtra FDA Commissioner Tukaram Munde's crackdown. And since taking charge, Munde has led over 1,100 surprise inspections across the state, seizing contraband worth more than rupees 50 crore, including fake oil, synthetic dairy products, and banned gutka. Raids have targeted restaurants, ghost kitchens, and quick commerce platforms like Blinkit, Zepto, and Instamart. Notices have even reached the Bombay High Court, canteen, and Bollywood celebrities promoting pan masala arnabasks via big food and beauty companies, risking the health of millions of Indian consumers. Listen in.
I must say that I've become a fan of this dynamic IAS officer, 2005 cadre officer. Tukaram Munde is an incredible guy, and he's taken on the whole system. He's exposing something that we all suspected, but nobody dared to do anything about. Who's Tukaram Munde? I can tell you Tukaram Munde is a person who's known to be incredibly honest. He's been posted many times like all honest IAS officers. He's a man on a mission, currently posted as commissioner of the FDA, ladies and gentlemen, in Maharashtra. Now, in that role, he has to look at, by the way, he's been transferred 25 times in his career. In that role, he has to look at food safety standards, among other things, in Maharashtra. And there is a big drive that has happened in Maharashtra, ladies and gentlemen, and nobody has been spared. Today, following what Tukaram Munde has done, there are raids going across in food outlets all across the country. And no, it's not just local dhaba, but so-called branded fast food joints. Ladies and gentlemen, Domino's, KFC, Pizza Hut, McDonald's, Subway, Burger King, Starbucks, Mongini's, all of these, ladies and gentlemen, have faced some kind of action or the other. Several establishments have had their licenses suspended. 4 Domino's outlets have been suspended in one announcement. This is by the Maharashtra FDA. And the question that I have is, if Domino's is a problem in Maharashtra, are you sure that Domino's is okay in Delhi? Are you sure that Domino's is okay in Guwahati? Ladies and gentlemen, what these officials have done is they've gone into the kitchens, they've looked at the safety standards, they looked at the nature of storage, they've looked at the food safety, they've looked at the way in which the items are stored before they are served. So what happens? You get a pizza or you get a burger, but you don't know what's gone into the lettuce or where the pizza has been made. This is not limited to Maharashtra, though what has happened now is a bigger issue. In Ghaziabad, Uttar Pradesh, there has been hundreds of kilograms of unsafe paneer and khoya which have been found. There is this phenomenon of analog paneer. In Mumbai, expired food products have been found. In Vileparle, Mumbai, a Domino's outlet operated by the company called Jubilant Foodworks was in a dilapidated condition with serious hygiene failures. In Pune, Maharashtra, a Burger King outlet was found operating with very low hygiene standards. In Thane, Maharashtra, inside a Blinkit outlet, rats were found. Stale chicken was found being used at a KFC outlet in Mangaluru in Karnataka. In Hoskote in Karnataka, food items at an establishment were found heavily infested with rats. In Bengaluru, Karnataka, an Indira canteen was raided and the conditions were found to be absolutely terrible. So this is happening all over: adulterated ghee, fake paneer, dirty establishments. And if you think this is only the restaurants, you're wrong. In Karnataka, 5-star hotels were raided. The Lalit Ashok, 32 liters of expired milk, 76 kilograms of meat and 200 kilograms of vegetables were seized. In Shangri-La Hotel in Bengaluru, 15 kilograms of meat was seized. At Four Seasons Hotel in Bengaluru, 19 kilograms of meat was seized. At Vivanta in Bengaluru, 3 kilograms of expired bakery products were seized. At the Radisson Blu in Bengaluru, 50 kilograms of chicken, meat, fish, vegetables were seized. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's not only the restaurants or the fast food joints where this is happening. The other part is, we are beginning to realize that some food is being allowed in India which is not allowed anywhere else in the world because it's seen to be carcinogenic, because it's seen to be genotoxic. For example, titanium dioxide, which makes candles, gum, frostings and powdered drinks. It makes them look brighter. In America, it's not allowed. In European Union, it's not allowed. But in India, there is a sense of uncertainty over whether it's allowed or not allowed. Synthetic dyes, which are used to color food, sunset yellow, Allura red, right? This is not allowed in the European Union, but India permits these colors under FSSAI limits. Why do we allow this? Because we are then compromising the lives and the health of Indians and especially Indian children. Why are Indian children allowed to have food which contains synthetic dyes which are considered poisonous and genotoxic and toxic and carcinogenic elsewhere in the world? Even chewing gum, ladies and gentlemen, if you analyze the chewing gum which children in India and others also use, it contains items such as titanium dioxide, Poncio 4R, erythrocene, and other such additives which are permitted in Indian rules but are not allowed in the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, nobody has been spared. Dabur has managed to get a stay on those who were questioning Dabur honey, for example, and Dabur has got a stay. But Dabur should do more than just get a stay. Dabur must explain to the people of India, by the way, Dabur, I have a piece of advice for you. One thing is to hire lawyers and get a stay. The other is to make people believe that your honey is 100% pure. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I really think companies like Dabur should also send their representatives, talk about it. Giving one-line statements as they are doing with the corporate media is not an answer. So Dabur and others, all of those against whom questions have been raised, Domino's, KFC, McDonald's, all of these companies are now in a sense of shock. It is one thing to say that Tukaram Munde is a dangerous man and has to be stopped. And I know somebody's put a 5 lakh rupee fine on him, I think one of the courts. The more difficult question to answer is, why are the list of additives used in Indian processed foods allowed? Are all the sorptrates, all the emulsifiers, all the calcium proportionates, all the acetic acid, all the colors, all the preservatives, and all the palm oil and all the modified fats which are being put into food items, packaged food items, are they to be allowed in India? And therefore, I believe the central government must stop looking the other way and stop just celebrating Tukaram Munde. What is Chirag Paswan doing? What is the food minister doing? And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, there is a food alert. I'm only telling you about it. The questions we must ask and we must aggressively ask is, why does it take a Tukaram Munde for the law to actually work in India? If Domino's is doing good abroad, why is it compromising Indians? If Domino's is bad in one part of India, are you sure it is good in another part of India? Why are chemicals like titanium dioxide, which are known to be carcinogenic, allowed in India but not allowed abroad? Why do these global companies continue to produce two types of products, one for India and one for the rest of the world? This is also true. You will also see, ladies and gentlemen, if you use Ayurvedic products, there are two kinds of Ayurvedic products. The same ashwagandha that you will be buying for the Indian market will be produced at a higher cost for the global market. Because in India, certain additives are allowed in the ashwagandha. But is the health of people buying it abroad more important? And there's a price difference. We must protest against this. Ladies and gentlemen, if we allow different food standards for Indians and different food standards for Europeans, are we assuming that the lives of Indians don't matter? And when will we say that let's stop getting greedy, especially food companies, let's stop getting greedy, let's be answerable to the people of India. As of now, I'll wrap this up by saying we should all be grateful to Tukaram Munde. You can call him activist, you can call him aggressive. Some may say he's going OTT over the top, but he's not. He has blown the lid off what is potentially one of the worst scandals and scams in India, which is yet to be uncovered.
And we were taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. NTA overhaul brings 4-tier paper checking, removal of 600 experts in CISF secured premises. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
And coming up on Bharat in 1 minute, an encounter took place between police and criminals in Ghaziabad, where two suspects who were habitual offenders were shot in their leg during their retaliatory firing. Police recovered weapons from the two suspects and an investigation on the incident is underway. Protests erupted at a college in Kerala after a student from Arunachal Pradesh committed suicide over the college's minimum credit requirements, year-back system and a high supplementary examination fee. A 3-page suicide note written in English and Hindi was recovered by the cops and an investigation on the incident is underway. A uniformed police constable was beaten in public in Agra after the cop is allegedly involved in the ongoing dispute with his wife. Now, the incident reportedly took place outside the railway station where more than half a dozen people attacked the cop. The attackers were believed to be members of his in-laws family, and the incident has gone viral on social media ever since.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो 3 साल पहले फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर के मैसेजेस मेरे पास आ रहे हैं। हेड ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस सिस्टम, सीनियर जुडिशरी, सारों के सारे रिवोल्ट कर रहे हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहे हैं हमें। तो जो कंट्रोल का सिस्टम था एक तरफ से, वो कोलैप्स कर रहा है अंदर से, क्योंकि लोगों को दिख रहा है कि जनता का प्रेशर अब ऐसा भयंकर आएगा, अगर हम इस रास्ते पे चलते गए तो हमारे लिए रिस्क हो जाएगा। आप क्या सोचते हो अगर जनता को
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, welcome to Live and Breaking with me, Tarun Tejpal on Republic. Here we get you all the top headlines for the day.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Anti-Corruption Bureau arrests former Delhi Minister AAP leader Satyendra Jain in connection to Delhi Jal Board scam. Satyendra Jain to be produced before a special court today. Massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. The Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence. Says 10 years not enough. Seeks maximum sentence for the 2013 rape case. NTA overall brings 4-tier paper checking, removal of 600 experts and CISF secured premises. Republic exposes serious lapses in food quality in major food chains, warehouses, canteens across Mumbai, Bengaluru, Ahmedabad and Mathura. Big focus on food safety. Another custodial death in Tamil Nadu. Temple priest dies after alleged assault in police custody. At least 9 killed, 6 injured after fire breaks out at a hotel in Kolkata. Bangladeshi nationals among the ones who are dead. Viewers, welcome to Live and Breaking. We start with an unfortunate news today. At least 9 people, including a child, were killed. This after a massive fire broke out in a hotel in Kolkata. Now, the blaze erupted around 2 a.m. on Free School Street near the New Market, one of the city's busiest and most densely populated areas, trapping several guests inside the building and triggering a major rescue operation. According to the fire department, Bangladeshi nationals were among those who died in the blaze. Now, they traveled to Kolkata for medical treatment. Preliminary investigations found that the hotel lacked basic fire safety measures. The FSL team currently at the spot gives you more details. Now, this is the massive fire. If you look at the visuals on your screen, that's where the venue is. That's the hotel outside, exactly outside the hotel where the fire broke out. The fire broke out late night. Some 9 people have actually died, unfortunately. We hear that there are Bangladeshi nationals as well among those that have died. They had come to Kolkata for medical treatment here. A major rescue operation currently is underway. This is exactly happened on Free School Street, which is near the main New Market, which is a very busy city area and a very densely populated area. Now, we've got reactions coming in there. Have a look, viewers.
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री से बात होगा उसके बाद हम लोग सोच रहे एक टीम बनाएंगे जिसमें केएमसी पुलिस फायर ब्रिगेड हमारे यूडीए में दफ्तर रहेंगे और ऐसा होटल जो लोग चला रहे हैं ट्रेड लाइसेंस है कि नहीं फायर लाइसेंस है कि नहीं एक ही बिल्डिंग 3 तला बिल्डिंग 10 तो होटल चल रहे हैं छोटा रूम्स 10 तो रूम ये सो नहीं चल सकता है मरने वाले बांग्लादेशी बताए जा रहे हैं नहीं अभी तक वो पुलिस देख रहे बांग्लादेशी है ना भारतीय है पुलिस देखकर बताएंगे एक्शन लिया जाएगा मैम ऐसी घटनाएं आगे ना हो डेफिनेटली एक्शन लिया जाएगा सीएम आएंगे यहाँ पे सीएम से बातचीत नहीं सीएम से अभी तक बातचीत नहीं हुआ है लेकिन सीएम से बात करके हम लोग एक कंपनसेशन देंगे मैम जो देखिए पूरा सीएम से बात करके सरकार ये घोषणा करेंगे
अभी सिचुएशन तो आप जानते हैं 9 लोगों का मृत्यु हो गया तो बाकी 80 लोगों को हमारा डिपार्टमेंट वाला जो ऑफिसर है फायर फाइटर है उन्होंने बचा लिया और वो आसपास में वो जो रेस्क्यू सेंटर हुआ उधर है अभी तक एकदम ठोस कानून सामने नहीं आया फॉरेंसिक होने के बाद ही हो सकता है वो
All right, here's some breaking news coming in here. We have an incident that's broken down in Ludhiana. Now, in a Ludhiana pizza outlet, 3 shots have been fired in 3 seconds. A gang claims responsibility on the shooting. A late-night shooting incident basically broke out at a pizza outlet in Ludhiana's upscale Bhai Rajinder Singh Nagar area. It sparked massive panic in their locality. Now, the attackers, we hear, entered the shop. They entered the shop, fired 3 consecutive shots within a span of just 3 seconds and fled the scene. The entire incident was captured on CCTV cameras. Based on the footage, the police are now working to identify and apprehend the attackers. Now, the case took a new turn when an Instagram page named Gopi Lahoria Group posted a claim of responsibility for the shooting. Now, the post also contained threatening language directed at the outlet. Following this social media post, the police cyber cell has swung into action. Investigations are trying to determine whether the Instagram account claiming responsibility is genuinely linked to a gang or is it just a fake account created by miscreants to spread panic. Now, the police are verifying the authenticity of the social media post and analyzing technical details regarding the account. Both the CCTV footage and the social media post are considered crucial elements of the investigation. You'll see there on your screens, we've got CCTV footage from inside the pizza outlet. We yet don't know what exactly was the pizza outlet's name. You see 3 assailants who entered the pizza outlet. I don't know if we have shots of, if we have a footage of the shots actually being fired, but what we hear from reports, what we get from reports is that 3 shots were fired within a shot span of 3 seconds. If you've just seen on your screens, there you see the shooting happening. They are shooting right there at the Pizza Outlet's kitchen. You see there's a particular guest as well, and now you see the victims actually running out, and they've apparently fled. They came on a bike. All of them 3 were bike-borne. Now, what we know, it's a Splendor motorcycle. They were masked. We don't yet know what their exact identity. And we've got Lalit, who's joining us on the phone here. Lalit, do we still know whether we hear that there's been a social media post claiming responsibility for the incident by this gang? What do we know more about this? Do we know any reports whether this post is genuine? Who is this gang? Who are these members? Why has this incident happened? What did they have against this particular pizza outlet?
Well, if we talk about this whole episode, right now the police is investigating this whole matter. But yes, now the CCTV footage, it could be clearly seen that within 3 seconds, 3 gunshots were being fired in a posh area in Ludhiana. If we talk about the post which has been posted on social media, the responsibility has been taken up by Gopi Lahoria from Mexico. But if we talk about the authenticity of this post, right now police is investigating the matter. Apart from that, about the firing incident also, police is also trying to nab the alleged person who has shot this gunfire shots in the pizza shop in Ludhiana. So right now, the police investigation is on, and police is trying to track out the person behind it. Back to the studio.
All right. There we see, you've got details from Lalit here when we have a social media post that's gone viral. There's this particular gang who's taken responsibility. Apparently this was against the Pizza Hut, the Pizza Outlet owner, who you see there sitting on the counter. The counter, we've got it a little cut off, but you see there, exactly there on your screens, you see those 3 shots fired at the pizza counter. What we hear is that the owner was sitting at the counter and they immediately fled after the 3 shots that were fired. All right, moving on to our next particular story. Breaking news again that we've been following since yesterday regarding AAP leader and former Delhi Water Minister Satendra Jain. Now, he's been arrested by the anti-corruption branch as the main accused in a major corruption case. Now, this case involves large-scale irregularities and manipulation of Delhi Jal Board sewage treatment plant upgradation tenders. The ACB has also arrested 5 others in connection with the case, which alleges that tender conditions were rigged to favor a particular company. Now, we will establish the name of the company as well. Now, this leads to criminal conspiracy is what's been alleged, and it's been alleged that it caused subsequent loss to the government exchequer. Now, AAP leader, former Delhi Minister Satendra Jain, set to be produced before a special MP-MLA court today after being arrested by the Delhi Anti-Corruption Bench in the alleged Delhi Jal Board corruption case. Now, the ACB is probing alleged irregularities in the tendering process for sewage treatment plants, with Jain among 6 people arrested in the case. Now, he's to be produced before a court today. Now, remember, this stems from the FIR, which was initially, in fact, lodged by the Delhi Vigilance Commission, dating back to November 2024. And we've got reactions coming in on your screen on Satendra Jain being arrested in the Delhi Jal Board scam.
आम आदमी पार्टी की तत्कालीन सरकार ने ये अपने पूरे कार्यकाल में दिखा दिया कि उनकी पूरी की पूरी नीयत केवल अपने प्रचार प्रसार और भ्रष्टाचार की थी। आपने देखा होगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार के पूरे कार्यकाल में एक भी एसटीपी प्लांट दिल्ली में नहीं लगा, और जो पब्लिक का पैसा था, जहां पर जल भराव से दिल्ली को बचाना चाहिए था उस पैसे का इस्तेमाल कर कर, जहां पर एसटीपी प्लांट्स लगाकर दिल्ली में सुएज ट्रीटमेंट के और प्रावधान करे जाने चाहिए थे, जहां पर यह सुनिश्चित करा जाना चाहिए था कि यमुना जी और मलिन ना हो बल्कि और स्वच्छ हो। ये पूरा का पूरा पब्लिक मनी स्कैम के माध्यम से तत्कालीन आम आदमी पार्टी और आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं ने खुर्द बुर्द कर दिया। आज जब इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज ने सत्येंद्र जैन जी और उनके साथ 4 और अभियुक्तों को अरेस्ट करा है तो दिल्ली की जनता को न्याय मिलेगा। ये एक बार पुनः एक आशा की किरण जनता के जहन में जरूर जगी है। लेकिन इस पे मैं और टिप्पणी इसलिए नहीं करूंगी बिकॉज द लॉ विल डेफिनेटली टेक इट्स ओन कोर्स हेंसफॉर्थ।
देखिए, अगर पूरे उस मामले को ध्यान से देखा जाए तो ये सही दिखाई देता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के समय में दिल्ली की सरकार में सत्ता के संरक्षण में भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल विकसित किया गया, जिसमें राजनेता, अधिकारी, उसके अंदर ठेकेदार और तमाम अन्य लोग थे जिनको उससे लाभ पहुंचा। सत्येंद्र जैन की गिरफ्तारी के बाद ये जो गठजोड़ है वो अब उसका पर्दाफाश हो गया है और अरविंद केजरीवाल जो ईमानदारी का नारा देकर के सत्ता में आए थे, इस झूठे नैरेटिव को वो हमेशा उन्होंने दिल्ली को इस झूठे नैरेटिव के कारण से बर्बाद किया है। फिर चाहे वो शराब घोटाला हो, शिक्षा का घोटाला हो या अन्य घोटाले हो, और अब ये दिल्ली जल बोर्ड का घोटाला सामने आया है। तो कहीं ना कहीं अरविंद केजरीवाल को दिल्ली की जनता को इसका जवाब देना चाहिए कि जिस ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट लेकर के वो राजनीति में आए थे, 10 साल में दिल्ली को उन्होंने क्या दिया। और यदि ये जल बोर्ड का घोटाला ना होता तो आज यमुना का पानी पूरी तरीके से साफ हो गया था, एसटीपी लगे ही नहीं। और जो मनी ट्रेल को यदि देखा जाएगा तो साफ दिखाई देता है।
यमुना को लेकर तो खुद अरविंद केजरीवाल ने भी, आम आदमी पार्टी ने बड़े दावे किए थे और उसी यमुना से जुड़े हुए टेंडर, सीवेज एसटीपीज का टेंडर था, उसमें घोटाले की बात आ रही है।
इसीलिए मैंने कहा ये भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल अरविंद केजरीवाल ने दिल्ली में विकसित किया और उस मॉडल की आड़ में जो कुछ उन्होंने दिल्ली के साथ में किया, एक एक करके घोटालों का सच दिल्ली की जनता के सामने आ रहा है। फिर
मैं यही हूँ, आप बोलना स्टार्ट करो, बोलो।
इस वक्त हम एसीबी दफ्तर के ठीक बाहर मौजूद हैं और आप सामने देख सकते हैं कि सत्येंद्र जैन और गिरफ्तार तमाम आरोपियों को एसीबी दफ्तर से बाहर निकाला गया, जहां
जो 5 आरोपी हैं अभी सबको बस में बिठाया गया है। आपको यहाँ पर नजर आएगी 2 गाड़ियों का काफिला उनके आगे करता हो जाएगा। बाकी के 5 आरोपियों को
जल्दी जा, कहाँ जा, कहाँ पे और अब मेडिकल के बाद कोर्ट में पेश करने की तैयारी है। कैमरामैन कुछ चलो मैडम, रोल है। सत्येंद्र जैन विजुअल बनाना है, चलो कहाँ हो?
मैं यही हूँ, आप बोलना स्टार्ट करो, बोलो।
इस वक्त हम एसीबी दफ्तर के ठीक
and this 5 other people who are arrested by the anti-corruption branch in this regard are being taken for the medical examination according to the sources, and as you can see they are taking all the 6 accused in the corruption case to the medical examination, and following that only they will be produced before the Rouse Avenue Court today, and it will be a special court of special MPMLA court, and they all will be produced there. It is a case which pertains to year 2022 when this corruption scandal happened, and this corruption scandal is a total of 17 crore rupees in which they have taken a kickback payments from the firms who were awarded the tender. I want to tell our viewers the name of the firms are Eurotech Environment Private Limited, and the other name is AN Enterprise, and these are the visuals as you can see on Republic's camera. For the first time, Satyendra Jain is sitting in the police van and they are heading towards the nearby hospital for the medical examination. Republic is showing you the live visuals. We are following the police van which are taking all the 6 accused to the hospital, and after that only they will be taken to the Rouse Avenue Court so that they can be produced before a magistrate. And these are the live visuals which we are showing you first on Republic, and they are accused of a major scandal of a floating tender by the DJB. Kickback payments were received by them, and I am showing you the live visuals. They have taken rupees 17 crore rupees as kickback payments, and now anti-corruption branch officials are taking them to the nearby hospital for the medical examination, and following which they will be produced before the court. And you can see that all these 6 accused name goes by, first is former Delhi Water Minister Satyendra Jain, the other is Delhi Jal Board CEO, the then Delhi Jal Board CEO Udit Prakash Rai, former DJB contractual consultant Ankit Srivastava, Nagendra Yadav, who is the proprietor of AN Enterprises, and Raja Kumar Kora, he is the owner of Eurotech Environment Private Limited, which is a major firm who got awarded the tender of revamping the 4 STPs in the national capital in 2024. And these are the visuals. Republic is the only channel which is showing you the live visuals of former health minister and water minister being taken to the hospital and for the medical examination, and the anti-corruption branch will be producing them before the court post lunch after the medical examination is done. These are the live visuals, and these are first on Republic, and these they all are accused of taking kickback payments favoring a firm private entity who they awarded the tender, and they awarded the tender to Eurotech Environment Private Limited, and now they are being taken. They all were arrested by the anti-corruption branch last night only, and investigators found that the proposed pilot study was not conducted in this case, which is mandatory, and while restrictive conditions concerning the technology to be used were allegedly incorporated into the tender so that they can provide undue favors to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited, and they have also received kickback payment from these firms. Now they are being taken to the nearby hospital. The financial investigation has also allegedly traced commission bribe payments through intermediary entities, which are Sri Janhar and AN Enterprises. They are being taken now. All these 6 accused are being taken to the hospital for the medical examination, and these are the live visuals which we are showing you. You are getting this first on the Republic's camera, and this investigation is tightening grip on the former Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendra Jain. This is the bus which we are showing you. All the 6 accused are currently present in this police bus only, and this is followed by the anti-corruption branch officials, and now they will be taken to a hospital, to a nearby government hospital. Investigators also alleged that communications between the private entities and the public servants were also recovered, in which they were talking about manipulating the tender so that Eurotech Environment Private Limited can get the undue favors from the government. And after getting awarded the tender of the 4 STP's upgradation in the national capital, they have also purchased immovable assets from that, and now we are following all the 6 accused who have taken the kickback payment in a tender floating by the DJP. And now the then DJB CEO Udit Prakash Rai has also taken rupees 1.52 crores in his account directly from the intermediaries entities of the Eurotech Environment Private Limited, which are AN Enterprise and the Sri Janhar Enterprise. These two
also joining us
intermediaries
live on this. Atul, do we have any news? What exactly is the ACP demanding? Since you're outside the ACP office right now, do we have any news on what they are demanding? Police remand, judicial remand, or both? Atul, can you hear us?
And we also tried to confront Satyendra Jain. Well, he was... Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, Atul.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Because Republic was the only channel who was inside the anti-corruption bureau office, and we tried to confront Satyendra Jain. And when we was trying to confront him, he was only saying that he was innocent. And apart from this, the sources in the anti-corruption bureau has revealed that they will seek his custodial remand, which is a police remand. They will first produce him before the district judge, and the district judge will mark the case to the special MP-MLA court, and then they will furnish this remand paper before the court. They will be seeking 10 days custodial remand of all the 6 accused.
Atul, is the agency here establishing a direct money trail or communication link connecting Jain directly to the beneficiary private firm here?
See, Jain was in touch with all these 6 alleged accused. He was in touch with this former IAS officer, and the former IAS officer allegedly received a sum of rupees 1.52 crore, and then he purchased a property from that money. So that was a proceed of crime. The Anti-Corruption Bureau, during the course of investigation of last these 2 years, have come across an electronic evidence which established that he received this money, and at the behest of Mr. Jain, he was receiving such amount. So no doubt they are connecting this, that Satyendra Jain was actively involved, and he knew that he is receiving kickbacks, but through some other men.
All right, we've got Saurav also who's joining us live on this. Saurav, we've got details coming in. Now, the ACB has identified and named 6 people in this. Do we know what exactly was the role of each of these 6? And of these 6, who was the key beneficiary? Because we hear of this property being purchased by Satyendra Jain. Who was the key beneficiary among these 6 people?
Yes, Karan, the key beneficiaries in this corruption case are the 6 people who have been arrested by the anti-corruption branch. First, I'll tell you that the former Delhi water minister received kickback payments from the intermediaries entities of the Eurotech Environment Private Limited, who got the tender of upgrading the 4 STPs in the national capital at that time. He received the kickback payments. And apart from him, there is another person who got arrested by the anti-corruption branch. His name goes by Udit Prakash Rai. He was the then Delhi Jal Board CEO at that time, and he got rupees 1.52 crores in his account directly from these 2 entities which are in question, which first is AN Enterprises and second is Sri Janhar Enterprises. These 2 enterprises have combinedly transferred a sum of 1.52 crore rupees in the account of the then Delhi Jal Board CEO Udit Prakash Rai. Apart from this, the other person who is in question is the Delhi Jal Board contractual consultant, who was Ankit at that time. He also received commission and kickback payments, and they have made changes in the tender so that they can provide undue benefits to these identities. However, the Eurotech Environment Private Limited got the tender of upgrading the 4 STPs in the national capital. But the AN Enterprise and the Sri Janhar Enterprise, which are in question, they are the technology provider of the Eurotech Environment Private Limited. They have provided the technology to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited, so they also received payments from the tender which was awarded to them. And they got benefited from that money. And now the Eurotech, which is currently in question, who have revamped these 4 STPs in the national capital, this Eurotech got the tender, and they have made a huge amount of money from that tender. However, the STP's rules were completely ignored to give tender to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited. All these 6 beneficiaries have made a huge amount of money in this tender. Because of that only, the Delhi Department of Vigilance has filed a report in this regard over this tender floating, and they found some irregularities. And now the anti-corruption branch is investigating this whole matter. And
all right,
the major
thanks, Saurav. We'll pause for a short break and we'll continue to track this live as Satyendra Jain and the 5 others are brought before the Rajavini court today. We'll be back in just a couple of moments and look at the action that's unfolding. Coming up, Satyendra Jain and 5 others to be produced before Rajavini court today. The ACB, we hear, is to ask and seek for judicial remand.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
और मसाला।
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. We can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
In the recent episode of Tantrums, U.S. President Donald Trump is openly frustrated with South Korea. The U.S. president has scaled down joint military drills with Seoul as a clear pressure tactic.
South Korea has been protected by us for many, many years. And during my first term, they agreed to pay close to $3 billion a year for protection because they essentially weren't paying. And I asked them to do that at my request. I said, not right. They weren't happy about it, but they agreed. I asked for $10 billion. And they were very unhappy. But we agreed for a short term that it would be $3 billion, and next year it would go up, and the next year it would go up, so they start paying for their protection. When I called recently the president of South Korea, who I like, I think he's very nice actually, but I called him, I said, would you like to give us a little hand? We don't need help with Iran, but if you'd like, give us a hand with Iran. He said, no thanks. And I said, wait a minute, we have 39,000 soldiers over there guarding you from Kim Jong-un, your next door neighbor, and you're not going to help us on a very easy military operation in Iran? That's strange. No, we'd rather not get involved. I say, well, why are we involved in helping you? So, and I want to help them, but, when you ask somebody, would you like to give us a hand, and they say, no thanks, and then we're guarding them from a country and paying ourselves billions of dollars, it's costing us billions and billions of dollars to protect not only them, but other countries. We can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
Trump has further escalated the pressure by publicly warming up to North Korean leader Kim Jong-un.
Why hasn't Kim Jong-un responded to your request to have a conversation?
How do you know he hasn't responded?
Has he?
No, I'm making it much safer. You see, I'm actually making it much safer. Kim Jong-un has always treated me with great respect. And we met on numerous occasions, actually, 2 primary occasions, spoken and spent time. I understand him. He understands me. You're doing war games. I get along with him. He didn't like Biden. He didn't like Obama. He didn't like anybody. but I get along with them very well. No, what I'm doing is making things safer. Just the opposite.
Now, these joint exercises are vital for deterrence against North Korea, leaving Seoul under pressure.
견고한 한미동맹 또 자주적인 국방 역량 강화는 서로 필요 충분 조건입니다. 즉 동맹이 굳건해야 안보의 근간이 더 튼튼해질 것이고 또 우리 자신
Hello viewers, a very good morning. We're live and we're breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We're getting back-to-back breakings today. We'll get to all those details and the latest developing stories, but the headlines first. Let's get started.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Anti-Corruption Bureau arrests former Delhi Minister and the party leader Satyendra Jain in connection to the Delhi Jal Board scam. Satyendra Jain to be produced before special court today. Massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10 years sentence. Says 10 years not enough. NTA overhauls brings 4-tier paper checking, removal of 600 experts and CISF secured premises. Republic exposes serious lapses in food quality in major food chains, warehouses, canteens across Mumbai, Bengaluru, Ahmedabad, Mathura. Big focus on food safety. Another custodial death in Tamil Nadu. The temple priest dies after alleged assault in police custody. At least 9 killed, 6 injured after breaks of the fire has broken out at a hotel in Kolkata. Bangladeshi nationals among the dead. And viewers, we get to the biggest story we're tracking right now. That is right. The Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Delhi Water Minister Satyendra Jain has been arrested by the anti-corruption branch as the main accused in a major corruption case. So this is a breaking news and a developing story. This is involving alleged large-scale irregularities and manipulation of Delhi Jal Board sewage treatment plant upgradation tenders. Now the ACB also arrested 5 others in connection with the case, which alleges tender conditions were rigged to favor a particular company, leading to criminal conspiracy and substantial loss to the government exchequer. Now the Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain is set to be produced before a special MP-MLA court today. So that will happen post-lunch after he was arrested by the Delhi anti-corruption branch in the alleged Delhi Jal Board corruption case. And we have many reactions coming in, so let's play them out for you.
आम आदमी पार्टी की तत्कालीन सरकार ने ये अपने पूरे कार्यकाल में दिखा दिया कि उनकी पूरी की पूरी नीयत केवल अपने प्रचार प्रसार और भ्रष्टाचार की थी। आपने देखा होगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार के पूरे कार्यकाल में एक भी एसटीपी प्लांट दिल्ली में नहीं लगा और जो पब्लिक का पैसा था, जहां पर जल भराव से दिल्ली को बचाना चाहिए था, उस पैसे का इस्तेमाल कर जहां पर एसटीपी प्लांट्स लगाकर दिल्ली में स्वेज ट्रीटमेंट के और प्रावधान करे जाने चाहिए थे, जहां पर यह सुनिश्चित करा जाना चाहिए था कि यमुना जी और मलिन ना हो बल्कि और स्वच्छ हो, ये पूरा का पूरा पब्लिक मनी स्कैम के माध्यम से तत्कालीन आम आदमी पार्टी और आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं ने खुर्द-बुर्द कर दिया। आज जब इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज ने सत्येंद्र जैन जी और उनके 4 और अभियुक्तों को अरेस्ट करा है, तो दिल्ली की जनता को न्याय मिलेगा। ये एक बार पुनः एक आशा की किरण जनता के जहन में जरूर जगी है। लेकिन इस पे मैं और टिप्पणी इसलिए नहीं करूंगी बिकॉज द लॉ विल डेफिनेटली टेक इट्स ओन कोर्स हेंसफॉर्थ।
देखिए, अगर पूरे उस मामले को ध्यान से देखा जाए तो ये सही दिखाई देता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के समय में दिल्ली की सरकार में सत्ता के संरक्षण में भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल विकसित किया गया, जिसमें राजनेता, अधिकारी, उसके अंदर ठेकेदार और तमाम अन्य लोग थे जिनको उससे लाभ पहुंचा। सत्येंद्र जैन की गिरफ्तारी के बाद ये जो गठजोड़ है वो अब उसका पर्दाफाश हो गया है और अरविंद केजरीवाल जो ईमानदारी का नारा देकर के सत्ता में आए थे, इस झूठे नैरेटिव को वो हमेशा उन्होंने दिल्ली को इस झूठे नैरेटिव के कारण से बर्बाद किया है। फिर चाहे वो शराब घोटाला हो, शिक्षा का घोटाला हो या अन्य घोटाले हो, और अब ये दिल्ली जल बोर्ड का घोटाला सामने आया है। तो कहीं ना कहीं अरविंद केजरीवाल को दिल्ली की जनता को इसका जवाब देना चाहिए कि जिस ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट लेकर के वो राजनीति में आए थे, 10 साल में दिल्ली को उन्होंने क्या दिया। और यदि ये जल बोर्ड का घोटाला ना होता तो आज यमुना का पानी पूरी तरीके से साफ हो गया था, एसटीपी लगे ही नहीं। और जो मनी ट्रेल को यदि देखा जाएगा तो साफ दिखाई देता है।
यमुना को लेकर तो खुद अरविंद केजरीवाल ने भी, आम आदमी पार्टी ने बड़े दावे किए थे और उसी यमुना से जुड़े हुए टेंडर, सीवेज एसटीपी का टेंडर था, उसमें घोटाले की बात आ रही है।
इसीलिए मैंने कहा ये भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल अरविंद केजरीवाल ने दिल्ली में विकसित किया और उस मॉडल की आड़ में जो कुछ उन्होंने दिल्ली के साथ में किया, एक एक करके घोटालों का सच दिल्ली की जनता के सामने आ रहा है। फिर अब जब एसीबी ने पूरी जांच के बाद में ये कार्रवाई की है तो आप समझ लीजिए कि चाहे वो राजनेता हो, चाहे अधिकारी हो या ठेकेदार हो या कोई भी हो, वो बचेगा नहीं। कानून अपना काम करेगा और कड़ी से कड़ी सजा ऐसे लोगों को मिलेगी।
आम आदमी पार्टी सर इसमें ये कह रही है कि जिस समय ये घोटाले की बात कही जा रही है उस समय सत्येंद्र जैन जेल में थे और ये रेड और गिरफ्तारी सिर्फ इसलिए हो रही है क्योंकि पंजाब में चुनाव आने वाला है।
वो बिल्कुल झूठ बोलते हैं। ये मामला 7 अक्टूबर 2021 से शुरू हुआ। सत्येंद्र जैन 2022 में जेल में थे, तो उससे जेल में जाने से पहले ये सारा का सारा काम वो कर चुके थे। तो इसलिए ये कहना कि पंजाब के चुनाव की वजह से गिरफ्तारी की गई, ये बिल्कुल असत्य है। और अरविंद केजरीवाल ने पहली बार ये नहीं कहा है। जब भी उनका नेता कोई गिरफ्तार होता है या कोई कार्रवाई होती है तो छूटते ही वो ये कहते हैं कि फलानी जगह पर ही है, उसका ठीकरा वो दूसरे लोगों के सिर फोड़ना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि बिल्कुल गलत है और उनकी बात में कोई दम नहीं।
सत्येंद्र जैन पार्टी के लिए, आम आदमी पार्टी के लिए कलेक्शन एजेंट का काम कर रहे हैं पंजाब के अंदर। वो बिल्डर से, रियल एस्टेट से खुल के उगाही कर रहे हैं। और अगर ऐसा नहीं है तो मुझे एक बात बताइए, फिर उनको किस कारण से पंजाब में, चंडीगढ़ में मंत्रियों से भी ज्यादा लग्जूरियस कोठी दी गई है? वो बंगला नंबर 926 में, सेक्टर 39 में कैसे रह रहे हैं? क्यों उनको इतनी बड़ी कोठी दी गई है, जबकि ही इज जस्ट एन एक्स एमएलए फ्रॉम दिल्ली? अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की एक मूवी है, उस मूवी का नाम है भ्रष्टाचार की किताब, दिल्ली टू पंजाब। इस मूवी के पूरी तरीके से राइटर, डायरेक्टर, प्रोड्यूसर, कोरियोग्राफर सब अरविंद केजरीवाल हैं। ये जो लोग अब अरेस्ट हो रहे हैं, सत्येंद्र जैन एंड अदर्स, दे आर जस्ट एक्टर्स इन दिस फिल्म। द एक्चुअल एक्शन हैज बीन डायरेक्टेड बाय अरविंद केजरीवाल एंड उनके ऊपर एक्शन होना चाहिए। ये तो सरकार पूरी तरीके से जेल से ही चला रहे थे, इसमें क्या शक है? अरविंद केजरीवाल खुद इतने दिन जेल में रहे तो क्या उन्होंने सरकार नहीं चलाई? तो ये सारे सरकार जेल से ही चला रहे हैं। और ये करप्शन बहुत सीरियस करप्शन है, क्योंकि जैसे मैंने बताया, माँ यमुना की सफाई से रिलेटेड ये करप्शन है। कितने सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स इन लोगों ने बनाए और जो बनाए उनके ऊपर करप्शन कर दिया, तो कैसे माँ यमुना साफ होती?
Let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. I'll be joined by Saurabh. Saurabh has been tracking the story from the ground. Saurabh, I'm coming across to you, and we see that all the allegations of the ACB are on our screen for our viewers to read. But I also want to tell our viewers, and of course we can talk a little bit more about this, Saurabh, is that Satyendra Jain is being arrested for the second time. Yes, this is the second time that the Aam Aadmi Party leader is being arrested.
Yes, Shivangi, this is the second time for Satyendra Jain that he got arrested, and now this time there is a concrete proof. There are digital evidences, there are financial trail which is uncovered by the anti-corruption branch, and currently all the 6 people involved in this scam, including the then Delhi water minister Satyendra Jain, has been arrested by the anti-corruption branch, and they will be produced before the special MP-MLA court today in front of the Rouse Avenue, and they are being currently taken to the hospital for the medical examination before the ACB officials before the ACB officials produce them before the court. And currently we are chasing them, we are following them, and Republic is the first channel on which camera we have shown that the Satyendra Jain is sitting inside this police van which is coming just right behind us. And there are serious allegations against them, as we have told our viewers earlier, that no pilot study was done before tendering this project to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited. They have provided undue benefits to them. They have made changes in the tender itself.
Right.
That they have restricted technology
Because I'm being joined by Atul as well. I want to go to Atul, who's also tracking the story from the ground. And Atul has been speaking to some sources about the allegation, the proof that the authorities have had. Yes, Atul, over to you. What are the proof and the evidences that the authorities have got against Satyendra Jain and others?
Well, complaint in this regard was filed by the Vigilance Department. Based on the complaint of the Vigilance Department, the Anti-Corruption Bureau filed a case against Satyendra Jain and others. There are allegations that the tender was of upgradation of sewage treatment plant, and a sum of rupees 1.52 crore rupees was sent directly into the account of a former IAS officer, and this was being done at behest of Mr. Jain. IAS officer received this money and he bought a property. So this was a proceed of crime. Apart from this, during the course of investigation of last 2 years, the Anti-Corruption Bureau has come across an electronic evidence which established that this money was received by IAS officer Mr. Rai, and this was sent by a private firm, AN Enterprises. The tender policies were designed in a manner that was favoring two particular private firms, and they both were in touch with Mr. Jain. So no doubt there were kinds of allegations that Mr. Jain was receiving money from these two firms, and the rules and regulations were flouted. And now, when I was trying to speak to Mr. Jain inside the Anti-Corruption Bureau, he was saying that he is innocent. But the sources in the ICB were telling that when he will be produced before the court, they will seek his custodial remand of 10 days.
That's right. Well, thank you, Atul, and thank you, Saurav, for getting us all those details. Well, thank you, both our colleagues, as we keep getting up viewers the biggest updates. Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendra Jain and is among the 6 arrested in the tender scam case, and he will be produced in a special court today. Let's go straight across to some of the other stories we are tracking. We'll talk all about what's happening in the world of business, economy and finance. For that, I will hand over to my colleague Nitin. Yes, Nitin, over to you.
Thank you, Shivangi, for that. I mean, the biggest breaking that we have today is the concerns linked to none other than SpiceJet. Now, hasn't the Kingfisher lesson back in 2012, when the wings of the Kingfisher Airlines were clipped, enough of proof for the aviation sector to not find itself in turbulent waters? You know, the tribunal was fully prepared to announce, the NCLT is what I'm talking about, was fully prepared to announce its verdict on August 17th. However, SpiceJet revealed a surprise. You know, a last-minute settlement act wasted the court's time, and we have it on record, like from our sources on ground. We're tracking the story as well for on our behalf regarding SpiceJet. Now, you know, the fact of the matter remains that among the bench that is right now, the hearing is underway regarding the insolvency matter of SpiceJet. It said that one of the judges is supposed to retire today, and today is the same date that an insolvency hearing is being held on the SpiceJet matter. Now, we have it off the record from our sources that the company SpiceJet owes over 4,000 crores. Now, and the majority of its dues is not even owed to aircraft lessors, you know. It's owed to the people working for an airline who does not care for them. We have such, infuriating details on this matter. It's wasted the judicial time, the court's judicial time. Now, these bankruptcy cases have been dragging on since 2024. The bench noted that this last-minute settlement should have been reached earlier, not wasting court's precious time. Now, the NCLT judgment, the final order on one of its cases regarding its insolvency cases is set for an order today. You know, the main order is slated for August 19 today. So the trial is already underway, and we are expecting anytime soon for the insolvency order linked to SpiceJet to come to light. And as soon as that happens, we'll bring the latest updates on this. There are people who are so infuriated. There are employees who haven't been paid their salary since May this year. The ground staff, the employees all across the country working for an airlines like SpiceJet, it has completely failed, you know, the faith. It has failed the faith of the people of India who are actually working for them. Failed EPFO contributions for nearly a year is also another major area of concerns. You know, over a year it's been that they've collected EPF contributions from employees, and from aviation insiders, we've got to know that what they smartly try and maneuver and do is that they'll take EPF contributions from employees and they will use it to buy fuel. Can you imagine? They'll just buy aviation fuel just to stay afloat and bring a picture that, you know, our operations are working nicely and smoothly, but it's just barely staying afloat. The airlines had already received a rupees 150 crore under a government-backed credit program to stabilize its operations. But seems that no one in the aviation sector is willing enough to take a lesson from the playbook of Kingfisher, learn a lesson and not do the same thing, same mistakes, because you see it's the same trajectory. With Kingfisher as well, employees' unpaid dues remained. It's the same story with SpiceJet. Now, insolvency matter is being held today. There are 7 other insolvency matters linked to SpiceJet, which will be heard tomorrow on August 20th. So these 2 days are extremely crucial, both for the ground staff of SpiceJet, its employees and the company at large, because the insolvency would mean that the board of SpiceJet would be removed. Back to you, Shivangi.
Well, thank you for getting us all those details, Nitin from our Republic business team, keeping us up to date with what's happening from the world of business, economy and finance. All right, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories coming in. The Goa government has now moved the Supreme Court, challenging the 10-year sentence awarded to Tarun Tejpal in the 2013 rape case, arguing that the punishment is grossly disproportionate and seeking the maximum sentence. The state has told the Supreme Court that the passage of 13 years cannot benefit the offender, stressing the alleged repeated sexual assaults and Tejpal's position of dominance, trust and authority as a survivor's employer, mentor and father figure. The Goa government has also highlighted the nature of the cross-examination, alleging that the survivor was, by the way, subjected to nearly 1,000 pages of invasive questioning and portrayed as a woman of loose morals, quote unquote, while arguing that the circumstance of the case warrant a harsher punishment. Okay, Sarthak is joining us. Viewers, let's go across to my colleague Sarthak, the Goa government moving the Supreme Court seeking enhancement of the sentence. So the Goa government says that 10 years is not enough. The state wants life imprisonment for Tejpal instead. Yes, over to you, Sarthak.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi, and it's important to mention and bring across points to our viewers that Tarun Tejpal was convicted under multiple sections of IPC, including section 376, 2K, 2F, section 354, 354A, 354B, which collectively makes him a perfect candidate for life imprisonment. However, the Bombay High Court had given him a quantum of sentence for 10 years. It is also important to mention that in 2021, the trial court had acquitted him from the case. However, the Bombay High Court completely overturned that order and he was convicted in that case. However, he was given 10 years of imprisonment, and this time around what we can see is that the Goa government has filed a fresh plea in the Supreme Court where they are expecting the sentence to be and they are expecting him to be given a life imprisonment because they are claiming that the sentence that has been granted by the Bombay High Court is proportionate to the nature of the offence. He was like a man in the life of the victim. He used power, he used his authority,
yes,
he used...
Sarthak, thank you for getting us all those details. We will be coming back to you for more. All right, viewers, we're taking a short break. Do not go anywhere. At least 9 killed and 6 injured after a fire breaks out at a hotel in Kolkata. Bangladeshi nationals among the dead. This is one of the developing stories we're tracking here. Stay tuned. We're live and breaking.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing control. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो
Welcome back, viewers. Beginning some unfortunate incident which has been reported. At least 9 people, including a child, they were killed after a massive fire broke out at a hotel in Kolkata this morning. The blaze erupted around 2 a.m. on a free school street near New Market, one of the city's busiest and most densely populated areas, trapping many guests inside the building and triggering a major rescue operation. According to the fire department, the Bangladeshi nationals were among those who died in the blaze. They had travelled to Kolkata for medical treatment. The preliminary investigation is continuing, finding that the hotel lacked basic fire safety measures. The FSL team is on the spot.
माननीय मुख्यमंत्री से बात होगा। उसके बाद हम लोग सोच रहे एक टीम बनाएंगे जिसमें केएमसी, पुलिस, फायर ब्रिगेड, हमारे यूडीए में दफ्तर रहेंगे और ऐसा होटल जो लोग चला रहे हैं, ट्रेड लाइसेंस है कि नहीं, फायर लाइसेंस है कि नहीं, एक ही बिल्डिंग, 3 तला बिल्डिंग, 10 तो होटल चल रहे, छोटा रूम्स, 10 तो रूम, ये सो नहीं चल सकता है।
मरने वाले बांग्लादेशी बताए जा रहे हैं।
नहीं, अभी तक वो पुलिस देख रहे, बांग्लादेशी है ना भारतीय है, पुलिस देखकर बताएंगे।
एक्शन लिया जाएगा मैम, ऐसी घटनाएं आगे ना हो।
डेफिनेटली एक्शन लिया जाएगा।
सीएम आएंगे यहाँ पे, सीएम से बातचीत?
नहीं, सीएम से अभी तक बातचीत नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन सीएम से बात करके हम लोग एक
कंपनसेशन देंगे मैम। जो
देखिए, पूरा सीएम से बात करके सरकार ये घोषणा करेंगे।
अभी सिचुएशन तो आप जानते हैं, 9 लोगों का मृत्यु हो गया, तो बाकी 80 लोगों को हमारा डिपार्टमेंट वाला जो ऑफिसर है, फायर फाइटर है, उन्होंने बचा लिया और वो आसपास में वो जो रेस्क्यू सेंटर हुआ उधर है। अभी तक एकदम ठोस कानून सामने नहीं आया, फॉरेंसिक होने के बाद ही हो सकता है वो।
Coming up, viewers, Anti-Corruption Bureau arrests former Delhi Minister and Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendra Jain in connection with the Delhi Jal Board scam. Jain to be produced before special court today. Stay tuned, we're live and breaking.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Quiet. You're very disrespectful.
Breaking news coming in, viewers. Right now, politics over Modi's government census has escalated. And sources say Rahul Gandhi has warned of a Gen Z-style protest by OBCs expressing strong objection to the absence of an OBC column in census 2027. According to sources, Rahul has fumed over the omission and claimed that the Modi government will be forced to bow down to pressure if OBCs take to the streets. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. And in the latest, once again, there is a lot of war words over the census, the PM Modi government census. Sources saying that Rahul Gandhi has warned of a Gen Z-style protest by OBCs, expressing strong objection to the absence of an OBC column in census 2027. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. And as we keep getting you the latest updates, let's also tell you that the reason this is making big news is because the census would be asking multiple questions. In the questions would be multiple questions. Among others, we will expect that respondents will record their caste during the population enumeration exercise. So on that matter, we see that Rahul Gandhi, according to sources, has fumed over the omission and claimed that the PM Modi government will be forced to bow down to pressure if OBCs take to the streets. The politics over PM Modi's census escalates. Sources said Rahul Gandhi has warned of a Gen Z protest by OBCs, expressing strong objection to the absence of an OBC column in census 2027. The union government had notified 40 questions, which among others will ask the respondents to record their caste during the population enumeration exercise in the second phase of census 2027. This is the first time that the caste will be enumerated in India other than that of scheduled tribes and scheduled castes. So after that, we have seen a big row which has erupted over the issue, and now we see that Rahul Gandhi has gone ahead and made this latest remark. By the way, this is source-based information which is coming in, saying that Rahul Gandhi has warned of a Gen Z, I repeat, a Gen Z-style protest by OBCs. So, the Congress saying the caste questions are deeply inappropriate and they should not be there. Taking a short break, do not go anywhere. Massive setback coming in for rapist Tarun Tejpal. So we are tracking some of the other stories coming in. The Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence and says 10 years not enough. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो 3 साल पहले फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर के मैसेजेस मेरे पास आ रहे हैं। हेड ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस सिस्टम, सीनियर जुडिशरी, सारों के सारे रिवोल्ट कर रहे हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहे हैं हमें। तो जो कंट्रोल का सिस्टम था एक तरफ से, वो कोलैप्स कर रहा है अंदर से, क्योंकि लोगों को दिख रहा है कि जनता का प्रेशर अब ऐसा भयंकर आएगा, अगर हम इस रास्ते पे चलते गए तो हमारे लिए रिस्क हो जाएगा। आप क्या सोचते हो, अगर जनता को मालूम है कि इलेक्शन सिस्टम रिग्ड है और जनता की मतलब इकोनॉमिक प्रेशर, गरीबी, दर्द के कारण जनता में गुस्सा आ गया, आप क्या सोचते हो कि इलेक्शन कमिश्नर को डर नहीं लगेगा कल क्या होने वाला है? तो अब क्या हो रहा है, सिस्टम अंदर से ऐसे हिल रहा है पूरा। और मैं आपको ये बता दूं कि मेरे पास इंफॉर्मेशन आ रही है, सिस्टम मुझे इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहा है। वोट चोरी हो रही है और अब हमारे पास
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Getting in some pictures, ladies and gentlemen, from the national capital as Satyendra Jain, a former Delhi minister, AAP leader, has been produced in court. Now, these are latest pictures coming in of Satyendra Jain being taken by the police and being produced in court. And Satyendra Jain arrested for another scam. He was earlier arrested and jailed for almost 18 months. That was in connection with another scam, this time around the Delhi Jal Board scam. That's the latest case in which he's been arrested along with a few officials of the Delhi Jal Board. He's been taken for a medical examination and he will be produced at the court in Delhi. That's the Rouse Avenue Court. That's in a short while from now. Atul is joining us with details. Atul, give us details of what role he allegedly played in this particular case.
Well, Satyendra Kumar Jain used to be the minister during that time when this alleged scam took place. There was a tender of sewage treatment plant. The term and condition were designed in a manner in which these were allegedly favoring two private firms, and Satyendra Jain was in touch with these two private firms. The former IAS officer received a sum of rupees 1.52 crore rupees, which he received into his account directly, and he used this money in purchasing a property. This money was sent by AN Enterprises, which was also in the process of getting the tenders. The Vigilance Department of the Delhi government lodged a complaint in this regard. Based on the complaint, the Anti-Corruption Bureau filed an FIR, and now, after conducting a thorough probe of around 1 year, they have arrested 6 persons, including Mr. Jain, former IAS officer, and 4 aides. They will be produced before the special MP MLA court because Jain used to be an ex-MLA. And they will be seeking the custodial remand of 10 days. There is one particular electronic evidence which has established that IS Rai received a sum of rupees 1.52 crore. Based on this, the ACB will argue before the court.
Okay. Now there's a second time that he's been arrested and he's in trouble. He's a very critical leader of the Aam Aadmi Party, someone who's also co-in charge of the Punjab elections, and the Aam Aadmi Party says he's picked up ahead of the Punjab elections. Now, what are the different charges that he faces outside of this case? Because he's got a history of cases that he, has been named in or has been investigated in or jailed for.
Well, there are charges of criminal conspiracy. The FIR was lodged under sections of Indian Penal Code and the Prevention of Corruption Act. Earlier, he was facing charges of PMLA cases by the Enforcement Directorate, and now he is facing the charges of Prevention of Corruption Act and the criminal conspiracy, which is 120B of the Indian
सत्येंद्र जी कुछ कहेंगे इस गिरफ्तारी को लेकर पंजाब चुनाव की वजह से किया जा रहा है सर 4 साल पुरानी FIR है कितना आपको क्या लगता है
Okay, that's a visual of him being taken for. He's in the court right now. That was him being produced in court. Earlier were the pictures of him being produced for a medical examination. Let's once again listen in. He was asked a few questions. Satyendra Jain says something. Let's see if the audio cameras pick that up. Let's play that out.
सत्येंद्र जी कुछ कहेंगे इस गिरफ्तारी को लेकर पंजाब चुनाव की वजह से किया जा रहा है सर 4 साल पुरानी FIR है कितना आपको क्या लगता है
Okay, those are the pictures of him in the Delhi court. Let me go back to Atul joining us with the details. Atul.
Well, Niranjan, I would like to say one thing, that complainant in this case is Vigilance Department. So Vigilance Department lodged a complaint, and then Anti-Corruption Bureau filed an FIR against Jain and 6 other persons. Satyendra Jain used to be a minister at that time. He was favoring 2 particular firms. He wanted that the tender should be gone to this particular firms, and therefore he allegedly has a conspiracy along with 6. And IAS officer played a crucial role. He received a sum of rupees 1.52 crore rupees. The anti-corruption bureaus, after conducting a thorough probe, have come across an electronic evidence which established that this money was used in purchasing a property which is a proceed of crime. Maybe when they will be seeking the custodial remand of all the 6 accused, they will be arguing on this particular evidence which they have come across.
Okay. Saurav is also joining us with the details. Saurav, as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, claiming political vendetta, timing it to the Punjab elections, Satyendra Jain also has a role in the Punjab elections.
Yes, Niranjan, this is always a old tactic of the Aam Aadmi Party, that they always blame one thing or another when a corruption case emerges against their own leader. And at this case, anti-corruption branch has already established all the evidence. They have the digital trail, they have the financial trail, and the electronic evidences in which the chats and the other things were secured by the anti-corruption branch, in which clearly shows that the private entities are in direct communication with the public servants and the minister who were in power at that time, and they were talking about manipulating the contract so that they the Eurotech Environment Private Limited could get undue benefits through this. And they have also found out about rupees 1.52 crores which was credited into the account of the then Delhi Jal Board CEO Udit Prakash Rai, and those money was used to buy immovable assets. And I want to tell all our viewers that this is the case which sums total to 17.7 crore rupees, in which 6 people have been arrested, including the then Delhi Water Minister Satyendra Jain, and they are currently produced in court. We are currently present outside the Rouse Avenue court only, and now there were several irregularities in the whole tendering process which was carried out by these public servants and the minister himself. They have not done a pilot study before tendering this project to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited. They have received kickback payments from the intermediaries, identities of the Eurotech Private Limited, which are AN Enterprise, and the other is Srijanhar Private Limited. These 2 firms were providing technology to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited for the upgradation of the STPs in the national capital. 4 STPs upgradation tender was floated, and they were restricted in that tender. There were restrictions on the technology so that they could provide undue benefit to these firms only. They were in direct touch with them. There were several meeting records which the anti-corruption branch has fetched. Currently, they have all the digital evidences, financial transaction trail which they have traced, and they also have electronic evidences about the whole conversation between them and the private entities. This is a rock solid case, and they have now produced all the 6 accused, including the Satyendra Jain and the then Delhi Jal Board CEO Udit Prakash Rai, in the Rouse Avenue court. And yesterday night they have been arrested by the anti-corruption branch, and now they are produced before the court. But this is a major case, and this case stems back to 2022 when the tender was floated and it was awarded to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited. This is the major story which we are breaking for our viewers, as Republic is the first channel to get Satyendra Jain on camera, and Republic has also confronted Satyendra Jain where he said that he is innocent, but the proofs and the evidences suggest otherwise, that he was particularly involved in this major scam, as he was the then Delhi Water Minister, and this all couldn't get done without him knowing about all this. And now the Aam Aadmi Party is just making hue and cry over the issue, as their senior leader have been caught, and their image of Kattar Imandar has been challenged again. As
in fact, we have a sequence with Satyendra Jain. I'd like to play that out when we asked him a few questions. Here's how he responded when we asked him questions on his role in this alleged scam.
आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इससे? आपको लगा आप इतना बड़ा करप्शन करके बच के निकल जाएंगे सत्येंद्र जैन? सर आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इससे इतना बड़ा स्कैम करने के बाद? सत्येंद्र जैन आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इस स्कैम से? सत्येंद्र जैन जवाब दीजिए। सत्येंद्र जैन जवाब दीजिए। आप इतना बड़ा स्कैम करके बच के निकलने की कोशिश क्यों कर रहे थे? सर आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे क्या इससे? सत्येंद्र जैन 17 करोड़ रुपए का स्कैम है ये पूरा। सत्येंद्र जैन आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इससे? आपको लगा आप इतना बड़ा करप्शन करके बच के निकल जाएंगे सत्येंद्र जैन? सर आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इससे इतना बड़ा स्कैम करने के बाद? सत्येंद्र जैन आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इस स्कैम से? सत्येंद्र जैन जवाब दीजिए। सत्येंद्र जैन जवाब दीजिए। आप इतना बड़ा स्कैम करके बच के निकलने की कोशिश क्यों कर रहे थे? सर आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे क्या इससे? सत्येंद्र जैन 17 करोड़ रुपए का स्कैम है ये पूरा। सत्येंद्र जैन आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इससे? आपको लगा आप इतना बड़ा करप्शन करके बच के निकल जाएंगे सत्येंद्र जैन? सर आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इससे इतना बड़ा स्कैम करने के बाद? सत्येंद्र जैन आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इस स्कैम से? सत्येंद्र जैन जवाब दीजिए। सत्येंद्र जैन जवाब दीजिए। आप इतना बड़ा स्कैम करके बच के निकलने की कोशिश क्यों कर रहे थे?
Okay, so we have some more breaking news coming in, but first up from Tamil Nadu, the big story in a case heard by the Madras High Court over state government on inquiring if state anthem can be sung first before the Vande Mataram. The Madras High Court order stated that the centre has only said that it is compulsory to sing national song and national anthem, but has not mentioned that the state anthem should only be sung after that. So said that in all state government events, the state song or the state anthem can be sung first. Tamil anthem will be played first. That's what they wanted, and that's what the court has said, that there is nothing wrong in having the Tamil anthem first. So that's the court order that's coming from the Madras High Court. We'll go across to Sharda to get more details. The court has said that there is nothing in the rule that says what should come first, and that's an interpretation of the court, that there is nothing wrong in the state anthem playing first. The centre only made national song and national anthem compulsory is what the Madras High Court has said, allowing the state anthem to be played first. Centre did not mention that state song should be played after the national song and national anthem. Is that a reading of the situation, Sharda? Is that a reading, or is there a protocol that may have been missed here?
Well, after the Vande Mataram bill was passed, there was a lot of question in Tamil Nadu when it came to multiple government events and college events, where the governor attended, whereas the national anthem and the national song Vande Mataram was sung, and even multiple events skipped the Tamil Thai Vartha. Now a resolution has been passed in the ongoing assembly session, and the state government has decided that Tamil Thai Vartha will be sung first. And after passing the resolution, the state government approached the Madras High Court seeking clarity whether the Tamil Thai Vartha can be sung first or at last, or is there any rule. Whereas the Madras High Court has made it clear that the Vande Mataram bill does not say that the Tamil Thai Vartha should be sung or not sung, or should be sung first or third. So it is up to the government's decision, and the Madras High Court said, being the state anthem, the Tamil Thai Vartha should be sung first and can be opted to be sung first at any of the events, followed by the Vande Mataram, full 6 stanzas and the national anthem, and the same was followed during the Independence Day celebration during the flag hoisting ceremony of the Chief Minister as well.
Okay. Yeah. Now, what are critics saying? Because there's there is a debate where they say that try and pitch Tamil versus other languages, pitch the North versus the South, and pitch one anthem versus the other. It's exactly what the DMK was doing, and now even the TVK seems to be doing the same thing.
Well, Niranjan, both the DMK and the TVK were very clear that Tamil Thai Varthu should be sung first. We also saw, apart from the DMK passing a resolution multiple times, pointed our hands at the TVK leader Vijay, saying that before he took oath as the Chief Minister, Tamil Thai Varthu was sung third. Even during the governor's address 3 months back when the first assembly session was held, the TVK was again pointed hands at, telling that the TVK is acting as the B team of the BJP and allowed for the national song and the national anthem to be sung first before Tamil Thai Varthu, said that they disrespected the state anthem. Now, the state government has taken a step, apart from passing a resolution, also to take a court order seeking confirmation that the state anthem will always be played first.
Okay. Thank you for joining us with those details. I have a video that's coming in from the national capital. I'd like to go across to that video next as we get to the breaking news updates of a Pakistan-based network. I have some more details coming in off that. I'd like to go across to that. Thank you for joining us with those details. So this is a picture, in fact, there's a video coming in from the national capital as a hand grenade has been disposed in Delhi. The first video coming in, first video of the police crackdown on Shehzad Bhatti network, and the hand grenades that were found, Pakistani hand grenades, made in Pakistan hand grenades that were found. They are being disposed in the national capital. Let's put an exclusive watermark on that. This is a hand grenade that was recovered from Pakistani module of the Shehzad Bhatti network. This particular hand grenade has been disposed in Delhi after the crackdown on this pan-India network. And this hand grenade was found from a Pakistan-backed terror network. Over 200 to 300 of them have been arrested in a pan-India operation. These Pakistan-made hand grenades were found with the terrorists of this module who were arrested and have been disposed in Delhi's Narela area today. Now, across the country, investigative agencies had arrested over 200 suspects linked to the Shehzad Bhatti network. These are some of the details coming in of the Shehzad Bhatti network. And that's the hand grenade that was disposed. I want to go across to Saurav joining us. Saurav, it seems like Pakistani grenades were to be, or rather were carried by these terrorists and the terror network. Were these grenades to be used in the national capital?
In fact, not even in the national capital. Across 14 states in India, these hand grenades were about to be used by more than 250 people of the Shehzad Bhatti network who were arrested by the Indian security agencies on August 12 in a joint operation which is run by Delhi Police Special Cell and other investigative agencies. And now these hand grenades had a marking of Pakistan Ordnance Factory, which proves that these arms and ammunition were supplied from Pakistan to India to conduct the terror activities. And now the Indian security agencies have foiled the major conspiracy of the Pakistan, and once again more than 250 people have been arrested in this regard by the Indian security agencies. And these hand grenades, which were about to be used in the national capital along with 13 other states, have now been recovered from all these 250 people, and they are being disposed of in the Narela area. And it was this was carried out in an open area so that nobody could sustain any kind of injuries or no harm come to them. So that is why they have chose this location and they have disposed all the hand grenades which were recovered from the 250 people who were detained and arrested by the Indian security agencies. They were backed by the Shehzad Bhatti terror network, who is backed by the ISI, Pakistan's ISI, which is their agency. And the major attacks were foiled and the major conspiracy unearthed by the Indian security agencies just ahead of the Independence Day. This is a major breaking which we are showing our viewers on Republic. And now the hand grenades which were recovered from the raids, they were being disposed of by the Delhi Police Special Cell in the Narela area out in the open, so that no one can sustain any kind of injuries during the time of disposal of such fatal hand grenades in the national capital, Niranjan.
A few IPS officers, retired IPS officers on the phone line, because this network, there were arrests made from across the country, a pan-India network, and their modus operandi was to hire Indians to carry out terror attacks. Now that was their module. Can you take our viewers through the arrests that have taken place in different states? Which are the different states where these arrests have taken place, and how large was the network? Saurabh.
There were several states in which these arrests took place on August 12, including Manipur, Gujarat, Delhi, Bengal and other states. There were a total of 14 states, and their modus operandi, they have resorted to a new technique, Niranjan, that they were recruiting the youths who were in need of money. They were dangling some easy money in front of them over the social media platforms. They hire and recruit these youths to conduct such activities in India, and there were more than 250 people which they have recruited. And this module was busted in a joint operation run by the Indian security agencies, including the Delhi Police Special Cell, RAW, IB and other such agencies, over an intelligence input. And their module was very clear that they were doing reconnaissance of several areas, military installations, police installations, and they wanted to choose their target and they wanted to attack their target on the occasion of Independence Day. But just right before the Independence Day, the module was busted on August 12, and this is the major operation which was run by the Indian security agencies. As the whole network is dismantled now, more than 253 people have been arrested in this regard, and from their possession during the raids, CCTV cameras, live cartridges, pistols, hand grenades, IED materials, all of these things were recovered from them, and most of the weapons which were recovered from them had a Pakistan Ordnance Factory marking on it, which clearly shows that this is the evidence that these arms and ammunition were supplied from Pakistan via India to conduct terror activities only. And these are the major details of this case, and their modus operandi has been busted by the Indian security agencies, Niranjan.
Details, those are pictures coming in of the Delhi police destroying some of the grenades. They claim these were made in Pakistan grenades that were recovered and now being destroyed. And that's it on this edition of the News in the Live Report. We'll take a break, coming back with some breaking news from the world of business. SpiceJet in big trouble. They're facing an insolvency petition. They've had a partial relief today. We'll tell you all about that. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. We can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
In the recent episode of Tantrums, U.S. President Donald Trump is openly frustrated with South Korea. The U.S. president has scaled down joint military drills with Seoul as a clear pressure tactic.
South Korea has been protected by us for many, many years. And during my first term, they agreed to pay close to $3 billion a year for protection because they essentially weren't paying. And I asked them to do that at my request. I said, not right. They weren't happy about it, but they agreed. I asked for $10 billion, and they were very unhappy. But we agreed for a short term that it would be $3 billion, and next year it would go up, and the next year it would go up, so they start paying for their protection. When I called recently the president of South Korea, who I think he's very nice, actually, but I called him, I said, would you like to give us a little hand? We don't need help with Iran. But if you'd like, give us a hand with Iran. He said, no, thanks. And I said, wait a minute, we have 39,000 soldiers over there.
And coming up on Bharat in 1 minute, an encounter took place between police and criminals in Ghaziabad, where two suspects who were habitual offenders were shot in their leg during their retaliatory firing. Police recovered weapons from the two suspects, and an investigation on the incident is underway. Protests erupted at a college in Kerala after a student from Arunachal Pradesh committed suicide over the college's minimum credit requirements, year-back system and a high supplementary examination fee. A 3-page suicide note written in English and Hindi was recovered by the cops, and an investigation on the incident is underway. A uniformed police constable was beaten in public in Agra after the cop is allegedly involved in the ongoing dispute with his wife. Now, the incident reportedly took place outside the railway station, where more than half a dozen people attacked the cop. The attackers were believed to be members of his in-laws' family, and the incident has gone viral on social media ever since.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Anti-Corruption Bureau arrests former Delhi Minister Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendra Jain in connection to the Delhi Jal Board scam. Satyendra Jain to be produced before special court today. Madras High Court clears the way for Tamil Anthem and says Tamil Anthem can precede Vande Mataram and Jana Gana Mana. At least 9 people, including a child, were killed after a massive fire broke out at a hotel in Kolkata. Major fake drug racket in Bengaluru by the enforcement wing of Karnataka's Food Safety and Drug Administration. Medicines worth over rupees 5 crore seized. Massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence and says 10 years not enough. Viewers, a very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Right now, we have a big breaking news coming in from the world of business, economy and finance. For that, I will hand it over to my colleague Nitin. Nitin, over to you.
Right, Shivangi. We've been tracking the SpiceJet story, the insolvency matter that was up for hearing in front of NCLT today. Now, obviously, re-hearing has been scheduled for Monday, but the stock has started to respond. The investors are catching on with the reality of SpiceJet, which is barely staying afloat, using money meant for Provident Fund, not submitting it to the EPFO, redirecting it to, as per aviation insiders, to buy fuel just to stay afloat. Now, what's the problem here? These employees have been so loyal to you over a year. You've not, nearly a year it's been, and you've not paid their Provident Fund contributions. What is wrong? They are supposed to be held accountable just because, they've stayed loyal with you? Now, a 7.5 lakh fine each on SpiceJet and the aircraft lessor Aviator ML 29641 Ltd was imposed by the NCLT special bench. Now why? Because it was wasting court's time. They entered into a last-minute settlement deal, and on the day itself, like today, when the order was supposed to be announced, one of the judges in the benches is supposed to retire. Now the tribunal deferred its order on the insolvency pleas against the debt-laden SpiceJet and asked the regulator, the NCLT bench, to take up the matter on Monday, as we've mentioned it earlier. And there are so many incriminating details, infuriating details. 70 to 85% of salary reductions. That's not even legally allowed. The bare minimum criteria for that is just about 15 to 20%. Now you still owe SpiceJet. It's a wake-up call for you. Don't follow the Kingfisher route anymore. 4,000 crore you owe to aircraft lessors. We have that off the record through our sources on ground. Now, SpiceJet statement has also come. Viewers, we are breaking this right now. It has just come and it's linked to the entire matter in hand. Now, in view of the order, SpiceJet welcomes the order of the NCLT, which has disposed of the petition filed by Aviator ML as withdrawn. But there are still 7 insolvency matters pending, viewers. It's supposed to be held tomorrow. The hearing for all these 7 matters are to be held on August 20th. Now, what SpiceJet has mentioned is, in view of the order, they view the order as a positive step towards resolving the outstanding matters and remain committed to working closely and constructively with our partners to find mutually acceptable solutions. Now, SpiceJet has been through a challenging period of time ever since 2024. The chairman, Ajay Singh, is in hot soup. Now, SpiceJet has been through a challenging period and is focused on rebuilding the airline, strengthening its operations, restoring its fleet. We remain committed to working with all our stakeholders in a spirit of cooperation. Now, this last-minute settlement, does it really mean a relief to your employees, SpiceJet? They've forgoed their homes. They are unable to pay EMIs. What about them? You owe a big, major chunk to obviously these aircraft lessors, over 4,000 crores as per our sources. But what about these employees who've been struggling to meet their basic necessities? Send their child to the school, pay EMIs, buy a house. What about them? This is merely a very PR statement, as we see, There's no mention about their employees who've been so loyal to them. And we've been told that they're they're feeling a lot of pressure from the company's top management to not go to the media, speak their fears and anxiety out. Now, that's the latest we have on the SpiceJet. We'll keep tracking this very, very closely because it affects a lot of people across the country. Back to Shivangi.
All right, well, thank you, Nitin, for getting us all those details. That's a big breaking news coming in from our business team. We have to move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking here on Republic TV. So let's move ahead. We're getting some news coming in that an Ola driver has been attacked in Navi Mumbai. Allegations of assault with a rod and dragging the driver on the car's bonnet for nearly 2 kilometers. The questions raised regarding the role of the police as well, the Nerul police. Now, a dispute over the overtaking late Saturday night on the Palm Beach Road allegedly escalated into a horrifying incident. It is alleged that a man stepped out of his car wielding a rod, struck the Ola driver on the head and injured him. After the assault, as a car driver attempted to drive away, the injured Ola driver, Praveen Pandey, tried to stop the vehicle until the police arrived. Despite this, the car driver allegedly drove forward. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. Upon impact, the Ola driver fell into the car's bonnet and clung to the windshield wiper to save his life. So the entire sequence has happened, and the eyewitnesses who saw this entire thing play out, they say the car driver allegedly kept the injured Ola driver hanging on the bonnet for approximately 2 kilometers. Reports indicate that the vehicle was in fact not stopped. I repeat, not stopped despite pleas for help. Eventually, the car driver dislodged the Ola driver onto the roadside and fled the scene. So following this incident, the Ola driver went to the police station to demand action. It is alleged that the police initially attempted to broker a compromise between the two parties. When that failed, it emerged that only a routine case was registered around 4:30 a.m. on Sunday. All eyes are now on the Nerul police's investigation and subsequent actions regarding this matter. If the allegations prove true, this will be viewed as not a road rage incident, but perhaps something even more serious. So huge updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. Now, of course, we will see that there will be further action which will be taken in this case. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. And let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking here. Now, the Goa government has moved the Supreme Court. That is right. This is regarding the 10-year sentence awarded to Tarun Tejpal in the 2013 rape case, arguing that the punishment is grossly disproportionate and seeks the maximum sentence. That is right. That means life imprisonment. The state has told Supreme Court that the passage of 13 years cannot benefit the offender, stressing the alleged repeated sexual assault and Tejpal's position of dominance, trust and authority as a survivor's employer, mentor and father figure. The Goa government has also highlighted the nature of the cross-examination, alleging that the survivor was subjected to nearly 1,000 pages of invasive questioning and portrayed as a woman of loose morals, while arguing that the circumstances of the case warrant a harsher punishment. So we'll try to go across to my colleague in a short while from now, viewers, but this is a huge update coming in on Republic TV. Now, it looks like there is a plea which has been filed. That's a big update coming in. The Goa government is seeking life imprisonment for Tarun Tejpal, and we're getting all these updates coming in on Republic TV. Just telling you that what happened earlier, Tarun Tejpal was getting a 10-year rigorous imprisonment awarded to him by the Bombay High Court. But the Goa government says that it is too light and there has to be life imprisonment for the kind of case and the kind of conviction which has come in. The case dates back to 2013 when a colleague accused Tejpal of raping her inside a hotel elevator during the event in Goa. And a trial court acquitted him in 2021, but the Bombay High Court overturned the verdict on August 6th, convicted the Tarun Tejpal of rape and sentenced him to 10 years of rigorous imprisonment. And viewers, the other big story we're tracking right now is that Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Delhi Water Minister Satyendra Jain has been arrested by the anti-corruption branch as a main accused in a major corruption case, viewers, involving alleged large-scale irregularities and manipulation of Delhi Jal Board sewage treatment plant upgradation tenders. The ACB also arrested 5 others in connection with the case, which alleges tender conditions were rigged to favor a particular company, leading to criminal conspiracy and perhaps even substantial loss to the government exchequer. Aam Aadmi Party leader and former Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain is set to be produced before a special MP-MLA court today after being arrested by the Delhi anti-corruption branch in the alleged Delhi Jal Board corruption case. The ACB is probing alleged irregularities in the tendering process for sewage treatment projects, with Jain among 6 people arrested in the case. We're getting some big reactions coming in, viewers. Let's go ahead and see what happened when Republic tried to confront Satyendra Jain.
सत्येंद्र जैन, आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इससे? आपको लगा आप इतना बड़ा करप्शन करके बच के निकल जाएंगे सत्येंद्र जैन? सर आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इससे इतना बड़ा स्कैम करने के बाद? सत्येंद्र जैन, आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इस स्कैम से? सत्येंद्र जैन, जवाब दीजिए। सत्येंद्र जैन, जवाब दीजिए। आप इतना बड़ा स्कैम करके बच के निकलने की कोशिश क्यों कर रहे थे? सर, आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे क्या इससे? सत्येंद्र जैन, 17 करोड़ रुपए का स्कैम है ये पूरा। सत्येंद्र जैन।
आम आदमी पार्टी की तत्कालीन सरकार ने ये अपने पूरे कार्यकाल में दिखा दिया कि उनकी पूरी की पूरी नीयत केवल अपने प्रचार प्रसार और भ्रष्टाचार की थी। आपने देखा होगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार के पूरे कार्यकाल में एक भी एसटीपी प्लांट दिल्ली में नहीं लगा, और जो पब्लिक का पैसा था, जहां पर जल भराव से दिल्ली को बचाना चाहिए था, उस पैसे का इस्तेमाल कर जहां पर एसटीपी प्लांट्स लगाकर दिल्ली में स्वेज ट्रीटमेंट के और प्रावधान करे जाने चाहिए थे, जहां पर यह सुनिश्चित करा जाना चाहिए था कि यमुना जी और मलिन ना हो बल्कि और स्वच्छ हो, ये पूरा का पूरा पब्लिक मनी स्कैम के माध्यम से तत्कालीन आम आदमी पार्टी और आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं ने खुर्द बुर्द कर दिया। आज जब इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज ने सत्येंद्र जैन जी और उनके 4 और अभियुक्तों को अरेस्ट करा है, तो दिल्ली की जनता को न्याय मिलेगा। ये एक बार पुनः एक आशा की किरण जनता के जहन में जरूर जगी है। लेकिन इस पे मैं और टिप्पणी इसलिए नहीं करूंगी बिकॉज द लॉ विल डेफिनेटली टेक इट्स ओन कोर्स हेंसफॉर्थ।
देखिए, अगर पूरे उस मामले को ध्यान से देखा जाए तो ये सही दिखाई देता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के समय में दिल्ली की सरकार में सत्ता के संरक्षण में भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल विकसित किया गया, जिसमें राजनेता, अधिकारी, उसके अंदर ठेकेदार और तमाम अन्य लोग थे जिनको उससे लाभ पहुंचा। सत्येंद्र जैन की गिरफ्तारी के बाद ये जो गठजोड़ है वो अब उसका पर्दाफाश हो गया है, और अरविंद केजरीवाल जो ईमानदारी का नारा देकर के सत्ता में आए थे, इस झूठे नैरेटिव को वो हमेशा उन्होंने दिल्ली को इस झूठे नैरेटिव के कारण से बर्बाद किया है। फिर चाहे वो शराब घोटाला हो, शिक्षा का घोटाला हो या अन्य घोटाले हो, और अब ये दिल्ली जल बोर्ड का घोटाला सामने आया है। तो कहीं ना कहीं अरविंद केजरीवाल को दिल्ली जनता को इसका जवाब देना चाहिए कि जिस ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट लेकर के वो राजनीति में आए थे, 10 साल में दिल्ली को उन्होंने क्या दिया, और यदि ये जल बोर्ड का घोटाला ना होता तो आज यमुना का पानी पूरी तरीके से साफ हो गया था, एसटीपी लगे ही नहीं। और जो मनी ट्रेल को यदि देखा जाएगा तो साफ दिखाई देता है।
यमुना को लेकर तो खुद अरविंद केजरीवाल ने भी, आम आदमी पार्टी ने बड़े दावे किए थे, और उसी यमुना से जुड़े हुए टेंडर, सीवेज एसटीपी का टेंडर था, उसमें घोटाले की बात आ रही है। इसीलिए मैंने कहा ये भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल अरविंद केजरीवाल ने दिल्ली में विकसित किया, और उस मॉडल की आड़ में जो कुछ उन्होंने दिल्ली के साथ में किया, एक एक करके घोटालों का सच दिल्ली की जनता के सामने आ रहा है। फिर अब जब एसीबी ने पूरी जांच के बाद में ये कार्रवाई की है, तो आप समझ लीजिए कि चाहे वो राजनेता हो, चाहे अधिकारी हो या ठेकेदार हो या कोई भी हो, वो बचेगा नहीं। कानून अपना काम करेगा और कड़ी से कड़ी सजा ऐसे लोगों को मिलेगी। आम आदमी पार्टी सर इसमें ये कह रही है कि जिस समय ये घोटाले की बात कही जा रही है, उस समय सत्येंद्र जैन जेल में थे, और ये रेड और गिरफ्तारी सिर्फ इसलिए हो रही है क्योंकि पंजाब में चुनाव आने वाला है।
वो बिल्कुल झूठ बोलते हैं। ये मामला 7 अक्टूबर 2021 से शुरू हुआ। सत्येंद्र जैन 2022 में जेल में थे, तो उससे जेल में जाने से पहले ये सारा का सारा काम वो कर चुके थे। तो इसलिए ये कहना कि पंजाब के चुनाव की वजह से गिरफ्तारी की गई, ये बिल्कुल असत्य है। और अरविंद केजरीवाल ने पहली बार ये नहीं कहा है। जब भी उनका नेता कोई गिरफ्तार होता है या कोई कार्रवाई होती है, तो छूटते ही वो ये कहते हैं कि फलानी जगह पर ये उसका ठीकरा वो दूसरे लोगों के सिर फोड़ना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि बिल्कुल गलत है और उनकी बात में कोई दम नहीं है।
सत्येंद्र जैन पार्टी के लिए, आम आदमी पार्टी के लिए कलेक्शन एजेंट का काम कर रहे हैं पंजाब के अंदर। वो बिल्डर से, रियल एस्टेट से खुल के उगाही कर रहे हैं। और अगर ऐसा नहीं है तो मुझे एक बात बताइए, फिर उनको किस कारण से पंजाब में, चंडीगढ़ में मंत्रियों से भी ज्यादा लग्जूरियस कोठी दी गई है? वो बंगला नंबर 926 में, सेक्टर 39 में कैसे रह रहे हैं? क्यों उनको इतनी बड़ी कोठी दी गई है, जबकि ही इज जस्ट एन एक्स MLA फ्रॉम दिल्ली? अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की एक मूवी है, उस मूवी का नाम है भ्रष्टाचार की किताब, दिल्ली टू पंजाब। इस मूवी के पूरी तरीके से राइटर, डायरेक्टर, प्रोड्यूसर, कोरियोग्राफर सब अरविंद केजरीवाल हैं। ये जो लोग अब अरेस्ट हो रहे हैं, सत्येंद्र जैन एंड अदर्स, दे आर जस्ट एक्टर्स इन दिस फिल्म। द एक्चुअल एक्शन हैज बीन डायरेक्टेड बाय अरविंद केजरीवाल एंड उनके ऊपर एक्शन होना चाहिए। ये तो सरकार पूरी तरीके से जेल से ही चला रहे थे, इसमें क्या शक है? अरविंद केजरीवाल खुद इतने दिन जेल में रहे, तो क्या उन्होंने सरकार नहीं चलाई? तो ये सारे सरकार जेल से ही चला रहे हैं। और ये करप्शन बहुत सीरियस करप्शन है, क्योंकि जैसे मैंने बताया, माँ यमुना की सफाई से रिलेटेड ये करप्शन है। कितने सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स इन लोगों ने बनाए, और जो बनाए उनके ऊपर करप्शन कर दिया, तो कैसे माँ यमुना साफ होती?
देखिए, सत्येंद्र जैन जी पंजाब के को इंचार्ज हैं और चुनाव आने वाले हैं, और बीजेपी ने अपना पैटर्न फिर से शुरू कर दिया है। लोग अब इन बातों को समझते हैं, और कोई भी नहीं मानता जो सत्येंद्र जैन जी के खिलाफ ये झूठे मुकदमे कर रहे हैं। पहले भी इन्होंने सत्येंद्र जैन जी को झूठे केस में जेल में डाला था, और जिस टाइम वो जेल में थे तब का ये घोटाला, तथा कथित घोटाला बताया जा रहा है। और उस टाइम बीजेपी ट्वीट करके क्या कह रही थी, आपके देखिए, कह रही है, राघव चड्ढा ने राजेंद्र नगर की कुर्सी पर बैठ जलबोर्ड का घोटाले को दिया अंजाम। तो अब किया उन्होंने राघव चड्ढा से कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन? किया उन्होंने राघव चड्ढा को अरेस्ट? हम लोग बीजेपी के फर्जी केसेस से डरने वाले नहीं हैं। बीजेपी तो पहले भी हमारे कितने नेताओं को फर्जी केसेस में जेल डालकर फिर हमें कोर्ट से क्लीन चिट मिली, कोर्ट ने हमें डिस्चार्ज तक दे दिया कि ये केस तो चलाने योग्य भी नहीं है। इस बार भी ऐसा होगा क्या? इनको लगता है कि लोग इनकी बात मानेंगे ऐसे? युवा इनसे नाराज है आज। क्या युवा इनसे इन बातों से जुड़ेगा? चंदा चोरी की इन्होंने लोगों की आस्था के साथ खेला, क्या लोग इन बातों को भूल जाएंगे? ऐसा नहीं होने वाला। मोदी जी को गवर्नेंस पे लड़ाई करनी चाहिए, हेल्थ केयर, एजुकेशन पे लड़ाई करनी चाहिए। और अगर सच में ACB को और भाजपा को करप्शन पे एक्शन लेना है ना, तो रेखा गुप्ता के यहाँ चले जाएं, उनको और उनकी पूरी कैबिनेट को अरेस्ट कर लें। उन्होंने अभी 18 महीने की सरकार के अंदर करोड़ों का राइस घोटाला किया। उन्होंने अभी 18 महीने के अंदर 700 करोड़ का मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट स्कैम किया। उन्होंने अभी 90 करोड़ का साइकिल घोटाला किया, जहां आपने देखा होगा हमारे विधायक भी 4,000 की साइकिल जो थी वो 7200 की रेखा गुप्ता सरकार ने खरीदी, और हमारे विधायकों ने ये दिखाया। तो अगर बीजेपी को ये सच में करप्शन के ऊपर एक्शन लेना है तो इन घोटालों की जांच करें, रेखा गुप्ता को अरेस्ट करें।
Getting some big updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. So let's tell you what's happening. ACB demanding police custody of Ankit. However, for others, they have demanded the judicial custody, including Satyendra Jain as well. So big updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Let's tell you exactly what is happening. Delhi ACB has arrested Aam Aadmi Party leader Jain and 5 others over alleged irregularities in a sewage plant tender case, claiming favoritism and a 1.52 crore money trail. So let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Let's go to Saurav. Saurav, yes, let's take our viewers through what we can expect next. ACB demanding police custody for Ankit. For others, they want judicial custody, including for Satyendra Jain. Why is that, Saurav?
Yeah, because the major thing here is that they want to interrogate more from the Ankit Srivastava, who was the Delhi Jal Board contractual worker at that time and who was actively involved in this whole tender process. And that is why they have sought the police custody for the Ankit Srivastava in this case. And however, for as far as the others are concerned, including the then Delhi Jal Board CEO, Udit Prakash Rai and the former Delhi Minister Satendra Jain, they have sought the judicial custody for other 5 accused in this case. However, Satendra Jain's lawyer has also said in the court that the arrest was made against the law. There was no ground for the ACB to arrest the accused in this case, and the EDI has also filed a charge sheet back in 2025, and during that time also there was no arrest made by the ED. But this time the ACB has arrested the main co-conspirator Satendra Jain and the then Delhi Jail Board CEO. And this is the case when the police interrogation and the ACB interrogation has found enough evidence against all the accused, and that is why they have demanded the judicial custody for the Satendra Jain and the other 4 accused in this case. But however, there are some facts which are still to be verified against the DJP contractual worker Ankit Srivastava, which is in question, and for whom the ACB has demanded the police custody in this regard, Shivangi.
Yes, sort of hold on for a second there. Really, I have to move ahead. I'm getting some more breaking news coming in, viewers. Let's go to the next set of breaking news that we are getting for our viewers right now. And this is coming in from Patna, viewers. In Patna, LOP Tejasvi Yadav will be leading a march, Raj Bhavan march from Gandhi Maidan. So we see in Bihar, and we'll put out some pictures coming in. Okay, there you go. Live pictures coming from Patna, Bihar. RJD leader and the Bihar LOP Tejasvi Yadav saying his party started a march to Raj Bhavan to protest alleged paper leaks and irregularities in the competitive examination. First on Republic TV, big breaking news coming in. Okay, let's go to my colleague Prakash, who's joining us. Prakash, if you could just help our viewers understand what are we seeing on the screens and walk us through these fresh breaking visuals which are coming in.
Well, the RJD has staged a protest against the rise in unemployment, paper leak, and also the deteriorating law and order situation in Bihar. And the specific demand was pertaining to the bullet firing that was done from an AK-47 rifle in Siwan district earlier this month when the NEET protest took place. And that due to which Tejasvi Yadav is holding a protest here in Patna. And now they have crossed from the Dagbangala crossing to the income tax.
That's right. Yes, Prakash, yes, go ahead. So we see that Yadav was hit out at the state government over the worsening law and order condition in the state. What has the government, Bihar government, replied back on this matter?
Well, it's a political protest, and as we all know that Tejasvi has been marginalized in the politics of Bihar, and his party could not take off as far as elections were concerned, and thereafter he's been marginalized in the political spectrum of Bihar, due to which.
That's right. Okay, Prakash, editor Special Projects. Thank you for getting us all those updates coming in. Okay, we will be taking a short break now. Those are pictures coming in from Patna, Bihar of the LOP there, Tejasvi Yadav leading a march to Raj Bhavan against the paper leak issue, viewers. And this is coming in as we see that Tejasvi Yadav says that we're trying to put pressure on the state government and raise the grievances of students and youth against paper leaks. We'll try to go across to our editor Special Reports, Prakash, in a short while from now. But let's see what's happening on the ground first.
आप सभी बैरिकेड से नीचे उतर जाइए और राष्ट्रीय ध्वज को रैली समाप्त
a lot of water cannons are being used against the protesters who are from the side of the Bihar leader of opposition, RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav, his party marching to Raj Bhavan to speak about and raise the grievances of students and the youth against paper leak. And we have seen the past few weeks now, the Yadav has hit out at the state government over the worsening law and order situation. That's what they're calling it in the state, and claiming that the competitive examinations were being marred by paper leaks and series of irregularities. So these allegations coming in from the LOP, Tejasvi Yadav, pictures coming in from Patna, Bihar, of the Bihar LOP going ahead and alleging that there is a worsening law and order situation in the state of Bihar. These allegations coming in from Yadav and saying that there's an issue of paper leaks as well in the state. Now, we have seen similar issues being raised in multiple states. All right, we're getting these pictures coming in where we see that clearly the protesters there breaking barricades, water cannons being used against them. Police personnel have to use water cannons because the protests are getting bigger and bigger by the minute now. We're trying to get a reaction coming in from Tejasvi Yadav as well. Once we get that reaction, we'll tell our viewers exactly what he has said. But this is a planned protest of the RJD leader and the Bihar LOP, Tejasvi Yadav, who is marching to Raj Bhavan to protest what he says are paper leaks and irregularities in competitive examinations. He has also questioned the government there over the law and order situation, and multiple issues are being raised by Tejasvi Yadav. But on your screen, you can see there has been a huge protest. You can see that these protesters who are from the side of Tejasvi Yadav are holding barricades, they're pulling up barricades, breaking barricades, and because of the chaos that is reigning there, we see that the police personnel have to use water cannons on the protesters to control the crowd. So these are pictures coming in from Patna, Bihar. We'll try to go across to my colleague Prakash as well in a short while from now to really understand what the latest is. But a huge protest which has been planned by Tejasvi Yadav, and party members from RJD are marching to Raj Bhavan to protest the alleged paper leaks. Taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. We'll keep getting our viewers the biggest updates on India's #1 news network, Republic. And the protests continue in Patna. We'll get our viewers much more coming right up.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो, सब बढ़िया लो। इसमें क्या खास बात है? थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. We can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
In the recent episode of Tantrums, U.S. President Donald Trump is openly frustrated with South Korea. The U.S. president has scaled down joint military drills with Seoul as a clear pressure tactic.
South Korea has been protected by us for many, many years. And during my first term, they agreed to pay close to $3 billion a year for protection because we don't, they essentially weren't paying. And I asked them to do that at my request. I said, not right. They weren't happy about it, but they agreed. I asked for $10 billion, and they were very unhappy, but we agreed for a short term.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
All right, here's getting you live visuals from Patna in Bihar. This is where RJD workers have now hit the streets, and leading him is LOP and RJD leader. On your screen, Tejaswi Yadav. This comes in as clashes, in fact, are now being reported between the police and the RJD workers, which are protesting over paper leaks and the other problems faced by students in Bihar. Coming in, live visuals, a massive showdown right now between the police and the protesters. Essentially, RJD workers have now hit the streets in Patna over the paper leaks and the other issues that students, especially youngsters in Bihar, are facing at the moment. Now, the march, in fact, is being led by RJD leader and leader for opposition, Tejaswi Yadav, who's set to march towards Raj Bhavan. But now you can see as the police has now intervened, and one can also see that several students have also been detained. We'll try and confirm that for you, but right now we can see that the police at the moment trying to ensure that the crowd remains in control and there is no untoward incident that takes place. But you can see, in fact, Tejaswi Yadav right now. Let's try and hear the reaction.
शांतिपूर्ण मार्च कर रहे थे तिरंगा लेकर के, छात्रों के मुद्दे को लेकर के, जिस प्रकार से अंदर आ जा, अंदर आ जा, अंदर ब्लॉक राजभवन जाने वाले थे, यहीं पर डिटेन हो गए। देखिए, लोगों का मार्च राजभवन तक का था, लेकिन इनकम टैक्स पे ही रोक दिया गया। इस जुर्म हम लोग आगे लड़ाई लड़ते रहेंगे। जेल भेजने से हम लोग डरने वाले लोग नहीं हैं। हमारे भगवान श्री कृष्ण का ही जन्म जो है जेल में हुआ था, और छात्रों के हक और अधिकार के लिए, बेरोजगारी मिटाने के लिए, पेपर लीक रोकने के लिए, पारदर्शिता परीक्षा के लिए, इन सब सारी चीज़ों के लिए, अच्छी शिक्षा व्यवस्था के लिए, अच्छी स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्था के लिए, बिहार को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए, बिहार के भविष्य को बेहतर करने के लिए हम लोग हमेशा आवाज़ उठाते रहेंगे, लड़ाई लड़ते क्या कहेंगे? कार्यकर्ताओं को क्या कहेंगे? नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी।
All right, viewers, so those are the visuals we're getting in as Tejaswi Yadav and Misa Bhati, in fact, are leading this march against the police action, the alleged police brutality, and what they're claiming was the use of AK-47 in a student protest. They are marching against such alleged brutalities over student protesters. They're claiming that marching for students' rights and to ensure there is transparency and no paper leaks happen in Bihar. So over that, RJD leader Tejaswi Yadav now leading the protest. They were set to march towards a Lok Bhavan, but right now they've been detained, and we're getting these live visuals from Patna. This is where massive showdown has now escalated. The protest started over the use of AK-47, alleged use of AK-47 by security personnel during the students' protest. But at large, Tejaswi Yadav, speaking a short while before, said that this protest for students' rights, for their struggle, and to ensure that there is transparency in the education system and no paper leaks happen in the future. So we've seen this similar scenes unfold in Jharkhand as well, Jantar Mantar of course, and now even in Patna, RJD leaders have now hit the streets. They were set to march to Lok Bhavan over paper leaks, over alleged police brutality, and to ensure that they can have a better education system for students in Bihar. Right now, police there are deployed in large numbers to ensure that no untoward incidents takes place. But you can see, in fact, RJD workers are there toppling barricades, pushing these police workers as well. And right now, massive showdown in fact underway in Patna, where several of the RJD workers have now hit the streets over police action against student protesters.
छात्रों से डरी है, नौजवानों से डरी है, जनता से डरी हुई है सरकार।
इसीलिए आप लोगों को रोक दिया गया क्या?
कब तक रोकेगी, कब तक जेल भेजेगी, कब तक गोलियां चलाएगी?
वाटर कैनन का भी प्रयोग किया गया आप लोगों पे।
जो सत्ता में है उसको जाना तय है, कोई परमानेंट नहीं होता, सबका हिसाब लिया जाएगा।
छात्रों का भी पूरा सहयोग मिला तेजस्वी जी।
सब छात्र लोग, नौजवान, हर जाति के लोगों के समर्थन करेंगे।
All right, viewers, Tejaswi Yadav there in Patna leading the march towards Lok Bhavan, asking that questions, in fact, over to government over the kind of police action that took place over the use of AK-47 during the student protest in Bihar. So RJD demanding that investigation takes place of whether or not AK-47 was in fact used in the student protest. So essentially the protest which started over the use of AK-47, now asking larger questions about education reforms in Bihar to ensure that there is a transparent education system for the youth in the state. Now we understand that right now their march has been stopped by the police. They were set to march towards Lok Bhavan, but the RJD march led by Tejaswi Yadav, who is the leader of opposition there, has now been stopped, and they've been stopped from marching towards Lok Bhavan. Several leaders have also been detained. This is a massive showdown that's now escalating in Patna right now. We're getting these visuals. You can see RJD workers in hundreds of numbers. They've now hit the streets, and there's large security deployment as well to ensure that there is no untoward incidents. In fact, there were visuals earlier as well, police using water cannons to disperse the crowd which has gathered there in large numbers. But right now on your screen you can see how the RJD workers are in fact breaching barricades. They're toppling barricades. Several layers of barricades have been put in place, but they are breaching those barricading in fact put in place. But police there also deployed in large numbers right now. Tejaswi Yadav essentially leading this march over paper leaks, over unemployment issues, over other problems as well faced by students in Bihar. Now we've seen this model that was implemented at Jantar Mantar, even in Jharkhand, and now here as well in Bihar, politics escalating over students' issues. You can see some of the students, in fact, right now have collapsed as well. We're getting these live visuals.
आप सभी को प्रशासन की ओर से सचेत किया जाता है। राष्ट्रीय गौरव अपमान निवारण अधिनियम 1971 के तहत राष्ट्रीय ध्वज का अपमान करना दंडनीय अपराध है। बस के सामने से हट जाइए, रास्ता क्लियर कीजिए। जो लोग आगे खड़े हैं आगे की ओर बढ़िए, रास्ता क्लियर करिए। आप सभी से निवेदन है, राष्ट्रीय ध्वज को गलत तरह से अपमानित मत करिए। सभी लोग ध्वज को ऊपर उठाकर रखिए, उसे जमीन पर मत फेंकिए, उसको अपने शरीर पर मत लपेटिए। बस आगे बढ़वाइए, थाना पहुंचवाइए। आप सभी से निवेदन है, बस के सामने से हट जाइए। गलत बात है।
क्या कहेंगे नेता को? आपने लाठी गुंडा की सरकार नहीं चलेगी। हमारे नेता सरकार ये कतई बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगा बिहार के जनता। और तेजस्वी प्रशासन इस बस में क्या कहेंगे अध्यक्ष जी, क्या कहेंगे आपके नेता को गिरफ्तार करने के?
Been stopped by police. As you can see on your screen, there is heavy deployment of security personnel as RJD has now hit the streets. And these are student protests being led by RJD. These are protests over alleged police brutality over the use of AK-47 during student protests against unemployment and against several other issues that students are facing in Bihar. So right now we're looking at these live visuals coming to life from Patna, where RJD leader of opposition as well as RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav is now leading the march of students, of these RJD workers towards Lok Bhavan, essentially asking that an investigation take place into whether or not AK-47 was used against these students, protesters. So that's one of their demands as well. They're demanding a better and a transparent education system. So opposition essentially leading this march against Samrat Chaudhary government in Bihar. These are live visuals that we're getting in of, we can show you in fact how numbers are swelling up on the ground right now as more and more RJD workers continue to join this protest and this march towards Lok Bhavan right now. All right, my colleague Niranjan also joins us with more details on this. And Niranjan, we've seen this script unfold, whether it was at Delhi, in Jharkhand as well, and now it looks like that leader of opposition in Bihar also wants to, hijack this student issue and turn this into a political movement as well.
Well, the triggers for this seems to be the fact that AK-47 was used in the protest, and if you look at what the state government has said, the state government and the police have confirmed that AK-47 was fired during the student protest, and that the Bihar government has gone on record regarding the allegations of excessive force, confirming that yes, AK-47 was fired during the student protests. They did confirm, but they also gave a caveat. They filed a counter affidavit on the use of police on the use of police brutality that was alleged against protesting students in the aftermath of the CJP protests. They denied use of excessive force. First up, secondly, the Bihar government also told Supreme Court that AK-47 was fired during the protest, but nobody was injured.
Right.
This is what they have said on record.
Right, in fact, so that's the official statement that came in from Bihar government.
बंदूकों का भी इस्तेमाल ये बिहार सरकार न कराए। सब लोगों को डिटेन किया जा रहा है, क्या कहिएगा? निशा दीदी, एक मिनट भाई, उनको लेने दो। दीदी क्या कहेंगे तेजस्वी जी को
Right, in fact, there you saw on your screen Misa Bharti, who's also leading this RJD protest along with leader of opposition Tejasvi Yadav. Both of them hitting the streets along with RJD workers, asking questions to government over the use of AK-47 and the alleged police brutality during the student protest in Bihar. So right now we're getting these visuals as protest on ground continues to escalate. You can see, in fact, several workers of RJD are now toppling barricades. They are breaching multiple levels of security that have been put in place, while police, in fact, on the other hand, trying to disperse the crowd using water cannons as well to control the situation. But this is opposition at large leading this march towards Lok Bhavan, asking tough questions from the government over the use of AK-47, over rising unemployment as well. My colleague Niranjan continues to stay with me as well. Niranjan, what are their primary demands? As you mentioned that the government has given out an official statement over the use of AK-47. So what are their primary demands coming in from the opposition leaders, Tejasvi Yadav, who's now hit the street?
Well, first of all, Tejasvi Yadav seems to have woken up from a long slumber, because you haven't seen him in public for a very long time. In fact, one of the rare times that he has been seen in public after the jolt that he received in the election. So he's sort of gone underground after that.
Right.
So his first full-blown public appearance here. Now, as far as this AK-47 episode is concerned, primarily they say it is over the use of force and AK-47 against students. Now, it's belated, isn't it? Because this happened a long time back. I mean, almost 2 weeks back.
Almost a month ago, yes.
Yeah, almost a month ago. And then this is completely belated. So I'm not sure what the motive is, whether they felt, like you call it, whether they felt FOMO and are trying to sort of catch up with the other opposition parties. Now here, the Siwan SP has also been removed over the use of this episode of the AK-47 episode. In fact, he's also been placed under waiting for posting. He hasn't been allotted a new, district or a new position. So the state has taken action. I mean, you did see his video where he's holding an AK-47. We were actually live that day on Republic when it happened. And, this was sort of unwarranted. Many would say unwarranted, but the police have said in court that that particular officer was completely cornered. And that is why he had to sort of use this gun. Now, that's what he said on record. But interestingly, I'm not really sure what the RJD is protesting here, because they have the matters ended, matters settled, matters in court. So perhaps belated action. I mean, missing in action all these days have been seen in public now. Back to you.
Right. In fact, this is what we're essentially staring at, delayed action, because the government has already issued a clarification of the use of AK-47. The official involved has now been suspended as well. As far as paper leaks are concerned, an act nationwide has now been brought in to ensure that the education system can become more transparent. But similar script now playing out, what you've seen in Jantar Mantar as well. But after a month, viewers, the timing has to be taken into context here. It is after a month over the use of AK-47 that the protests have now erupted in Bihar, essentially, where it looks like Tejasvi Yadav, who's maybe looking for some political brownie points over this, but has now hit the streets along with Misa Bharti leading this march towards Lok Bhavan right now. And we're getting these live visuals on Republic TV showing you exactly what is unfolding right now in Patna, as several of the RJD workers have now hit the streets. They are demanding accountability over paper leaks from Bihar government, trying to corner the government, Samrat Chaudhary government, over the kind of issues which have essentially plagued the youngsters, the youth in Bihar. So right now we're getting these live visuals. As you can see, the march essentially escalating with Tejasvi Yadav and Misa Bharti both leading the march on the ground in Patna right now against the government. They're asking that investigation takes place into the use of AK-47, while at the same time demanding accountability from rising unemployment as well in the state. On your screen, you can see RJD workers, in fact, holding a tricolor in their hand and marching towards Lok Bhavan. Let's also listen in to what exactly the opposition leaders are saying on this march.
इससे कोई फर्क पड़ने वाला नहीं है। जनता जाग चुकी है, सड़कों पर है। सरकार को जो है झुकना ही पड़ेगा, ऐसे काम चलने वाला नहीं है।
देखिए, आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सरकार गई थी और सरकार ने माना कि सिवान में AK-47 का इस्तेमाल हुआ है, लेकिन जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट से चाहे वो पक्ष हो, चाहे विपक्ष हो, चाहे वो स्टूडेंट हो, चाहे इस भारत का आम नागरिक बहुत उम्मीद की नज़रों से देखता है। हमें पूरी उम्मीद थी कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जो न्यायाधीश बैठेंगे कुर्सी पे, महिला होने के नाते मैं बोलती हूँ कि कहीं ना कहीं वो भी मैरिड होंगे, उनकी भी पत्नी होगी, उनके भी बच्चे होंगे और उनके बच्चे भी पढ़ने लिखने वाले होंगे और कंपटीशन का तैयारी करते होंगे। हो सकता, मैं नहीं जानती कौन से जज वहाँ आज बैठे थे, हो सकता है उनके बच्चों में से किसी ने नीट का भी परीक्षा दिया होगा। तो हमें ये उम्मीद थी कि जो छात्र हैं इस देश के, खास तौर पे बिहार के, उनकी भावनाओं के साथ वो न्याय करेंगे और समझेंगे, लेकिन वहाँ से भी हमें निराशा ही हाथ लगा है। आप बताइए कि एक जिला का जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर और वहाँ का सिचुएशन के लिए जिला अध्यक्ष और SP बनाया जाता है, आखिर एक अदना सा सिपाही किसके आदेश से प्रदर्शन में AK-47 लेकर के आया है? इसका जवाब ना तो सिवान के अधिकारी दे रहे हैं, चाहे वो DM हो, चाहे वो SP हो, ना ही बिहार सरकार दे रही है, ना ही वो DGP दे रहे हैं। तो आखिर बिहार के जो छात्र हैं और जो बिहार के आम जनता है, वो यही समझ रही है कि जो बिहार में जो सरकार है वो हत्यारी सरकार है।
All right, here's slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you all the details of what is right now unfolding in Patna as RJD leaders have now hit the streets over the use of AK-47 during the student protest. We'll get you all the details on that. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath, there's a
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो 3 साल पहले फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर के मैसेजेस मेरे पास आ रहे हैं। हेड ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस सिस्टम,
Coming up after a short break, a massive showdown on the streets of Patna as RJD leaders are led by Tejasvi Yadav now hit the streets asking accountability from the government over the use of AK-47 during students' protest in Bihar. Get you all the details on the other side. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. We can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
And coming up on Bharat in 1 minute, an encounter took place between police and criminals in Ghaziabad, where 2 suspects who were habitual offenders were shot in their leg during their retaliatory firing. Police recovered weapons from the 2 suspects and an investigation on the incident is underway. Protests erupted at a college in Kerala after a student from Arunachal Pradesh committed suicide over the college's minimum credit requirements, year-back system and a high supplementary examination fee. A 3-page suicide note written in English and Hindi was recovered by the cops and an investigation on the incident is underway. A uniformed police constable was beaten in public in Agra after the cop is allegedly involved in the ongoing dispute with his wife. Now the incident reportedly took place outside the railway station where more than half a dozen people attacked the cop. The attackers were believed to be members of his in-laws family and the incident has gone viral on social media ever since.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो 3 साल पहले फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर के मैसेजेस मेरे पास आ रहे हैं। हेड ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस सिस्टम, सीनियर जुडिशरी, सारों के सारे रिवोल्ट कर रहे हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहे हैं हमें। तो जो कंट्रोल का सिस्टम था एक तरफ से, वो कोलैप्स कर रहा है अंदर से, क्योंकि लोगों को दिख रहा है कि जनता का प्रेशर अब ऐसा भयंकर आएगा।
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Anti-corruption branch seeks judicial custody of AAP leader and former Delhi Minister Satendra Jain in a Delhi Jalbod scam. Madras High Court clears way for Tamil Anthem, says the Tamil Anthem can proceed Vande Mataram and National Anthem. At least 9 people, including a child, were killed after a massive fire broke out at a hotel in Kolkata. A major drug racket busted in Ramnagar district near Bengaluru by Enforcement Directorate. Medicines worth over 5 crore rupees seized. Massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. Goa government moves the top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence, says that 10 years are not enough, seeks maximum sentence for 2013 rape case. All right, viewers, we're getting these live visuals from Patna. This is where the protests have now escalated, which started with the use of AK-47 have now escalated on the ground. You have leader of opposition and RJD leaders, Misa Bharti, as well as Tejaswi Yadav, leading these march and student protesters essentially to Lok Bhavan. And these are the live visuals that we're getting in from Patna, where the protests are now escalating on the ground. Massive security deployment there. You can see multiple layers of barricading have been put in place to ensure that no untoward incident takes place. In fact, these are shots that we're getting earlier as well. Police there using water cannons to disperse the crowd, which now seems to be swelling up on the streets. So over a month later, in fact, we're now looking at RJD leaders essentially waking up over the use of AK-47 during the student protest and now demanding accountability from Samrat Chaudhary government over the same. They are seeking that an investigation must take place into the incident which involved the use of AK-47 during the students' protest in Bihar. And right now you can see the situation escalating on the ground as RJD workers are toppling barricades, while on the other hand, police using water cannons to ensure that no untoward incident takes place and the crowd can be brought under control. So massive showdown as tensions continue to escalate now on the ground in Patna right now. This is where RJD leaders have now hit the streets over the use of AK-47. There are larger issues also that they are demanding that a better education, a better transparent education system must be brought in place in Bihar. They say the protest also concerns the rising unemployment in the state as well. So multiple issues now being raised in the interest of students by RJD leaders during these protests. But right now, situation escalating on the ground as the police have now resorted to the use of water cannons on these protesters to bring them under control right now. Right now, in fact, you can also see police officials are there urging the protesters to not engage in any violent act. You can see that there's a huge deployment of police force as well on the ground to contain the rising number of protesters and the RJD workers that we're now seeing on the streets of Patna. And police, they are using continuously water cannons as well to disperse the crowd, which is set to, in fact, take this march forward towards Lok Bhavan. It is RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav who's leading these march of student protesters right now. Misa Bharti also there leading the protesters. And right now you can see a police there using water cannons to disperse the crowd and to ensure that the crowd does not go out of control essentially on the ground. So these are live visuals, viewers, that we're getting in from Patna right now, where massive showdown is now escalating. Right, in fact. And now we are shifting focus to another breaking news that we're getting at this hour. The public clash which has come to light between a Congress MP and an SP MLA at Saharanpur meeting. It has essentially now exposed the so-called unity of the India Alliance. A verbal clash, viewers, was witnessed between Congress MP Imran Masood and SP MLA Ashu Malik. Now, during the Disha meeting in Saharanpur district, among all the public representatives which were present there and officials as well, MP Imran Masood raised an objection to Ashu Malik for asking questions without the board's permission, and this essentially led to a verbal debate between the two leaders, exposing the cracks that continue to exist within the India Alliance. In fact, let's take a look as to how this escalated between the Congress and the SP leader.
आप चेयर से अनुमति लेकर के पूछें। अभी एक जब मान्य सदस्य सवाल मेरा है वो क्यों बोल रहे हैं? अरे ये भी कोई बात है, कोई आपका सवाल है, कोई दूसरे का चित्र नहीं है, ये क्या बात हो गई? आप भी पूछिए, आप दिशा की मीटिंग है, कोई दिशा की मीटिंग नहीं है। नहीं दिशा की मीटिंग है, नहीं हम नहीं बता सकते। नहीं, ये नियम से चलेगी। नियम से चल रही है। नहीं, नियम से चलेगी। नियम से चलेगी, चेयर की अनुमति के बिना बाहर करिए। नहीं, चेयर की अनुमति के बिना नहीं। पहले माननीय सदस्य आप अपने सवाल पूरा कर लें, उसके बाद आप पूछो।
All right, viewers, so that's the video, in fact, showing you the heated exchange that took place between the Congress and the SP leader. Now, this happened at a Saharanpur meeting, which essentially now has exposed the cracks that exist within the India Alliance. Now, this verbal clash was witnessed between Congress MP Imran Masood and SP MLA Ashu Malik. It was during the Disha meeting in Saharanpur district that among all the public officials are present there, Imran Masood raised an objection to Ashu Malik for asking questions without the board's permission. In fact, my colleague Raghavendra also joining us for more details on this. Raghavendra, what essentially triggered this heated exchange between the two leaders? All right, in fact, we'll try and connect with my colleague Raghavendra. Raghavendra, हमें और थोड़ी जानकारी दें, ये जो verbal clash हुआ between the SP and the Congress leader, ये किस वजह पर जो ये लड़ाई हुई इन दोनों के बीच?
बिल्कुल, देखिए, ये दिशा की बैठक थी, जिस बैठक में लगातार आगामी 2027 विधानसभा चुनाव की तैयारी को लेकर डिस्कस हो रहा था। लेकिन जो मतभेद हैं, वो चाहे सीटों की बात कहें, चाहे वो गठबंधन की बात कहें या भविष्य की योजनाओं की बात करें, उसको लेकर के दोनों पार्टी नेताओं में हो गई। एक तरफ कांग्रेस के नेता, एक तरफ समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता, दोनों इस बैठक में आपस में भिड़ गए, क्योंकि अभी सीट डिसाइड नहीं है और ये अभी से दावेदारी शुरू हो रही है कि किसके पाले में सीट पड़ सकती है, किसको मिल सकता है। तो कहीं न कहीं इन्हीं सब चीजों में जो व्यक्तिगत इनकी जो इच्छा है, व्यक्तिगत जो स्वार्थ है, वो भारी पड़ रहा है और वो चीजें मीटिंग में, झड़प में देखने को मिल रही हैं और आने वाले समय में ये चीजें और भी देखने को आपको मिलेंगी।
All right, so differences over ideology is essentially triggering that heated exchange between the two leaders. Let's play that for our viewers and listen in what exactly unfolded between Imran Masood and Ashu Malik there.
एक मिनट माननीय विधायक जी, एक मिनट आप बीच में इंटरवेन नहीं करो। आप चेयर सवाल देना है नहीं तो आप माननीय नहीं तो हम आप चेयर अनुमति नहीं आप चेयर अनुमति लेकर आप चेयर अनुमति लेकर के पूछें। अभी एक जब माननीय सदस्य सवाल मेरा है वो क्यों बोल रहे हैं? अरे ये भी कोई बात है, कोई आपका सवाल है, कोई दूसरे का चित्र नहीं है, ये क्या बात हो गई? आप भी पूछिए, आप दिशा की मीटिंग है, कोई दिशा की मीटिंग नहीं है। नहीं दिशा की मीटिंग है, नहीं हम नहीं बता सकते। नहीं ये नियम से चलेगी, नियम से चल रही है, नहीं नियम से चलेगी, नियम से चलेगी। चेयर की अनुमति के बिना बाहर करिए। नहीं चेयर की अनुमति के बिना नहीं। पहले माननीय सदस्य आप अपने सवाल पूरा कर लें, उसके बाद आप सवाल तो हमारा है, माननीय विधायक हम संतुष्ट नहीं है जवाब से, आप आगे थोड़ी ना बढ़ गए ना। माननीय विधायक जी मदद की तो आप गलत जानकारी को दे रहे हैं। जब हम कह रहे हैं कि PMGSY से वो जो ग्राफ, एक मिनट माननीय विधायक जी, एक मिनट आप बीच में इंटरवेन नहीं करो। आप चेयर सवाल देना है नहीं तो आप माननीय नहीं तो हम आप चेयर अनुमति नहीं आप चेयर अनुमति लेकर आप चेयर अनुमति लेकर के पूछें। अभी एक जब माननीय सदस्य सवाल मेरा है वो क्यों बोल रहे हैं?
All right, viewers, so that was the entire sequence of what exactly unfolded between SP leader Ashu Malik and Congress leader Imran Masood. This was at a Sarangpur meeting where they're supposed to, in fact, present a unified front between the India Alliance members, but clearly cracks there visible as this heated exchange unfolded between the two. And now we are shifting focus. A massive crackdown on foreign transaction as IT department is now on the trail of 1.29 lakh crore rupees sent overseas. Now the income tax department is probing a massive trail of overseas remittances worth rupees 1.29 lakh crore. As part of the investigation, the IT department is now scrutinizing essentially over 6,400 new entities allegedly used to send money abroad. In fact, sources say that 72% of these remittances were sent to Singapore, UAE and China. Singapore here alone accounted for rupees 41,000 crore. The department's current focus is essentially on identifying the real beneficiaries and mapping the complete money trail in this entire case. Now, more details are, of course, awaited as investigation is still continuing on this financial trail by the IT department. But right now, it's a massive crackdown that we're now witnessing as IT department continues to investigate this trail of 1.29 lakh crore rupees sent overseas. All right, our senior editor Aishwarya Kapoor also joining us with more details on this. Aishwarya, it's a big crackdown that we're now looking at on foreign remittances and the transaction as IT department is now tracing this financial trail. Give us more details on this.
Well, that's right. According to our sources, Income Tax Department has got a trail of around 1.29 lakh crore. I repeat, 1.29 lakh crore being sent overseas using specifically 6,422 new entities. I repeat, 1.29 lakh crores being sent overseas using 6,422 new entities. Tax Department has already begun action against 394 specific firms. More than 72% of this 1.29 lakh crore has been sent to Singapore and then UAE, Hong Kong, Mauritius and China, out of which 41,885 crore has been only sent to Singapore, more than 18,331 crores to UAE, 18,064 crore to Hong Kong, and then so on and so forth. Sources also indicate that a specific number, that is of 36,175 crore, has been remitted by, and this is important, only 83 foreign addresses. That means 83 foreign entities have been used to transfer 36,175 crores, which entails that there is a question of 1.29 lakh crore being sent up to India using these new firms which have just been registered in around not more than 24 months. So make it very clear that the companies which have just been registered in less than 2 years span have sent out 1.29 lakh crores, hence which has raised this alarm in the financial department, in the income tax department, and now the agencies are working together to find out who's the end user, who's the end benefactor of this 1.29 lakh crore which has been sent out of India
in the last 8 to 9 months.
Right. In fact, we'll keep tracking as more details also come to light. And this tracing of this entire financial network continues by the IT department. Thanks, Aishwarya, for joining us and getting us more details on this. And now here's a time for some breaking updates coming from the world of business. Over to my colleague Rishta, who will now tell us more details as questions are now being raised over the airline SpiceJet and the way it has treated its staff. Over to you.
Well, thanks, Ashita. Now, Republic had been tracking this story very closely, and today it has access to explosive emails. Now, these emails are from distressed SpiceJet employees, and we can see the grievances that have raised serious questions about how the airline has treated its staff, particularly during the pandemic. Now, the story hasn't changed much right now. The employee alleges that while most airlines ask pilots to take pay cuts of 15 to 30%, SpiceJet forced staff to accept cuts as steep as 70 to 85%. Now, this is a policy that was in place since March 2020. Now, the complainant has also claimed to be a victim of this, alleging that senior officials, including the VP of Operations and 2 chief pilots, have also threatened him, alleging that these behavior were taking a favor and keeping them on the payroll, and warning that continuing to ask for dues would get them fired. Now, this is extremely concerning, and according to the email, he has also been forced to stop flying in October 2020 and ultimately forced to resign in February 2021. The employee also raises a flight safety concern, arguing that financially stressed crew under mental strain pose a genuine risk, invoking the tragic memory of the German wings crash as a cautionary reference point. Now, he further alleges that current employees are unable to speak out, fearing similar threats of termination. Now, the email claims salary errors for pilots run into lakhs of rupees, and despite sending around 25 emails, her own salary and gratuity dues remain unpaid to this day. Now, for more on this, I'm also joined in by my colleague, Mr. Pranav Kulkarni. Over to you, Pranav.
Well, yes, Rishita. In fact, this is a big story. Let me just give a perspective to our viewers. What happened was we were actually today reporting the NCLT case against SpiceJet, and even as NCLT is set to reopen the IBC case against SpiceJet, several employees reached out to us saying that even as of now, even as of May, the latest was May 2026, when their salaries were still due. And very interestingly, in those emails, they cited the same old emails saying that the conditions have not really changed. In fact, one of the staffers also wrote to the Prime Minister urging him to intervene. So a lot of back and forth by emails, distress. One of the employees also said that there were cases of them being forced to suicide because of financial stress. Some of them were forced to sell their houses as they could not pay their EMIs. And very interestingly, I'll give you just one set of data here. During all this period when employees were actually suffering, they were going through financial distress. Interestingly, the promoter's salary, Ajay Singh's salary, was 275 times the median salary of the employees. That's according to the financial report of 2025 that SpiceJet uploaded on the exchanges. So yes, it shows the disparity between the two. On one side, when employees continue to suffer, and on the other side, the promoters as well as the senior management enjoyed remunerations as well as salary hikes of about 13 to 14%. Why this is important is, one, because of the NCLT case, and second, because the employees say that nothing has changed so far. I think we're joined by an expert to help us more on this. Mr. Duggal, thank you very much for joining us on Republic Business. Our first question, sir, is what happens now? One, of course, the NCLT case going on, and secondly, the employees, the salaries of employees, which are close to about 124 crore as we speak. What does the airline do? Does this really mean that it is going to go into an IBC proceeding, or what happens next? If you could just help us decode.
Well, while the proceedings before NCLT are up to this, will not come the same. But then I think the reality is, with so much money that are payable, some effective action will have to be done. So the proceedings can definitely begin as we go forward. Because a company can't say, I will wish this away. And more so with 275 times the difference between the salary of the founder the median salary. It only goes to show one thing, that founders are still continuing to take the benefit, while the captains, the employees who are actually working, they are being denied of their legitimate dues. This could have a massive impact, not just upon efficiency, but upon mental trauma, upon damages, upon compensation. We'll have to wait and watch. But clearly, the only answer will have to be legal. Legal proceedings will have to start so that appropriate recoveries can take forward. And further, there needs to be a need for more investigation as to why this diverse kind of salary structure is happening. And how is it that despite so much of difficult times, the promoters are in a position to take far more advantage, while the legitimate salaries of the employees are not paid off. So a lot of legal issues are involved. But ultimately, they will have to be adjudicated upon by courts of law, appropriate relief to be given by the affected to the affected person.
Mr. Dukal, should the employees of SpiceJet have any kind of respite, or should they be looking at any sort of relief in the NCLT proceedings that may follow? What's the ray of hope for them?
Well, I think they need to be vigilant. They need to jump in. They need to flag their particular concerns and ensure that matters will be taken into consideration by NCLT going forward. So just don't lose hope. But as law says, everything that's in your power and possession, what's your legal remedy? Please explore them. Do not be sitting spectators. And do not complain without taking appropriate action. So I think onus will have to be upon all stakeholders. Please ensure whatever your legal options are available, keep them, exercise them, and give it a best shot. And I'm sure the legal frameworks come to your aid and assistance.
Right, sir. Now, sir, I just want to understand, why had this been so unheard? Now, these are complaints that are coming in from 2020, 2022. Help us understand the entire consequence of this, the legal proceedings. Why was this unheard in the first place? Where can we look forward from this step on?
Well, as I said, the matter is sensitive, so one would not comment on the sensitive nature of the matter. But having said that, we need to understand that there are cumulative factors. Now, these complaints have been coming across, but we have to see what have the complainants actually done in terms of legal steps going forward. Why? Because you cannot just only make a complaint, sit back, relax, and wait for things to happen. If your complaint is not being acted upon, or you're not getting the appropriate redress mechanism, then clearly you should wait to the legal proceedings, legal remedies that are made available to you. Those are the times of COVID. So initially, because of the COVID, automatically at the back end, very quickly as started looking at all the issues, being given a choice on the concerned complainant to do what they have done. I'm not familiar what specifically they have done, what applications, what petitions they have moved. But even if they haven't done it, no problem. I think the important thing is you must ventilate. Why? Because issues are still on. And to the extent that your entire grievances have not been really addressed, you have the remedy to take most of that particular remedy.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll be tracking this story very carefully. This is an important matter. All eyes are on SpiceJet now. Over to you, Ishita.
All right. Thanks so much, Rishta and Pranav, for getting us the latest from the world of business on this very crucial story of SpiceJet. Thanks so much. Now, with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, anti-corruption branch now seeks judicial custody of our leader and former Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain. Getting you all the details on that case on the other side. Stay tuned.
I wake up wearing someone else again. Don't let it slip. I'm losing. I don't wanna be safe anymore. Underneath, there's
Finding myself. That's my moment of Sarah.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. We can't go around and protect all of these countries.
All right, welcome back, viewers. Our leader and former Delhi Water Minister Satendra Jain has now been arrested by Anti-Corruption Branch as the main accused in a corruption case involving the alleged large-scale irregularities and manipulation of Delhi Jal Board sewage treatment plants upgradation tenders. Now, we understand that, in fact, he was produced before the court as well, where the ACB is now seeking his judicial remand in this case. We're fetching more details on this at the moment. A portion of the main road between Sector 26 and 28 caved in following continuous rainfall in Chandigarh. The area has now been cordoned off, exposing the civic apathy in the case. BRS claims former Minister and MLA T. Harish Rao was placed under house arrest while heading to visit Tim's Hospital in Sanath Nagar. Police were deployed outside his residence. The Enforcement Directorate conducted raids at 10 premises across Uttar Pradesh and Delhi linked to SP leader Azam Khan in a money laundering case. Coming up on the other side, Madras High Court clears way for Tamil Anthem, says the Tamil Anthem can proceed Vande Mataram and National Anthem.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो 3 साल पहले फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर के मैसेजेस मेरे पास आ रहे हैं। हेड ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस सिस्टम, सीनियर जुडिशरी, सारों के सारे रिवोल्ट कर रहे हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहे हैं हमें। तो जो कंट्रोल का सिस्टम था एक तरफ से, वो कोलैप्स कर रहा है अंदर से, क्योंकि लोगों को दिख रहा है कि जनता का प्रेशर अब ऐसा भयंकर आएगा, अगर हम इस रास्ते पे चलते गए तो हमारे लिए रिस्क हो जाएगा। आप क्या सोचते हो, अगर जनता को मालूम है कि इलेक्शन सिस्टम रिग्ड है और जनता की मतलब इकोनॉमिक प्रेशर।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
AU सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. We can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
In the recent episode of Tantrums, U.S. President Donald Trump is openly frustrated with South Korea. The U.S. president has scaled down joint military drills with Seoul.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Anti-corruption branch seeks judicial custody of AAP leader and former Delhi Minister Satendra Jain. Hand grenade disposed in Delhi after crackdown on Shehzad Bhatti. Gang hand grenades found from Pakistan-based terror network. RJD leads march to Raj Bhavan against a BJP government in Patna over the use of AK-47 during students' protest. Massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. Goa government moves the top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence, says 10 years not enough, seeks a maximum sentence for 2013 rape case. All right, welcome back, viewers. And our top focus at this hour, AAP leader and former Delhi Minister Satendra Jain has now been arrested by anti-corruption branch as the main accused in a major corruption case involving alleged large-scale irregularities and the manipulation of Delhi Jal Board sewage treatment plant upgradation tenders. The ACB also arrested 5 other accused in connection with this case, which alleges tender conditions were rigged to favor a particular company, leading to a criminal conspiracy and substantial loss to the government exchequer. AAP leader and former Delhi Minister Satendra Jain was in fact produced before a special court as well today after being arrested by Delhi anti-corruption branch in the alleged Delhi Jal Board corruption case. Now here, the ACB is probing alleged irregularities in the tendering process for sewage treatment projects, with Jain among the 6 people arrested in the case. So we're fetching more details as the proceedings continue in this case. We're getting these visuals when Satendra Jain today was in fact taken to Delhi Rouse Avenue Court, where the ACB is now seeking judicial custody of the AAP leader. So we're getting these more details right now as another AAP scandal has come to light involving the tender process in the Delhi Jal Board. All right, in fact, we also confronted the AAP leader Satyendra Jain over his role in the entire scam. Take a listen.
सत्येंद्र जैन, आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इससे? आपको लगा आप इतना बड़ा करप्शन करके बच के निकल जाएंगे सत्येंद्र जैन? सर आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इससे इतना बड़ा स्कैम करने के बाद? सत्येंद्र जैन आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे स्कैम से? सत्येंद्र जैन जवाब दीजिए। सत्येंद्र जैन जवाब दीजिए। आप इतना बड़ा स्कैम करके बच के निकलने की कोशिश क्यों कर रहे थे? सर आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे क्या इससे? सत्येंद्र जैन, 17 करोड़ रुपए का स्कैम है ये पूरा। सत्येंद्र जैन।
आम आदमी पार्टी की तत्कालीन सरकार ने ये अपने पूरे कार्यकाल में दिखा दिया कि उनकी पूरी की पूरी नीयत केवल अपने प्रचार प्रसार और भ्रष्टाचार की थी। आपने देखा होगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार के पूरे कार्यकाल में एक भी एसटीपी प्लांट दिल्ली में नहीं लगा और जो पब्लिक का पैसा था, जहां पर जल भराव से दिल्ली को बचाना चाहिए था, उस पैसे का इस्तेमाल कर जहां पर एसटीपी प्लांट्स लगाकर दिल्ली में सुएज ट्रीटमेंट के और प्रावधान करे जाने चाहिए थे, जहां पर यह सुनिश्चित करा जाना चाहिए था कि यमुना जी और मलिन ना हो बल्कि और स्वच्छ हो, ये पूरा का पूरा पब्लिक मनी स्कैम के माध्यम से तत्कालीन आम आदमी पार्टी और आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं ने खुर्द बुर्द कर दिया। आज जब इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज ने सत्येंद्र जैन जी और उनके साथ 4 और अभियुक्तों को अरेस्ट करा है, तो दिल्ली की जनता को न्याय मिलेगा। ये एक बार पुनः एक आशा की किरण जनता के जहन में जरूर जगी है। लेकिन इस पे मैं और टिप्पणी इसलिए नहीं करूंगी बिकॉज द लॉ विल डेफिनेटली टेक इट्स ओन कोर्स हेंसफॉर्थ।
देखिए, अगर पूरे उस मामले को ध्यान से देखा जाए तो ये सही दिखाई देता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के समय में दिल्ली की सरकार में सत्ता के संरक्षण में भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल विकसित किया गया, जिसमें राजनेता, अधिकारी, उसके अंदर ठेकेदार और तमाम अन्य लोग थे जिनको उससे लाभ पहुंचा। सत्येंद्र जैन की गिरफ्तारी के बाद ये जो गठजोड़ है वो अब उसका पर्दाफाश हो गया है और अरविंद केजरीवाल जो ईमानदारी का नारा देकर के सत्ता में आए थे, इस झूठे नैरेटिव को वो हमेशा उन्होंने दिल्ली को इस झूठे नैरेटिव के कारण से बर्बाद किया है। फिर चाहे वो शराब घोटाला हो, शिक्षा का घोटाला हो या अन्य घोटाले हो, और अब ये दिल्ली जल बोर्ड का घोटाला सामने आया है। तो कहीं ना कहीं अरविंद केजरीवाल को दिल्ली जनता को इसका जवाब देना चाहिए कि जिस ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट लेकर के वो राजनीति में आए थे, 10 साल में दिल्ली को उन्होंने क्या दिया। और यदि ये जल बोर्ड का घोटाला ना होता तो आज यमुना का पानी पूरी तरीके से साफ हो गया था, एसटीपी लगे ही नहीं। और जो मनी ट्रेल को यदि देखा जाएगा तो साफ दिखाई देता है।
यमुना को लेकर तो खुद अरविंद केजरीवाल ने भी, आम आदमी पार्टी ने बड़े दावे किए थे और उसी यमुना से जुड़े हुए टेंडर, सीवेज एसटीपी का टेंडर था, उसमें घोटाले की बात आ रही है। इसीलिए मैंने कहा ये भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल अरविंद केजरीवाल ने दिल्ली में विकसित किया और उस मॉडल की आड़ में जो कुछ उन्होंने दिल्ली के साथ में किया, एक एक करके घोटालों का सच दिल्ली की जनता के सामने आ रहा है। फिर अब जब एसीबी ने पूरी जांच के बाद में ये कार्रवाई की है तो आप समझ लीजिए कि चाहे वो राजनेता हो, चाहे अधिकारी हो या ठेकेदार हो या कोई भी हो, वो बचेगा नहीं। कानून अपना काम करेगा और कड़ी से कड़ी सजा ऐसे लोगों को मिलेगी। आम आदमी पार्टी सर इसमें ये कह रही है कि जिस समय ये घोटाले की बात कही जा रही है उस समय सत्येंद्र जैन जेल में थे और ये रेड और गिरफ्तारी सिर्फ इसलिए हो रही है क्योंकि पंजाब में चुनाव आने वाला है।
वो बिल्कुल झूठ बोलते हैं। ये मामला 7 अक्टूबर 2021 से शुरू हुआ। सत्येंद्र जैन 2022 में जेल में थे, तो उससे जेल में जाने से पहले ये सारा का सारा काम वो कर चुके थे। तो इसलिए ये कहना कि पंजाब के चुनाव की वजह से गिरफ्तारी की गई, ये बिल्कुल असत्य है। और अरविंद केजरीवाल ने पहली बार ये नहीं कहा है। जब भी उनका नेता कोई गिरफ्तार होता है या कोई कार्रवाई होती है तो छूटते ही वो ये कहते हैं कि फलानी जगह पर ये उसका ठीकरा वो दूसरे लोगों के सिर फोड़ना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि बिल्कुल गलत है और उनकी बात में कोई दम नहीं।
सत्येंद्र जैन
पार्टी के लिए, आम आदमी पार्टी के लिए कलेक्शन एजेंट का काम कर रहे हैं पंजाब के अंदर। वो बिल्डर से, रियल एस्टेट से खुल के उगाही कर रहे हैं। और अगर ऐसा नहीं है तो मुझे एक बात बताइए, फिर उनको किस कारण से पंजाब में, चंडीगढ़ में मंत्रियों से भी ज़्यादा लग्जूरियस कोठी दी गई है? वो बंगला नंबर 926 में, सेक्टर 39 में कैसे रह रहे हैं? क्यों उनको इतनी बड़ी कोठी दी गई है, जबकि ही इज जस्ट एन एक्स MLA फ्रॉम दिल्ली? अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की एक मूवी है, उस मूवी का नाम है भ्रष्टाचार की किताब, दिल्ली टू पंजाब। इस मूवी के पूरी तरीके से राइटर, डायरेक्टर, प्रोड्यूसर, कोरियोग्राफर सब अरविंद केजरीवाल हैं। ये जो लोग अब अरेस्ट हो रहे हैं, सत्येंद्र जैन एंड अदर्स, दे आर जस्ट एक्टर्स इन दिस फिल्म। द एक्चुअल एक्शन हैज बीन डायरेक्टेड बाय अरविंद केजरीवाल एंड उनके ऊपर एक्शन होना चाहिए। ये तो सरकार पूरी तरीके से जेल से ही चला रहे थे, इसमें क्या शक है? अरविंद केजरीवाल खुद इतने दिन जेल में रहे, तो क्या उन्होंने सरकार नहीं चलाई? तो ये सारे सरकार जेल से ही चला रहे हैं। और ये करप्शन बहुत सीरियस करप्शन है, क्योंकि जैसे मैंने बताया, माँ यमुना की सफाई से रिलेटेड ये करप्शन है। कितने सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स इन लोगों ने बनाए, और जो बनाए उनके ऊपर करप्शन कर दिया, तो कैसे माँ यमुना साफ होती?
देखिए, सत्येंद्र जैन जी पंजाब के को इंचार्ज हैं और चुनाव आने वाले हैं, और बीजेपी ने अपना पैटर्न फिर से शुरू कर दिया है। लोग अब इन बातों को समझते हैं, और कोई भी नहीं मानता जो सत्येंद्र जैन जी के खिलाफ ये झूठे मुकदमे कर रहे हैं। पहले भी इन्होंने सत्येंद्र जैन जी को झूठे केस में जेल में डाला था, और जिस टाइम वो जेल में थे तब का ये घोटाला, तथा कथित घोटाला बताया जा रहा है। और उस टाइम बीजेपी ट्वीट करके क्या कह रही थी, आपके देखिए, कह रही है, राघव चड्ढा ने राजेंद्र नगर की कुर्सी पर बैठ जलबोर्ड का घोटाले को दिया अंजाम। तो अब किया उन्होंने राघव चड्ढा से कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन? किया उन्होंने राघव चड्ढा को अरेस्ट? हम लोग बीजेपी के फर्जी केसेस से डरने वाले नहीं हैं। बीजेपी तो पहले भी हमारे कितने नेताओं को फर्जी केसेस में जेल डालकर फिर हमें कोर्ट से क्लीन चिट मिली, कोर्ट ने हमें डिस्चार्ज तक दे दिया कि ये केस तो चलाने योग्य भी नहीं है। इस बार भी ऐसा होगा। क्या इनको लगता है कि लोग इनकी बात मानेंगे? ऐसे युवा इनसे नाराज है आज। क्या युवा इनसे इन बातों से जुड़ेगा? चंदा चोरी की इन्होंने लोगों की आस्था के साथ खेला। क्या लोग इन बातों को भूल जाएंगे? ऐसा नहीं होने वाला। मोदी जी को गवर्नेंस पे लड़ाई करनी चाहिए, हेल्थ केयर, एजुकेशन पे लड़ाई करनी चाहिए। और अगर सच में ACB को और भाजपा को करप्शन पे एक्शन लेना है ना, तो रेखा गुप्ता के यहाँ चले जाएं, उनको और उनकी पूरी कैबिनेट को अरेस्ट कर लें। उन्होंने अभी 18 महीने की सरकार के अंदर करोड़ों का राइस घोटाला किया। उन्होंने अभी 18 महीने के अंदर 700 करोड़ का मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट स्कैम किया। उन्होंने अभी 90 करोड़ का साइकिल घोटाला किया, जहां आपने देखा होगा हमारे विधायक भी 4,000 की साइकिल जो थी वो 7200 की रेखा गुप्ता सरकार ने खरीदी, और हमारे विधायकों ने ये दिखाया। तो अगर बीजेपी को ये सच में करप्शन के ऊपर एक्शन लेना है तो इन घोटालों की जांच करें, रेखा गुप्ता को अरेस्ट करें।
All right, viewers, now we have accessed inside detail of scam involving Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendra Jain. Now, the ECB has clarified and given out more details, saying that there were large-scale irregularities and corruption which was flagged in the entire tender process, which was manipulated to favour tech provider. ECB also says there's an estimated escalation of approximately 123 crore rupees in this entire scam. ECB has highlighted that tender was in fact rigged to benefit a firm called Eurotech, while also saying that large sums of money were paid via Hawala route. Bribes were in fact exchanged in return for undue advantage, according to ECB, which goes on to mention that there was financial loss which was caused due to tender manipulation by these Aam Aadmi Party leaders. So those are the inside details that the public has now accessed regarding the Delhi Jal Board scam, which have now come to light from ECB. In fact, my colleague Saurabh has been very closely tracking this case, now joins us with more details. Saurabh, now more details have come out regarding Aam Aadmi Party's role in this entire Jal Board scam, how the tenders were manipulated and there were undue favours taken from these companies as well.
Right, Achita, you rightly mentioned. Now the Republic has accessed the exclusive details from the ACB that the total amount of this scam could go up to 123 crore rupees, which was done by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders in the national capital, while there was a tender which was about to be floated in 2022 regarding the upgradation of the STPs in the national capital by the DJB. And now Republic has accessed this exclusive details for our viewers. This has caused a large amount of losses to the exchequer because of this tender, and they have also manipulated the public servants, and the then Delhi Jal Board CEO has manipulated the tender to provide undue favors to the Eurotech Environment Private Limited, which finally got the tender of the 4 STP upgradation in the national capital. And I want to tell our viewers that according to the latest details which we have fetched, IFAS technology was solely introduced in the tender so that it could benefit the Eurotech company which is in question in this scam, and for that they have received a huge sum of money, and they directly got transferred to the accounts of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders and the public servants who were serving in the DJB at that time. And moreover, there are proper chats which are accessed by the ACB in this case, which clearly shows that the Delhi Jal Board contractual worker Ankit Srivastava has shared a #1 corrigendum in which it is written that IFAS technology should be included in the tender so that the Eurotech company can easily get the tender and it can get awarded with the whole tender and the work of the 4 STPs without any proper pilot study can be conducted in the national capital, Ishita.
Right, in fact, and Saurav, we've seen that this is not the first scam to hit Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, Satyendra Jain himself has been involved in money laundering cases as well before he was jailed for the same as well. So if you could pinpoint his entire role in this Jal Board scam for our viewers as well.
Yeah, this is another scam which was conducted by the Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendra Jain. At the point on that very day when this tender was awarded to the Eurotech, I want to tell our viewers that the Satyendra Jain, the then Delhi minister, was taken into the custody for another money laundering case. And this, while parallelly, this another scam was conducted by Satyendra Jain, and it came to light this year only, as ED was also investigating this case in 2025, and they have also filed a charge sheet. But no arrest was made last year. But now, as we see that another case has been registered, and now the FIR, working on the FIR and the investigation, after the investigation is fully done, now the ACB has arrested 6 people, including the then Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain, and now he is currently in court, and the ACB has sought the judicial custody of the 5 accused. But the ACB has also sought the 2-day police remand of Delhi Jal Board contractual worker Ankit Srivastava in this regard, Ishita.
Right, all right. Keep tracking all the legal proceedings in this case for now. Thanks so much, Saurav, for joining us and getting us the latest on this. And now, viewers, with that, we're shifting focus into the world of business. Over to my colleague Nitin for getting us the latest on this.
Exactly. As our viewers would know, we've been tracking the SpiceJet insolvency matter extremely closely, from the close quarters of the courts at NCLT. And inside sources, just as the order was reserved, they have revealed it to us off the record that this is completely unheard of, that these insolvency orders, the corporate insolvency proceedings, were not initiated today. The fact of the matter remains that NCLT had a day to write an order. And now all these proceedings related to insolvency pertaining to SpiceJet began back in 2024. Now all of that goes off the window. Why? Because rehearing has been initiated by the NCLT, slated to begin on August 24th. So basically all these 8 insolvency petitions filed against SpiceJet by its aircraft lessors will have to be reheard from scratch, wasting court's precious time. Inside sources, part of the SpiceJet side as well as the aircraft lessors spoke to us off the record, and they've told, it's so concerning and it's completely unheard of. Now, the other notable point in this entire matter remains that its chairman, Ajay Singh, is remunerated over 270 times more than an average SpiceJet employee. You have your daughter doing deals with a Norwegian company, and she's going to work on the aircraft, again in the aviation sector, but you don't have money to pay back to your employees. Employees remain unpaid since the past several months in 2026. And this is not new to SpiceJet employees. This turbulence is something SpiceJet employees have gotten used to. So aren't you answerable? A mere PR-ish statement as soon as we cover the story does not cut it. Back to you, Ishita.
All right. In fact, thanks so much, Nitin. In fact, we're now being joined by HP Raina, a senior advocate at Supreme Court on this very regard this issue. Sir, I want to ask, when you look at this issue which has come to light, how do you look at this first? And also in terms of, what's the immediate consequence that you're looking at for this, for SpiceJet at this regard?
Well, it's a very unfortunate situation that has happened that a well-known company like SpiceJet should have done this, because the fact that a penalty has been levied by the NCLT shows that there is a grievous main offence committed of trying to, use the judicial process, misuse the judicial process. Because today NCLT is so much of, involved in matters, there are so many pending cases. And if you go on delaying the matters by giving false information, then that certainly has a very serious impact on the NCLT functioning. So I think the NCLT is fully justified in trying to, in levying this penalty on SpiceJet. And I hope that this serves as a lesson to others as well, that this type of work is not being done. Because, as I said, NCLT has such a big, huge backlog of cases that it is very difficult for the judicial system to function. Now, the future is that the SpiceJet will have to a fresh hearing will be held, and that will again be dragged on. So this type of attempt to drag on in order to prevent the final outcome of the NCLT is something which is of great concern.
Sir, thanks for those updates. But what we are trying to get at is, sir, why was the corporate insolvency resolution process not initiated in the first place? The court, the NCLT New Delhi bench had a day to write the order. The cases against in the insolvency matter linked to SpiceJet have been going on since 2024. So it not only wastes the court's precious time, but also the money involved both from the respondent and as well as the petitioner. So what do you have to say? Is it unheard of? The NCLT's order, the directive that they've given today, is it unheard of? Why was not the insolvency proceeding? In a normal day, would this be the case that insolvency would have been initiated against SpiceJet?
I agree with you, fully agree with you, but why they have not done it is very difficult to fathom, because NCLT should have passed this order much earlier. Whatever may be the reason, maybe the members were busy with other issues and they didn't want to take it up immediately. That could be one of the reasons. So it is really difficult to say why the NCLT did not pass this type of order earlier. Very difficult to say that.
Right, sir. So does it remind you of the days of 2012 when the wings of Kingfisher Airlines were clipped? Is it a very similar story, or is it a mix of Jet Airways, what Jet Airways had to face, and Kingfisher as well, when you look at the SpiceJet story from a legal standpoint of view?
Well, the facts differ from case to case, but all that I can say is that SpiceJet will do everything possible to delay the process, so that the NCLT order, the order for winding up the company, or whatever order NCLT wants to pass is delayed. I think these are mainly dilatory tactics which are being followed.
Right.
And this is something which we are very concerned about.
Right. Thanks for your time. That's all we have on the SpiceJet story. We'll keep tracking. We've got a lot of big breakings coming on this. Our sources are there on ground, updating us on every fact of the matter when it comes to SpiceJet. Back to you, Ishita.
All right. Thanks, Nitin, for joining us and getting us the latest on this. Thanks so much. And now we are shifting focus. Meta is once again on trial in a California federal court in Oakland over dangers its platform posed to children, with California, Colorado, Kentucky and New Jersey now leading a case brought by 29 states seeking billions in damages and major changes to how Instagram and Facebook operate. The lawsuit here claims that Meta knowingly designed addictive features that fuel the youth mental health crisis while concealing those harms and routinely collecting data on children under 13 without parental consent. This is in complete violation of federal law, while the company insists that it works tirelessly to keep the young users safe and has a strong defense. Here's more on this. Take a look. Meta is back in the dock, this time over allegations that its social media platforms put children and teens at risk. Trial has begun in a California federal court with 4 states taking on the tech giant Meta. California, Colorado, Kentucky and New Jersey are seeking billions of dollars in damages and changes to how Meta runs its platforms. The states allege Meta deliberately designed features on Instagram and Facebook to keep young users engaged for longer time. They claim Meta knew such features could encourage compulsive use and contribute to mental health problems, including anxiety, depression, and body image issues. California Attorney General Rob accuses Meta of knowing its products could be dangerous while misleading the public and lawmakers about the potential risk.
We laid out our case today, which is essentially this, that Meta has designed and deployed a dangerous product with dangerous features that they knew would create excessive use and compulsive use by children, and it would create mental health harms, including things like anxiety and depression, like body image issues, like addictive tendencies, like learning loss. They knew all that. They knew their product was dangerous, and they lied to the public. They lied to Congress.
The states are also accusing Meta of collecting data from children under 13 without parental consent, potentially violating federal child privacy law.
This is an historic trial that will provide the public an opportunity to learn just how Meta's actions broke state consumer protection law and the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, known as COPA. The public is going to hear about how Meta profited from our kids' information and engagement on the platform. Meta knew that its business strategy was harming kids and that sustained engagement on this platform correlated and caused worse mental health.
Colorado Attorney General Phil calls it an historic trial alleging Meta profited from children's data and engagement.
I'm disgusted. I'm angry. We all should be angry. As parents and as trusted adults, we decide whether a social media platform is appropriate for our kids. But we can only do that well and appropriately when we have truth and facts, not deceptive advertising or lies about safety. A $1 trillion tech company like Meta is risking our kids' mental health and physical safety.
New Jersey Attorney General Jennifer says Meta's business model puts profits ahead of children's well-being. And with 25 states set to face Meta in a separate trial, the legal battle over big tech and child safety is far from over. Coming up after a short break, RJD leads march to Raj Bhavan against a BJP government in Patna over AK-47 used by Bihar cops in anti-NEET paper leak protests. All the updates lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो 3 साल पहले फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर के मैसेजेस मेरे पास आ रहे हैं। हेड ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस सिस्टम, सीनियर जुडिशरी, सारों के सारे रिवोल्ट कर रहे हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहे हैं हमें। तो जो कंट्रोल का सिस्टम था एक तरफ से, वो कोलैप्स कर रहा है अंदर से, क्योंकि लोगों को दिख रहा है कि जनता का प्रेशर अब ऐसा भयंकर आएगा, अगर हम इस रास्ते पे चलते गए तो हमारे लिए रिस्क हो जाएगा। आप क्या सोचते हो, अगर जनता को मालूम है कि इलेक्शन सिस्टम रिग्ड है और जनता की मतलब इकोनॉमिक प्रेशर,
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Anti-corruption branch seeks judicial custody of AAP leader Satyendra Jain, arrested in the Delhi Jal Board scam. Hand grenade disposed in Delhi's Narela after crackdown on Shehzad Bhatti gang. Hand grenades found from Pakistan-backed terror network. RJD protest leads march to Raj Bhavan in Bihar against BJP government in Patna over AK-47 used by Bihar cops in anti-NEET paper leak protests. Massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence, says 10 years not enough. Seeks maximum punishment for 2013 rape case accused. Jailed former Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan meets wife, sister after 9 months following court order. Trouble mounts for Aam Aadmi Party. The anti-corruption branch has sought 14 days of judicial custody of former Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain, former Delhi Jal Board CEO Udit Prakash Rai, and 3 others in the alleged corruption case involving the tendering process for sewage treatment plant projects of the Delhi Jal Board. In its submission to Special Judge, thus AACB sought the police custody of only one of the total 6 accused, Ankit Srivastava, a former contractual consultant with the Delhi Jal Board. Republic also accesses the details of scam involving Satyendra Jain. ACB says large-scale irregularities and corruption is frequent in these transactions that took place for illegal tenders that were issued by the Delhi Jal Board. Now, as trouble seems to be mounting, the Aam Aadmi Party cries foul over the allegations and says this is a premeditated conspiracy by the Bharatiya Janata Party as the elections are incoming in Punjab and Satyendra Jain was made the co-in-charge of the Punjab elections by Aam Aadmi Party. But the bribe trail that has been alleged by the anti-corruption branch claims that 1.52 crore reached ex-DJB CEO and relatives, during which these illegal transactions were made. Money allegedly used for property purchase. That is one more big allegation that has been made by the anti-corruption branch while they were arguing inside the court. Now, as these proof tumble and as more skeletons tumble out of the Aam Aadmi Party's closets during their regime in the Delhi government time, the ACB has asked for severe punishment for the accused. But the political blame game continues. The Aam Aadmi Party claims that this is just a political witch hunt against Satyendra Jain, who was earlier also arrested in 2020 to 2023, during which he was the co-in-charge of Himachal elections. This is again the repeat of that same playbook as alleged by the Aam Aadmi Party. The BJP, however, has claimed that there is no political witch hunt, and the Anti-Corruption Bureau has proof against former Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain, claiming that he and other five accused were involved in this Delhi Jal Board scam, where illegally the tenders were issued and the money was used for personal gains. Now, kickbacks have been one of the major claims against Aam Aadmi Party's government in Delhi, which was there. The ACB, the ED, which have been probing money laundering cases against the Aam Aadmi Party during their time, have alleged that several kickbacks were received by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders who were in power at that time. We also have Saurav, my colleague from the ground, who has been tracking this story since the morning. Saurav, tell us more details and the arguments that were put front by the ACB inside the court.
Yes, the ACB has claimed that there are several electronic evidences along with the financial trail which they have uncovered in this whole 4 STP upgradation of tenders, tender which was floated by the DJP in 2022. And the current details of the arguments are that they have also sought a 2 days remand of the Delhi Jal Board contractual worker Ankit Srivastava, who was working with the DJP at that time, and he was very much involved in this tender process. And the police ACB alleged that he was the one who has shared a corrigendum number 1, which stated that the IFAS technology should be used and should be made mandatory in the tender process, following which the Eurotech Environment Private Limited, the company in question who got awarded the tender of the 4 STPs, were given the undue benefit because of that particular technology only. And Anti-Corruption Bureau has also said that they have recovered the chats in which the private entities and the public servants, along with the minister himself, Satyendra Jain, was in direct touch with them, and the then Delhi Jal Board CEO was also responsible for this manipulation of tender process. And he also received kickback payments of amounting to 1.52 crore rupees in his personal account through the intermediary identities of the Eurotech, which is AN Enterprise, and the other is Sri Janhar Enterprise. These 2 entities have allegedly paid 1.52 crore rupees to the then Delhi Jal Board CEO Udit Prakash Rai, and that money was used to purchase immovable assets, Atiti.
Absolutely, and the trouble seems to be mounting for both the Aam Aadmi Party and Satyendra Jain. This is the second time that he is facing probe regarding his tenure in the Delhi government. Thank you so much, Saurav, for these details. Now, an encounter took place between police and criminals in Ghaziabad, where 2 suspects who were habitual. Let's also take a look at the stories in Bharat in One. An encounter took place between police and criminals in Ghaziabad, where 2 suspects who were habitual offenders were shot in their legs during retaliatory firing. Police recovered weapons from the 2 suspects and an investigation on the incident is underway. Protests erupted in the College of Engineering in Kerala, where a student from Arunachal Pradesh committed suicide over the college's minimum credit requirements, earbag system and high supplementary examination fee. A 3-page suicide note written in English and Hindi were recovered by the cops, and an investigation on the incident is underway. A uniformed police constable was beaten in public in Agra after the cop is allegedly involved in the ongoing marital dispute with his wife. The incident reportedly took place outside the railway station, where more than half a dozen people attacked the cop. The attackers are believed to be members of his family, in-laws family, and the incident has gone viral on social media ever since. And breaking news coming in from Pakistan, where Alima Khan, the sister of Imran Khan, has said the Supreme Court's decision regarding the immediate transfer of Imran Khan to Shifa International Hospital, Islamabad, is final and clear. There is no justification for any further delay or obstruction in completing with these directives of the superior judiciary concerning medical examination and treatment. While respecting the decision of the Supreme Court, it must be implemented immediately and without any fail or delay. This is a strict warning coming to the Pakistani government. Imran Khan's family claims that he should be shifted immediately for further treatment. Remember, Imran Khan has been in jail for over 3 years and is suffering from extreme illness. He has been kept in isolation, after which today, after 3 years now, finally, Imran Khan's sister and wife met him inside Adiala jail in Pakistan, where the Supreme Court had to march in and tell the Pakistani government that they cannot behave in the manner they are doing right now. Alima Khan now making it clear that he must be shifted to a medical facility without any further delay. And the PTI, the party of Imran Khan, has also warned that there will be widespread protest in Pakistan if Imran Khan's health worsens further and the government fails to take note of the demands of the PTI and Imran Khan's family. Remember, former Pakistani Prime Minister there were reports as claimed by the families that he is not well. He has been kept in isolation and is being tortured inside jail. My colleague Gursimran is also joining me with more details. Gursimran, tell us about the claims made by Imran Khan's family.
Yes, Aiti, as we were mentioning yesterday also, that it is not only the court's order that is important, but also its implementation that is more important than the reality. And that is what is happening now. Alima Khan has come out with a statement that it is the order that has come from the court is fine and is clear for the family members. But it is now the onus is on the government of Pakistan to actually implement it. And what we have seen earlier in the past also, that there have been several orders that have been issued by the Islamabad High Court to allow the family members and the legal teams of Imran Khan to meet him. But all the orders have been defied. Similar orders were also issued for Sohail Khan Afridi, who happens to be the Chief Minister of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. But those all orders were defied by the Adiala jail administration and the family members were not allowed to meet him. Similar is the case so far that is happening when it comes to the Supreme Court order. The family of Imran Khan wants this order to be implemented in true letter and spirit. But when it comes to the Pakistani establishment, we all know that the kind of attitude they have towards the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, because starting from the May 9th arson, things are very much clear.
Gursimran, do we know any more details about what happened when Imran Khan's sister and wife were meeting Imran Khan for the first time inside jail?
We see more details have not emerged so far, but whatsoever has emerged, since it cannot be used for the political purpose by the PTI, there are some sketchy details that have emerged that clearly hints that Imran Khan is not doing well, but he is firm on the stand that he is not going to negotiate with the present establishment. That has been made amply clear, because there were some rumors that were making to be heard there in Pakistan that Imran Khan is ready for the negotiation with the establishment. But now the reports that are emerging that Imran Khan has said a clear no, that there will be no negotiation with the Sharifs or with the General Asim Munir, and they will continue to put their case strongly before the courts of the country, and they expect that the courts will stand firm and deliver justice to PTI and Imran Khan.
Absolutely. Gursimran, do stay with us. We have more breaking news coming in at this hour, and Imran Khan's party PTI has now given a stern warning to Pakistani government. Shehbaz Sharif has been put on notice by PTI. The PTI claims if Imran Khan is not shifted to the hospital, we are going to protest across the country. Now, this is the ultimatum that has been given by the PTI, and there are large-scale protests that we witnessed earlier as well in Pakistan in support of Imran Khan, when there were reports that he is being tortured inside the jail, and now again an ultimatum has been given to the Pakistani government. Will they work on it? For more, my colleague Gursimran stays with me. Gursimran, will Pakistani is claiming that we will launch widespread protests?
Yes, the PTI has warned of widespread protest, and this was earlier also when this order was not issued by the court. The order was, the protest march was from the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa to Islamabad. That was planned by the KPK Chief Minister Sohail Khan Afridi. But now after the order has come in, it has not been implemented in true spirit. Now coming to this, we have earlier also seen contempt of court taking place. And the major challenge in Pakistan remains to be that courts do issue orders, but the orders are not implemented on ground. And here, one thing is very clear, that the PTI is not being liked not only by the Pakistan Muslim League Nawaz, that is the party of Nawaz Sharif, but they are not being liked by the Pakistani army. And the way Imran Khan has been vocal about General Asim Munir and the attempts of the Pakistani army to interfere into the politics, to completely try to destroy PTI, the attempts that have been made starting from the arrest of Imran Khan to May 9 arson that has taken place, and to actually bring all the PTI leaders under scanner and those who stood by.
Right, Gursimran, thank you so much for giving us those details. It remains to be seen while the Pakistani government will walk the talk or not. For now, Meta faces a landmark trial brought by US states over allegations that Facebook and Instagram were designed to keep children engaged, contributed to the youth mental health crisis, and collected data from children under 13 without parental consent. The case could lead to significant financial penalties and changes to how Meta operates its platform. Take a look at the complete report.
Which is essentially this, that Meta has designed and deployed dangerous product. They knew their product was dangerous, and they lied to the public. And we look forward to taking this case all the way to the end here and getting the appropriate remedies, both injunctive relief, changes in behavior, changes in business practices going forward, as well as the appropriate financial penalties.
Hey everyone, I want to talk about something important today, because it's time to get back to our roots around free expression on Facebook and Instagram.
Yes or no?
Of course we'll work with you on the legislation.
Okay,
I mean,
the door
it's
is open. We've got all these bills. You need...
We laid out our case today, which is essentially this, that Meta has designed and deployed dangerous product, a dangerous product with dangerous features that they knew would create excessive use and compulsive use by children, and it would create mental health harms, including things like anxiety and depression, like body image issues, like addictive tendencies, like learning loss. They knew all of that. They knew their product was dangerous, and they lied to the public. They lied to Congress. They told the public, they told the world that their product was safe, that it wasn't dangerous. And so their deception, their lies are at the core of our case. And we are excited about how our first day at trial went. We're excited about the opportunity to hold Meta accountable for its conduct. And we look forward to taking this case all the way to the end here and getting the appropriate remedies, both injunctive relief, changes in behavior, changes in business practices going forward, as well as the appropriate financial penalties.
Broke state consumer protection law and the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, known as COPA. The public is going to hear about how Meta profited from our kids' information and engagement on the platform. Meta knew that its business strategy was harming kids and that sustained engagement on this platform correlated and caused worse mental health.
As parents and as trusted adults, we decide whether a social media platform is appropriate for our kids. A $1 trillion tech company like Meta is risking our kids' mental health and physical safety. Our data and our children's data are being fed into their addictive algorithms to help further increase their profits. And they've lied to us about the safety of their platforms, including how they exploit the vulnerabilities of young children and teens. Nothing is more important than our kids' well-being. And there's no world in which our kids' well-being should be sacrificed or exploited to help reap ever greater profits for big tech.
With an adult criminal posing as a beautiful young woman. He was from the Ivory Coast. They call it spontaneous suicide. He was almost 16 when he took his own life after a 5-hour encounter with an adult criminal posing as a beautiful young woman. He was from the Ivory Coast. They call it spontaneous suicide. I call it what it was. the predictable outcome of a system that protects corporations instead of children.
When she opened Instagram for the first time in 2017, 4 years before the world learned what Meta already knew. Instagram was harming teenage girls. Coco was 12 when she opened Instagram for the first time in 2017. 4 years before the world learned what Meta already knew. Instagram was harming teenage girls. By her teens, she could not look away. Her scrolling became depression, then anxiety she could not escape.
4 states, including California, Colorado, Kentucky, and New Jersey, are seeking financial damages and want changes to how the company operates Facebook and Instagram. Social media company Meta is going to court again in another big trial involving child safety. Opening statements are set to kick off Tuesday in a U.S. federal court in Oakland, California. 4 states, including California, Colorado, Kentucky, and New Jersey, are seeking financial damages and want changes to how the company operates Facebook and Instagram. The states accuse Meta of harming youth mental health by deliberately designing features to get kids addicted to its platforms. They also say Meta breaks federal law by routinely collecting data on children under 13 without parental consent. The trial is expected to last 6 to 8 weeks, and CEO Mark Zuckerberg is expected to testify. Meta says it has a strong case of protecting teens, but this is the latest case in a flood of lawsuits targeting Meta and other social media companies over child protection. Earlier this month, a New Mexico court ordered Meta to pay $560 million to address harms to young people as part of a trial there.
With that, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere as we will tell you as more and more details pour out of Satyendra Jain's arrest. News tightens against Aam Aadmi Party by the Anti-Corruption Bureau. What is this Delhi Jal Board scam? We'll tell you more details.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. We can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
Breaking news coming in at this hour. Supreme Court directs NTA to inform on steps taken to implement recommendations of Radha Krishnan panel, observing that there is no need to institutionalize the reforms in NEET exams. The Supreme Court directed the National Testing Agency to inform it about the steps taken to implement the recommendations made by the Radha Krishnan panel and the Nandan Nilekani committee. A bench of Justices P.S. Narasimha and Alok Aradhe asked the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta to file a fresh affidavit in the matter. Remember, the bench said the Radha Krishnan committee has corrected and said it is a systematic problem which needs a proper institution, which is the most important part of it. The process on paper, everything is good, but the centre said that this time the NEET examination or any examination conducted by the NTA is fail-proof, leak-proof, and the vehicles carrying the question papers will also have GPS systems now involved. This comes after the NEET UG paper leak happened in 2026, after which there were widespread protests in the country demanding overhaul of NTA, after which 50 staff personnel of the National Testing Agency were removed. And now the Supreme Court is also asking the National Testing Agency that after removing the staff, they also need to inform the top court about the steps being taken to safeguard students' interest. As the centre said, that students' interests are the priority of the government. Remember, this comes after Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan had to step down, and now Prahlad Joshi has taken over with overviewing the decision-making body of National Testing Agency and closely coordinating the decisions taken by the testing agency on the upcoming examinations that are to be scheduled by the National Testing Agency. The law officer asserted that the system in place for the NEET exam is foolproof and difficult to breach. That is the centre trying to assure the government, assure the top court amid concerns that remain from the students. And remember, there were 22 lakh students who had appeared in the NEET UG examination, after which there were concerns raised that the competency of the National Testing Agency is doubtful. Shifting our focus now on the Meta trial that is underway in the United States, as federal court in Auckland overdangers its platforms pose to children, with California, Colorado, Kentucky and New Jersey leading a case brought by 29 states seeking billions in damages and major changes to how Instagram and Facebook operate. The lawsuit claims Meta knowingly designed addictive features that fuel the youth mental health crisis while concealing those harms and routinely collecting data on children under 13 without parental consent in violation of federal law, while the company insists it works tirelessly to keep young users safe and has a strong defense. Take a look at our report.
Meta is back in the dock, this time over allegations that its social media platforms put children and teens at risk. Trial has begun in a California federal court with 4 states taking on the tech giant Meta. California, Colorado, Kentucky and New Jersey are seeking billions of dollars in damages and changes to how Meta runs its platforms. The states allege Meta deliberately designed features on Instagram and Facebook to keep young users engaged for longer time. They claim Meta knew such features could encourage compulsive use and contribute to mental health problems, including anxiety, depression, and body image issues. California Attorney General Rob accuses Meta of knowing its products could be dangerous while misleading the public and lawmakers about the potential risk.
We laid out our case today, which is essentially this, that Meta has designed and deployed a dangerous product with dangerous features that they knew would create excessive use and compulsive use by children, and it would create mental health harms, including things like anxiety and depression, like body image issues, like addictive tendencies, like learning loss. They knew all that. They knew their product was dangerous, and they lied to the public. They lied to Congress.
The states are also accusing Meta of collecting data from children under 13 without parental consent, potentially violating federal child privacy law.
This is an historic trial that will provide the public an opportunity to learn just how Meta's actions broke state consumer protection law and the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, known as COPA. The public is going to hear about how Meta profited from our kids' information and engagement on the platform. Meta knew that its business strategy was harming kids and that sustained engagement on this platform correlated and caused worse mental health.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो,
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो 3 साल पहले फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर के मैसेजेस मेरे पास आ रहे हैं। हेड ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस सिस्टम
फ्रॉम एशिया's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
And hello and welcome. You're watching Republic. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj. Let's take a look at the headlines that we are tracking at this hour. Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can. Anti-corruption branch seeks judicial custody of AAP leader Satendra Jain, arrested in the Delhi Jal Board scam. RJD leads march to Raj Bhavan against BJP government in Patna over AK-47 used by Bihar cops in anti-NEET paper leak protests. Massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence. Says 10 years not enough, seeks maximum punishment for the accused. Jailed former Prime Minister of Pakistan Imran Khan meets wife, sister after 9 months following Supreme Court's order. Breaking news coming in at this hour. The Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation's Health and Food Safety Department has taken action, and raids have been conducted on 40 food outlets till now in a week. 16 to 17 outlets sealed, including St. Xavier's School Canteen, KFC Pralad Nagar, Jalram Common House, Asian Bakery, Muskan Baker and others. They have been sealed fungus on food was found in raw materials, some products were out of expiry date, and hygiene was not maintained. These are the issues that have been highlighted. Republic also spoke to Dr. Tejas Shah, Additional Ministry of Health and Food Safety Departments, but there were no answers. He said that cockroaches are beyond his control. That was the reason that was given in by the in charge, the so-called ministry officials there, who are trusted by the Aam Aadmi to protect their food interests and safety interests. But these officials are now shedding and shifting the onus on the bakeries, on the items that these eateries make. The fungus on food was found, some products were out of expiry, and this has been the case since past several weeks, since the anti-food raids have been happening across India. Adulterated ghee, you can see from Hyderabad it was seized. In Mathura, adulterated paneer was seized. In Ahmedabad, a school canteen was sealed after the hygiene issues. Impurities in food and quality was compromised by outlets, and not just smaller camps, smaller bakeries or eateries. Big brands are evading responsibility and serving expired food. My colleague Swarali is also joining me with more details. Swarali, tell us about the action that has been taken after expired food was found.
Yes, that's true. Let me tell you, we had just a word with AMC official of Health Department, additional MOH, and let me tell you, they have informed us that more than 40 such food outlets, including school canteens, small vendors or restaurants, are being raided, and out of them 16 to 17 such outlets are sealed right now because of the several reasons. Somewhere in Jalaram Common House, the TPC level of oil was exceeding beyond the 25%, which is allowed according to the norms. On the other hand, if we talk about the St. Xavier's school canteen, fungus was found in some of the raw materials, and some of the food products were out of expiry date. Also, on the other hand, hygiene measures were not followed. The staff in the canteen was not wearing gloves, aprons and such apparatus required for preparing food. With all these, also KFC in Prahlad Nagar, Asian Bakery, Muskan Bakery, all these major food outlets in Ahmedabad are also sealed. Now they have informed us that according to the rules, all these outlets will remain closed for 7 days, post which they'll have to submit an affidavit to the Food Safety Department saying that all the norms will be complied with. But even then, if the measures are not taken, FIRs are registered and the cases are taken to court of laws, wherein the punishment can go up to 5 lakh rupees and imprisonment based on the intensity of the crime. Back to you.
Right, Sorari, but you know, serious allegations have been made, glass pieces being found in the food, expired food being served, not just to adults, to children as well. Is it such a big deal to demand safe food? What is the government now doing? Is it only regarding the FDA, or are these food audit bodies that are responsible? But what is the responsibility of the government? Is there any word from the government that they will also make stern laws against such against schools or eateries which are violating food safety norms?
Right, Aditi, in general, if we talk about the entire country right now, the movement started by IAS Tukaram Munde. Now the modus operandi is being followed by the government and local authorities as well. But if I specifically talk about Ahmedabad, the entire current drive, though such kind of drives are conducted across the year, but this started with a glass piece found in food of Anand Niketan school canteen. And then this entire drive started. The entire drive followed up to several schools are being checked right now. According to the government's word, they had sealed the canteen and answer was demanded from the school authorities, and immediately education and health departments came into action. If we talk about Gujarat, on 5th August, analog paneer was also banned, the production, sale and transportation. All these activities were the subjudication of criminal offence. But this is very serious issue that glass last piece is found from a student's food. It's a very serious issue which led to a huge, humongous protest by parents of the kids from the school, and now the departments have come into action and raids are being conducted across Ahmedabad in school canteens.
Absolutely, and anger is completely justified. Not just the parents, but the people across the country are agitated on why these big brands are compromising on food safety. Swarali, thank you so much. Republic also spoke to Dr. Tejas Shah. My colleague Swarali spoke to him. Listen in to what he had to say about these food safety norms being violated.
People in India had totally lost their trust in food safety. But what we are watching or observing right now is really, it's kind of a change that is being brought in the system. Across states, across cities, food raids conducted, safety raids conducted by authorities, related authorities, and now we are present with AMC Health Department's additional MOH, Dr. Tejas Shah sir. सर, हमने देखा हाल ही में सेंट जेवियर्स हो या फिर जलाराम खमन हाउस हो और ऐसे कई जो फूड आउटलेट्स हैं या कैंटीन्स हैं जहां पर हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट की रेड्स हो रही हैं और सील भी किए जा रहे हैं क्योंकि यहाँ पर जो मेजर्स हैं वो नहीं लिए जा रहे हैं. तो किस तरीके से ये पूरी ड्राइव चल रही है और फिलहाल क्या अपडेट है?
आपने जैसे पिछले दिनों में देखा है कि अहमदाबाद म्यूनसिपल कॉरपोरेशन ने बहुत सारी जगह पे रेड्स की है. तो होता क्या है कि अब जैसे चलन है कि पीपल यूज टू ईट मोर आउटसाइड, सो एज पर FSI गाइडलाइंस एवरीबडी नीड्स टू फॉलो द सेफ्टी मेजर्स एंड हाइजीन मेजर्स. सो कई बार ऐसा होता है कि कई लोग सेफ हाइजीन मेजर्स यूज़ नहीं करते, उसको निगलेक्ट करते हैं. तो हमारे ध्यान में जैसे भी आता है कि ये सारी चीज़ें हो रही हैं तो कॉरपोरेशन रेड्स करती है. जैसे कि अभी हाल ही के दिनों में एक स्कूल में हमें पाया गया था कि भी स्कूल के बच्चों के फूड में एक एक्रेलिक या कांच का टुकड़ा पाया गया था आनंद निकेतन स्कूल में. सो दैट वाज अ नेग्लिजेंस ऑन द फूड बिजनेस ऑपरेटर्स पार्ट. सो ये नहीं होना चाहिए. व्हेन द पीपल आर टेकिंग मनी फ्रॉम द सिटीजन्स एंड द किड्स, so they don't need to, they supposed to take utmost precautions when it comes to, as it relates to health of the people. So हमने फिर अहमदाबाद में जितने भी प्राइवेट स्कूल्स हैं जिसमें कैंटीन चलती है उन सारों में चेकिंग किया गया. सो मोस्ट ऑफ द प्लेसेस पे जो हाइजीन मेंटेनेंस किया जा रहा था, बट जो एक स्कूल थी नारायणपुरा विस्तार में सेंट जेवियर स्कूल्स, उसमें जो कैंटीन चलाई जा रही थी उसमें FSI का लाइसेंस नहीं लिया गया था और जो रॉ मटेरियल थी उसको वो भी ठीक तरीके से मेंटेन नहीं किया था, हाइजीन का अभाव था. तो उस हिसाब से कॉरपोरेशन ने उसको सील किया गया है. कॉरपोरेशन कंटिन्यूसली नॉट ओनली दिस कैंटीन्स बट जो लोग ये व्यवसाय में जुड़े हुए हैं, फूड बिजनेस ऑपरेटर्स हैं, सो आपके माध्यम से भी मैं सबको वार्न करना चाहता हूँ कि दे नीड टू मेंटेन द हाइजीन and utmost precautions needs to be taken. Otherwise, AMC will take the harsh most action, whichever is possible under law, and they need to face it.
And news tightens around Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendra Jain. There is more and more information coming in the Delhi Jal Board scam. Now the Anti-Corruption Bureau said that hawala and banking transactions worth around 5 crore were carried out by the minister during his time, Satyendra Jain, and the tender was allegedly manipulated and changes were made to its terms and conditions. The tender was uploaded only on the Delhi Jal Board website, whereas it was also required to be published in newspapers. So publicly announcing that tenders are being issued was not done by the Aam Aadmi Party when they were in government, and now as big as a 5 crore illegal tender. The transactions, the banking transactions that were made by Satyendra Jain's team at that time were worth around 5 crores. This money was also channeled through a hawala route instead of the fair means that was supposed to be done by the Delhi Jal Board back then, and now the Aam Aadmi Party is facing allegations. The ACB said that hawala and banking transactions worth around 5 crore were carried out. The tender was allegedly manipulated and changes were made to its terms and conditions. After which the ACB
claims that kickbacks were received by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders and this money was used for personal gains, after which Satyendra Jain and 5 others have been arrested in the Delhi Jal Board tender scam. But this is not enough. We have also Atul joining us for more updates. Atul, tell us about the details that have been made public by the ACB. Now they're claiming that the scam is as big as 5 crore.
Well, definitely earlier the Anti-Corruption Bureau had said that there was a transaction of rupees 1 crore 52 lakhs, but now before the court they have disclosed one more fact, that is they have come across WhatsApp chats of the accused in which it has been established that they were talking about hawala transactions of rupees 5 crore, and this was paid by the private contractors to the government officials who were working at Delhi Jal Board office during the tenure of Satyendra Jain, and the ACB is also saying that this money was used to purchase properties, and all the properties are now part of the proceeds of crime, and they are also submitting this record before the court. The 6 persons were arrested last night, and they also told the court that there is a 7th person and he was summoned to join the investigation. His name is Sumit Chauhan, but he did not join the investigation, and they are also saying that he is also related to this hawala transactions of rupees 5 crore. The hearing is currently going on. They have not sought the custodial remand of Satyendra Jain, whereas they have requested the court that he should be remanded into 14 days judicial custody. They are only demanding the custodial remand of one of the accused who is identified as Ankit Srivastava, and they are requesting the court that he should be sent into 2 days custodial remand, and he will be confronted with the chats of this hawala transactions of rupees 5 crore.
Right, and Atul, you were also highlighting the role of another individual that has been identified as Vinod Chauhan, and he is relative of Pankaj Verma. There were notices sent to him. He hasn't responded, maybe out of country. What are the details more emerging with more and more accused being involved in this large-scale irregularity scam?
Well, during the course of investigation, this guy who has been identified as Vinod Chauhan, his name came to the fore, and he was summoned by the investigation officials. But he did not join the investigation, and in fact, he started ignoring the calls of the ACB. And ACB, Anti-Corruption Bureau, is saying that they want him to confront with the co-accused, who are the 6 persons, including Mr. Jain. And he is one of the key persons. And the ACB is also saying that the WhatsApp chats of 5 crores, which has now come to fore, he will be confronted with the chats.
Right, and Atul, while the hearing is underway, there are reasons to be believed by the Aam Aadmi Party that this is a political witch hunt, and no substantiative proof is against the Aam Aadmi Party or the leader Satyendra Jain by the ACB. Tell us in detail about the case that has been kept in the front of the court hearing as well as of the Aam Aadmi Party, justifying that why this arrest is necessary.
Well, this case was registered in 2024, and who was the complainant in the case? The Vigilance Department of the government. The Vigilance Department of the Delhi government lodged a complaint with the Anti-Corruption Bureau, and based on the complaint, this FIR was filed. Now, 2 years after the investigation, the Anti-Corruption Bureau officials have arrested 6 persons. Aam Aadmi Party is saying this is a witch hunt, but if we will go through the investigation, it may take times, and now when they have come across a hawala transaction, they have come across an electronic evidence which has established the hawala transactions. There were sufficient ground to make arrest, and therefore they have arrested 6 persons. And remember, there is a 7th person also who is one of the key person, and he is on the run. He is not joining the probe. So Defense Counsel and the defense will always say this is a witch hunt, we are the innocent. In fact, when I was inside the Anti-Corruption Bureau office and he was being taken, Mr. Satyendra Jain was being taken to court, I confronted him that what is his take on the entire matter. He was saying he is an innocent person, and what is going on inside the court is that Satyendra Jain is arguing. He is saying that I will speak to the judge, I have to say something. So he has to say something to the court that he is an innocent person, something something like that.
Absolutely, Atul. While the political blame game continues, Republic also confronted Satyendra Jain. My colleague Saurabh and Atul also confronted. But listen into first what Satyendra Jain said when he was being taken to the court by the ACB sleuths and what Republic asked. Take a look.
सत्येंद्र जैन, आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इससे? आपको लगा आप इतना बड़ा करप्शन करके बच के निकल जाएंगे सत्येंद्र जैन? सर आपको लगा आप बच के निकल जाएंगे इससे इतना बड़ा स्कैम करने के बाद? सत्येंद्र जैन जवाब दीजिए।
आम आदमी पार्टी की तत्कालीन सरकार ने ये अपने पूरे कार्यकाल में दिखा दिया कि उनकी पूरी की पूरी नीयत केवल अपने प्रचार प्रसार और भ्रष्टाचार की थी। आपने देखा होगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार के पूरे कार्यकाल में एक भी एसटीपी प्लांट दिल्ली में नहीं लगा और जो पब्लिक का पैसा था, जहां पर जल भराव से दिल्ली को बचाना चाहिए था, उस पैसे का इस्तेमाल कर जहां पर एसटीपी प्लांट्स लगाकर दिल्ली में सुएज ट्रीटमेंट के और प्रावधान करे जाने चाहिए थे, जहां पर यह सुनिश्चित करा जाना चाहिए था कि यमुना जी और मलिन ना हो बल्कि और स्वच्छ हो, ये पूरा का पूरा पब्लिक मनी स्कैम के माध्यम से तत्कालीन आम आदमी पार्टी और आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं ने खुर्द बुर्द कर दिया। आज जब इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज ने सत्येंद्र जैन जी और उनके साथ 4 और अभियुक्तों को अरेस्ट करा है, तो दिल्ली की जनता को न्याय मिलेगा। ये एक बार पुनः एक आशा की किरण जनता के जहन में जरूर जगी है। लेकिन इस पे मैं और टिप्पणी इसलिए नहीं करूंगी बिकॉज द लॉ विल डेफिनेटली टेक इट्स ओन कोर्स हेंसफॉर्थ।
देखिए, अगर पूरे उस मामले को ध्यान से देखा जाए तो ये सही दिखाई देता है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल के समय में दिल्ली की सरकार में सत्ता के संरक्षण में भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल विकसित किया गया, जिसमें राजनेता, अधिकारी, उसके अंदर ठेकेदार और तमाम अन्य लोग थे जिनको उससे लाभ पहुंचा। सत्येंद्र जैन की गिरफ्तारी के बाद ये जो गठजोड़ है वो अब उसका पर्दाफाश हो गया है और अरविंद केजरीवाल जो ईमानदारी का नारा देकर के सत्ता में आए थे, इस झूठे नैरेटिव को वो हमेशा उन्होंने दिल्ली को इस झूठे नैरेटिव के कारण से बर्बाद किया है। फिर चाहे वो शराब घोटाला हो, शिक्षा का घोटाला हो या अन्य घोटाले हो, और अब ये दिल्ली जल बोर्ड का घोटाला सामने आया है। तो कहीं ना कहीं अरविंद केजरीवाल को दिल्ली की जनता को इसका जवाब देना चाहिए कि जिस ईमानदारी का सर्टिफिकेट लेकर के वो राजनीति में आए थे, 10 साल में दिल्ली को उन्होंने क्या दिया, और यदि ये जल बोर्ड का घोटाला ना होता तो आज यमुना का पानी पूरी तरीके से साफ हो गया था, एसटीपी लगे ही नहीं। और जो मनी ट्रेल को यदि देखा जाएगा तो साफ दिखाई देता है।
यमुना को लेकर तो खुद अरविंद केजरीवाल ने भी, आम आदमी पार्टी ने बड़े दावे किए थे और उसी यमुना से जुड़े हुए टेंडर, सीवेज एसटीपीज का टेंडर था, उसमें घोटाले की बात आ रही है।
इसीलिए मैंने कहा ये भ्रष्टाचार का एक मॉडल अरविंद केजरीवाल ने दिल्ली में विकसित किया और उस मॉडल की आड़ में जो कुछ उन्होंने दिल्ली के साथ में किया, एक एक करके घोटालों का सच दिल्ली की जनता के सामने आ रहा है। फिर अब जब एसीबी ने पूरी जांच के बाद में ये कार्रवाई की है तो आप समझ लीजिए कि चाहे वो राजनेता हो, चाहे अधिकारी हो या ठेकेदार हो या कोई भी हो, वो बचेगा नहीं। कानून अपना काम करेगा और कड़ी से कड़ी सजा ऐसे लोगों को मिलेगी।
आम आदमी पार्टी सर इसमें ये कह रही है कि जिस समय ये घोटाले की बात कही जा रही है उस समय सत्येंद्र जैन जेल में थे और ये रेड और गिरफ्तारी सिर्फ इसलिए हो रही है क्योंकि पंजाब में चुनाव आने वाला।
वो बिल्कुल झूठ बोलते हैं। ये मामला 7 अक्टूबर 2021 से शुरू हुआ। सत्येंद्र जैन 2022 में जेल में थे, तो उससे जेल में जाने से पहले ये सारा का सारा काम वो कर चुके थे। तो इसलिए ये कहना कि पंजाब के चुनाव की वजह से गिरफ्तारी की गई, ये बिल्कुल असत्य है। और अरविंद केजरीवाल ने पहली बार ये नहीं कहा है। जब भी उनका नेता कोई गिरफ्तार होता है या कोई कार्रवाई होती है तो छूटते ही वो ये कहते हैं कि फलानी जगह पर ये उसका ठीकरा वो दूसरे लोगों के सिर फोड़ना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि बिल्कुल गलत है और उनकी बात में कोई दम नहीं।
सत्येंद्र जैन पार्टी के लिए, आम आदमी पार्टी के लिए कलेक्शन एजेंट का काम कर रहे हैं पंजाब के अंदर। वो बिल्डर से, रियल एस्टेट से खुल के उगाही कर रहे हैं। और अगर ऐसा नहीं है तो मुझे एक बात बताइए, फिर उनको किस कारण से पंजाब में, चंडीगढ़ में मंत्रियों से भी ज्यादा लग्जूरियस कोठी दी गई है? वो बंगला नंबर 926 में, सेक्टर 39 में कैसे रह रहे हैं, क्यों उनको इतनी बड़ी कोठी दी गई है जबकि ही इज जस्ट एन एक्स MLA फ्रॉम दिल्ली। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की एक मूवी है, उस मूवी का नाम है भ्रष्टाचार की किताब, दिल्ली टू पंजाब। इस मूवी के पूरी तरीके से राइटर, डायरेक्टर, प्रोड्यूसर, कोरियोग्राफर सब अरविंद केजरीवाल हैं। ये जो लोग अब अरेस्ट हो रहे हैं, सतेंद्र जैन एंड अदर्स, दे आर जस्ट एक्टर्स इन दिस फिल्म। द एक्चुअल एक्शन हैज बीन डायरेक्टेड बाय अरविंद केजरीवाल एंड उनके ऊपर एक्शन होना चाहिए। ये तो सरकार पूरी तरीके से जेल से ही चला रहे थे, इसमें क्या शक है? अरविंद केजरीवाल खुद इतने दिन जेल में रहे, तो क्या उन्होंने सरकार नहीं चलाई? तो ये सारे सरकार जेल से ही चला रहे हैं और ये करप्शन बहुत सीरियस करप्शन है, क्योंकि जैसे मैंने बताया, माँ यमुना की सफाई से रिलेटेड ये करप्शन है। कितने सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स इन लोगों ने बनाए और जो बनाए उनके ऊपर करप्शन कर दिया, तो कैसे माँ यमुना साफ होती?
With that, we are slipping into a very short break, but right after the break, we will tell you what's happening in Bihar, why Tejashwi Yadav is now on the streets out there protesting against the Bihar government. Was there usage of AK-47 during the anti-NEET paper leak protest? What did the Bihar government tell court? We will tell you lots more in details right after the break.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharagpur and Amity University.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. We can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
Chorus for strict punishment against rapist Tarun Tejpal grows. Goa government now moves to the Supreme Court, demanding stricter punishment. 10 years, not enough, as ruled by the Bombay High Court's Goa Bench.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
हिंदुस्तान के अंदर, सिस्टम के अंदर इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिवोल्ट हो रहा है। तो आप सोचती हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। वो 3 साल पहले फुली कंट्रोल्ड है। चीफ इलेक्शन कमिश्नर के मैसेजेस मेरे पास आ रहे हैं। हेड ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस सिस्टम, सीनियर जुडिशरी, सारों के सारे रिवोल्ट कर रहे हैं, इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहे हैं हमें। तो जो कंट्रोल का सिस्टम था एक तरफ से, वो कोलैप्स कर रहा है अंदर से, क्योंकि लोगों को दिख रहा है कि जनता का प्रेशर अब ऐसा भयंकर आएगा, अगर हम इस रास्ते पे चलते गए तो हमारे लिए रिस्क हो जाएगा। आप क्या सोचते हो, अगर जनता को मालूम है कि इलेक्शन सिस्टम रिग्ड है और जनता की मतलब इकोनॉमिक प्रेशर, गरीबी, दर्द के कारण जनता में गुस्सा आ गया, आप क्या सोचते हो कि इलेक्शन कमिश्नर को डर नहीं लगेगा कल क्या होने वाला है? तो अब क्या हो रहा है, सिस्टम अंदर से ऐसे हिल रहा है पूरा। और मैं आपको ये बता दूं कि मेरे पास इंफॉर्मेशन आ रही है, सिस्टम मुझे इंफॉर्मेशन दे रहा है।
वोट चोरी हो रही है और अब हमारे पास ओपन एंड शट प्रूफ है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन वोट चोरी में इन्वॉल्व है। और मैं लाइटली नहीं बोल रहा हूं, मैं 100% प्रूफ के साथ बोल रहा हूं, ठीक है। और आप सबको पता लग जाएगा, जैसे ही हमने ये रिलीज किया पूरे देश को पता लग जाएगा कि इलेक्शन कमीशन वोटर चोरी करा रहा है।
The Election Commission, I believe, not only has a responsibility to the nation, but it has a responsibility to itself. That there should not be any doubts left in the minds of the public about this entire credibility of our elections. The elections matter to the whole country. And our democracy is too precious to be jeopardized by doubts about whether there is duplicate voting, whether there are multiple addresses, whether there are fake votes.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट का भी निर्णय आया है ईवीएम के बारे में, और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि हर नागरिक को ईसीआई पे विश्वास रखना चाहिए, इलेक्शन कमीशन पे विश्वास रखना चाहिए, वो सही भी है। लेकिन
Hello viewers, you're watching Republic. I'm Chongtham Amrita, and today in the major story that we're tracking, Aam Aadmi Party scandal, another controversy as Aam Aadmi Party leader Tarun Tejpal has been arrested by the ACB, including 5 others, and the remand letter that accessed by Republic exposes serious corruption charges, and the tender was also manipulated during that time. We're tracking all of these details, but first take a look at the headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Anti-corruption branch 6 judicial custody of Aam Aadmi Party leader Satyendra Jain arrested in the Delhi Jal Board scam. RJD leads march to Raj Bhavan against BJP government in Patna over AK-47 used by Bihar cops in anti-NEET paper leak protests. Massive setback for rapist Tarun Tejpal. Goa government moves top court against Tejpal's 10-year sentence. Says 10 years not enough. 6 maximum sentence for 2013 rape case. Jailed ex-Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan meets wife, sister after 9 months following court order. Viewers, big breaking news that we're tracking at this moment. Security agencies have disposed of a hand grenade in Delhi's Narela area. Notably, various investigative agencies had arrested over 200 suspects linked to the network. Hand grenades were recovered from the arrested suspects. The security agencies had also seized a Pakistan-made hand grenades in this. And it is these very hand grenades that the security agencies, in fact, have now disposed of. And the disposal was carried out today at an open DDA ground in Delhi's Narela area. This is more details that we are tracking on this. This is as a major security operations has also been conducted, where a major hand grenade, a major bomb disposal was carried out as a Pakistan-made hand grenade was recovered. And this is in fact after several arrests in relation to the network was also arrested and has also been busted. In fact, a Pakistan-made hand grenade was also seized, and security agencies carried out a bomb disposal squad. This took place in Delhi's Narela area. My colleague Saurav joins us on the phone line for more information on this. Saurav, can you give us more details at how this bomb disposal took place, and also regarding this terror, regarding this hand grenade that is we're tracking is a Pakistan-made hand grenade that was recovered, and the disposal squad has successfully carried out a disposal squad for the hand grenade as well. Can you give us more details and context and what this means? Saurav.
Definitely, Amrita. Today, Delhi Police Special Cell has disposed of several of the hand grenades which was recovered during the raid across the nation on August 12, in which in 14 states, in a joint operation, Indian security agencies have arrested more than 253 terrorists who were working for Shahzad Bhatti, who is a gangster and a ISI-backed terrorist operating from Pakistan. And during that raid, these hand grenades, which had a marking of Pakistan Ordnance Factory, they were recovered from their possessions, and it clearly indicates that the arms and ammunition which were disposed of today was transported in India through Pakistan. And this is a major development, as finally the Delhi Police Special Cell has disposed of the fatal weapons in the Narela area in open, so that no injuries could be sustained to any of the officers while disposing of these fatal hand grenades. And this is a major operation which was run by the by the Indian security agencies, including the Delhi Police Special Cell and other state police units also. And this came at a time when India was about to celebrate the Independence Day just after 3 days. And on
August 12, it is a major joint operation which was run and which reinstated the commitment of India against the zero terrorism in the country. And this is a major development, as Shahzad Bhatti's network was completely dismantled in India, and the arms and ammunition, hand grenades and the other materials which was recovered was disposed of safely in Narela area in an open ground, so that it could be disposed of safely, and other officials who are carrying out this operation should sustain no injuries, Amrita.
Right. Thank you so much for giving us all of those details, Saurav, on that. And we move on to another major story, a big breaking news that's coming in at the moment. Alima Khan has said this is regarding Imran Khan's arrest and his transfer. The Supreme Court's decision regarding the immediate transfer of Imran Khan to Shifa International Hospital there in Islamabad is final and clear. And she says that there is no justification for any further delay or obstruction in complying with these directives of the Supreme Court. This is what Imran Khan's sister has been saying. And this is regarding the medical examination and treatment of Imran Khan to be transferred from the jail to the hospital. This is with regards to the Supreme Court decision. And she's saying that this must be implemented effectively, immediately, without any obstruction. This is again where Imran Khan, who has been in jail for the past several years, in fact, and has now been directed by this Pakistan Supreme Court to be transferred to Shifa International Hospital, considering his his deteriorating health condition. And now the family of Imran Khan is also raising the question why there is delay, why there is obstruction, and saying that the Supreme Court's directive must be implemented effectively, immediately in fact, and there should be no obstruction to carrying out the directions of the Supreme Court. This is what they are saying, that Imran Khan in fact must be transferred to Shifa International Hospital immediately from Adiala jail. This is the latest that we're tracking from Pakistan, as there has been serious concerns raised with regards to Imran Khan's health conditions, and after the Supreme Court's directive saying that he can be transferred and there should be no political activities going on with regards to that, and that he must be taken care of, and there should be immediate medical treatment and attention given to Imran Khan, and to be transferred to Shifa International Hospital, from where he has been stationed at the Adiala jail, from Adiala jail to the hospital. And the family of Imran Khan has also raised this question, that there should be no obstruction towards his transfer. My colleague Zinat also joins us to give us more details in this. Zinat, we're getting these reports that the family of Imran Khan is raising the question that there should be no delay in transferring him. What is the latest that you're tracking at the moment?
See, this is a statement that has come from Imran Khan's sister Alima Khan, because yesterday the Supreme Court of Pakistan has asked the government to transfer Imran Khan to the Shifa hospital because of his deteriorating health. There had been the multiple appeals that had come from the family, the lawyers of Imran Khan, asking the government to shift him, because there has been almost 80 months he was not allowed to meet even the family or his law firm. Now there is a Supreme Court of Pakistan has chipped in. They have issued an order, but now the Alima Khan says that it should be implemented without any delay. See, there had been the reports earlier that Imran Khan first is not alive. That was the claim made by one of the journalists in Pakistan, and then because then he said that he was pushing government to know that whether Pakistan's former Prime Minister is alive or dead. Now the Supreme Court has also chipped in, asking the government to shift him to the health facility so that his health can be taken care, because right now he is plus 70 and his health is deteriorating. He has lost vision in one of his eye, and he is facing the imprisonment for many years, although there are multiple graft charges and corruption charges against former Pakistan Prime Minister along with his wife. Though, if you remember, the CM of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Shahid Afridi, also had said that if the Imran Khan is not released, then there will be a long march that will be in the month of September. So, lot of pressure was developed on Pakistan government when it comes shifting Imran Khan to the health facility. Now they have approached the court, and the court has ordered that he should be shifted to Shifa Hospital for the medical treatment. The order had come yesterday, but as of now he has not been shifted, and for which now his sister is pushing that the order needs to be implemented without any delay or without any failure.
Right, Junaid, I request you to stay with us. So we have more updates and breaking news coming in at the moment. We're going to take that first, and that's reports and reaction from the PTI. In fact, they're saying that if Imran Khan is not shifted to the hospital, we are going to protest across the country. This is again an ultimatum given by the PTI, that they are saying that if Imran Khan is not shifted immediately, that there will be widespread protests across Pakistan, and this is only turning into another heated incident in Pakistan. Zinat, now PTI has also issued saying that there would be widespread protests if he is not shifted immediately to the hospital. Tell us more details on this as well, Zinat.
See, we are picking from the sources that the Pakistan government, from the sources within the Pakistan government, that they are going to challenge this order that has come from the judiciary. They will be putting their own pointers why the Imran Khan should not be released, because as per the Pakistan government, he is getting all the medical facilities that are required. But meanwhile, the Tehreek-e-Insaf chief, his workers, his party men, they have also claimed and said that they will be having the widespread march.
Right, Zainab, we have more breaking news coming in at the moment. Stay with us. We are going to get to that. Pakistan government will be challenging Imran Khan's hospital transfer that has been directed by the Supreme Court. In fact, the Pakistan government is ready to challenge this hospital move, the transfer of Imran Khan. So this is where the problem has been, the delay when it came to Imran Khan's transfer. And now we're getting the reports. This is a big breaking news that we're tracking. Pakistan government is set to challenge the transfer of Imran Khan to the hospital. Zinat, this could have been the reason behind the delay, where the family was also raising this issue. And now we're getting reports that the Pakistani government is ready to challenge Imran Khan's transfer to the hospital that has been directed, in fact, by the Supreme Court.
See, we have to understand that the Supreme Court of Pakistan has kind of provided a relief to the appeal that was put forth by the lawyers of former Prime Minister of Pakistan by asking the government to shift him because of the deteriorating health. Now we are picking that the report suggests that they are going to challenge this order. So that tells you that there is a reluctancy within the Pakistan government as far as the shifting of Imran Khan to the medical facility is concerned. Why is Pakistan government reluctant to move him from jail to the medical facility? What are they hiding? Is because there had been many claims that have been made by the journalists from that very place as far as the Imran Khan's health and other things are concerned. Now needs to be seen whether they will be following the court orders and allow him to take the help of the medical facility so that he gets treated and his treatment is taken care, or they will continue to keep him behind the bars, because this is ultimately now lie on the Pakistan government how they are going to play the move as far as the Imran Khan's shifting to the medical facility is concerned.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us all of those details, Zinat, and we'll continue to track as and when it unfolds. And now, viewers, we have more updates coming in. This is regarding stray dog menace. In fact, the protests against the rising menace of stray dogs and incidents of dog bites in Kanpur city. Mullu Rathore, the leader of the opposition in municipal corporation in Madhya Pradesh, arrived in the public grievance hearing held at the collectorate office on Tuesday in a very unique manner, and this has raised many, has turned headlines. He brought along a person dressed in a dog costume. This demonstration has sparked curiosity among the officials and the public present at the hearing, and through this symbolic protest, the leader of the opposition drew the administration's attention to the increasing number of stray dogs menace in the city and the issue of public safety. We have a statement coming in. Let's take a listen to that.
खंडवा की जनता बहुत परेशान है और आए दिन कुत्ते अपना शिकार बना रहे हैं, जानवरों को भी बना रहे हैं, इंसानों को भी बना रहे हैं। करीब 13,225 लोगों को अभी तक बाइट कुत्ते काट चुके हैं और नगर निगम उन पर लाखों रुपए खर्च करने के बावजूद भी कुत्तों की संख्या कम नहीं हो रही, ज़्यादा हो रही है, जिसके कारण रात में जो राहगीर है उनको बहुत परेशानी हो रही है। बच्चे स्कूल जाने में डर रहे हैं, रास्ते में रात में लोग किसी को छोड़ने जा रहे हैं रेलवे स्टेशन या बस स्टेशन, तो आने में उनको मोटरसाइकिल पर पैर ऊपर लेकर चलना पड़ रहा है और भय का माहौल है। तो आज हम उसी का विरोध प्रदर्शन करते हुए हमने जिस कंपनी ने टेंडर लिया है उस कंपनी में हमें खबर लगी उसमें फर्जीवाड़ा हुआ है, तो आज हमने जनसुनवाई में कुत्ते के द्वारा ही आवेदन दिलवाया है ताकि यह पर कुछ कार्रवाई हो और जो भी दोषी है नगर निगम पे उन पर सख्त कार्रवाई हो।
Well, that was the statement from Mullu Rathore, where he was carrying a person dressed as a dog to highlight the stray dog menace that has been continuing in the state. And this is the opposition leader, and he was bringing this person dressed as a dog to give attention to this stray dog menace.